In the late 90s and early 2000s, a seemingly innocuous operating system called Windows XP was released to the world. It quickly gained popularity and became the go-to platform for countless computer users. Little did they know that behind the user-friendly interface lurked a dark secret that would haunt the digital world. The legend began with a small group of tech enthusiasts that stumbled upon an obscure forum buried deep within the internet. The forum was a relic from the past, filled with posts dating back to the early days of Windows XP. Among the mundane discussions about updates and bug fixes, there were whispers of an elusive version of the said Windows XP software that was never officially released. This mysterious version, known as Windows XP Blackmoon, was said to contain hidden features and forbidden knowledge. It was rumored that this version harbored dark secrets and had the power to change the fate of those who dared to use it. Some claimed it could grant supernatural abilities, while others warned that it would unleash a malevolent force beyond comprehension. Despite the warnings, curiosity got the better of a young computer enthusiast named Mark. He scoured the internet for traces of XP Blackmoon, and eventually stumbled upon a download link hidden in an obscure corner of the web. Ignoring the warnings and brushing off superstitions, Mark decided to install the forbidden version on an old, dusty computer. As the installation progressed, an eerie sensation filled the room. The lights flickered and a cold breeze was swept through. Even though the windows were shut tight, Mark's heart raced as he witnessed a flickering shadow on the screen, almost like a glimpse of something lurking in the depths of the digital world. Once the installation completed, Mark found himself in an eerily familiar yet distorted version of the Windows XP software. The desktop background was replaced with a haunting image of a full moon shrouded by dark clouds, with an unsettling grin carved into it. The icons were twisted and the start menu appeared to lay it into an unknown abyss. Ignoring the ominous signs, Mark explored the system. He discovered strange files and folders that seemed to be encrypted and hidden. The more he delved into XP Blackmoon, the more he felt a sinister presence watching him from within the operating system. One night, while using XP Blackmoon, Mark received an unexpected instant message from an unknown user. The message consisted of a series of cryptic symbols and messages in an indecipherable language. Suddenly, the computer screen glitched and Mark found himself surrounded by an otherworldly darkness. Panicking, he tried to shut down the computer, but it was unresponsive. The darkness seemed to seep into the room, engulfing Mark's surroundings. Desperate to escape, he pulled the power cord from the computer and the darkness dissipated, leaving him trembling in fear. After that night, Mark vowed never to use XP Blackmoon again. However, the encounter had left an indelible mark on his life. He began experiencing strange phenomena, objects moving on their own, eerie whispers echoing through the house, and the feeling of being constantly watched. Mark realized he had awakened something malevolent by venturing into the forbidden version of the Windows XP software. In a desperate bid to rid himself from the curse, Mark sought the help of tech experts, shamans, and even paranormal investigators. But the malevolent force seemed to be rooted in the digital realm, defying all attempts to banish it. To this day, the legend of XP Blackmoon persists in hushed whispers among tech enthusiasts and horror aficionados. Some believe that the forbidden version of the Windows XP software still lurks in the darkest corners of the internet, waiting to ensnare curious souls who dare to venture where they shouldn't. So, if you ever stumble upon an obscure forum speaking of XP Blackmoon, heed this cautionary tale and resist the temptation to explore its malevolent mysteries. For once you enter the realm of said software, you may never escape its haunting grasp. Years after the chilling tale of XP Blackmoon, the legend of a lost, anomalous, and cursed version of the Windows 95 software began to emerge from the shadows. It was whispered that this mysterious operating system, known as Windows Shadowgate, possessed dark and arcane powers beyond human understanding. The legend spoke of a tech historian named Emily, who had dedicated her life to uncovering rare software and preserving the digital history of the past. Her relentless pursuit of forgotten operating systems led her deep into the underbelly of the internet, where she stumbled upon a cryptic message board mentioning Windows 95 Shadowgate. Intrigued and undetermined by ominous rumors surrounding it, Emily embarked on a quest to locate this elusive version of the Windows 95 software. After weeks of digging through obscure forums and outdated archives, she finally found a lead, an anonymous user claiming to possess a copy of Windows Shadowgate. The user was hesitant to share the files, warning Emily that they came at a great cost. Ignoring the caution, Emily persuaded the user to send her the encrypted files. Upon receiving the download link, a wave of unease washed over her, but her curiosity urged her to proceed. Late at night, Emily began the installation of Windows Shadowgate. The process was far from straightforward, requiring obscure commands and rituals beyond the usual software installations. As the progress bar advanced, the room grew colder, and a faint shadow seemed to dance on the periphery of the vision. Finally, as the installation completed, Emily was greeted by an interface that was reminiscent of Windows 95 software, except it had a haunting twist. The iconic start button now bore an unsettling symbol resembling an ancient gate, and the wallpaper displayed a desolate landscape, surrounded in perpetual twilight and a shadowy figure lingering at the edges. Undeterred by the eerie appearance, Emily explored the depths of Windows Shadowgate. She discovered hidden folders containing files with names written in an unknown script. Opening one of these files revealed an enigmatic text describing forbidden knowledge and the secrets of the universe. And as the days turned into weeks, Emily found herself consumed by the mysteries of Windows Shadowgate. She became obsessed with deciphering the cryptic text and understanding the extent of its powers. However, the more she delved into its secrets, the more the lines between the digital world and reality blurred. Strange occurrences began to plague Emily's life. She experienced vivid nightmares. Waking hours were filled with unexplainable phenomena. Objects moved on their own, and the room often filled with whispers that seemed to come from nowhere. Emily soon realized that she had unwittingly unleashed an ancient darkness that had been trapped within the lost version of the Windows 95 software. The malevolent force sought to break free from its digital prison and manifest itself in the real world. Fearing for her safety and those around her, Emily sought the help of her fellow tech enthusiasts and paranormal experts. Together they embarked on a perilous journey to seal away the malevolence before it could wreak the havoc on the whole world. And so the battle between the digital and the physical realms was fierce, with the lines between reality and virtuality blurring in terrifying ways. As Emily and her allies confronted the malevolent force, they discovered that the key to victory lay not in technology, but in understanding and acceptance. With great sacrifice and determination, they managed to find a way to banish the malevolence back into the depths of Windows Shadowgate. However, the cursed version of the operating system was too dangerous to keep in the digital world. And so, in a final act of bravery, Emily decided to delete Windows Shadowgate from existence, erasing it from the digital annals forever. As she pressed the delete key, the operating system vanished, leaving no trace behind. And though Windows Shadowgate was gone, the legend would live on, a cautionary tale for those who dare to venture into the forgotten corners of the digital realm. Emily, forever changed by her encounter with the cursed version, now understood the delicate balance between the technology and the unseen forces that lurked within. And so the lost version of Windows 95 software faded into legend, serving as a stark reminder of the perilous secrets that lie within the digital world, waiting to be discovered by those who seek them. Soon after the haunting tale of Windows Shadowgate, a new legend emerged surrounding a forgotten and enigmatic version of Windows NT dubbed Windows Nexus, or simply codenamed Nexus. This operating system was said to be a bridge between the realms of technology and the supernatural. We follow a tech-savvy historian named Alex, who specialized in uncovering rare software and untold stories of the digital world. Alex's relentless quest for hidden treasures led him deep into the forgotten archives of computing history, where he stumbled upon obscure references to Windows Nexus. The elusive traces of an ethereal connection between the digital and the spiritual realms, and rumors whispered that it held power to communicate with entities from beyond our understanding. Intrigued and undeterred, Alex embarked on a perilous journey to find and unlock this mysterious version of Windows NT. After months of tireless research and countless dead ends, Alex received an anonymous message containing a link to the encrypted files of Windows Nexus. Despite warnings at the perilous path ahead, his curiosity and determination urged him to proceed. Late at night, in a dimly lit room, Alex initiated the installation of Windows Nexus. As the process unfolded, a strange luminescent aura enveloped the room, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Unnerving whispers echoed in the background, like if the software itself was trying to communicate. And once the installation completed, the startup screen materialized, revealing a mesmerizing logo that seemed to look familiar to the Windows NT startup screen. But upon booting up, the operating system unveiled a user interface like no other operating system ever. The desktop background displayed a breathtaking astral panorama, where stars and galaxies seemed to merge with lines of code, blurring the boundaries between reality and the digital realm. And the start menu itself appeared as a gateway to hidden dimensions. Its icons resembled sacred sigils, each representing a unique aspect of the Nexus's powers. Clicking on them revealed an array of tools that could transcend the boundaries of the virtual world, granting access to knowledge beyond human comprehension. And so as Alex delved deep into Windows Nexus, he uncovered encrypted files containing cryptic messages from entities of an unknown origin. These messages were a revelation of forgotten histories, cosmic wisdom, and the fabric of existence itself. Yet, with each step forward, the boundary between the real and the surreal began to blur for Alex. He experienced visions of celestial landscapes and encounters with enigmatic beings, leading him to question whether he had truly stepped beyond the veil, or if the Nexus itself had become a living, breathing entity. And the more Alex immersed himself in the secrets of Windows Nexus, the more he realized the profound responsibility that came with such knowledge. The operating system's true purpose was not to grant unlimited power, but to serve as a bridge between worlds, reminding humanity of the interconnectedness of all things. And as the legend of Windows Nexus spread, it became a testament to the delicate balance between technology and spirituality. It reminded those who sought its secrets that true wisdom came not from manipulation, but from understanding and respecting the mysteries that lay beyond our grasp. And so, Windows Nexus thus remained an enigmatic relic between the annals of computing history, a forgotten nexus between the realms of technology and the uncharted territories of the soul. Its legacy whispered through the digital world, waiting for those with the courage to embark on a journey of transcendence and self-discovery. Okay, note. This narration would sound terrible. I mean, it's because I'm sick right now. I just gotta. I sometimes cough, and well, and my nose is stuffy. I'm sick right now, so the narration might not be terrible. Okay, but anyways, let's move on. After the tales of Blackmoon, Shadowgate, and Nexus, a new software emerged out of existence, which is way worse than you'd expect. It all started in 2001, where a worker at Microsoft, nicknamed Marty actually, was working on some updates on some Windows systems. While Marty was doing so, he suddenly received a phone call. He said, "Hello?" And then the caller said, "Hello, you're the one that's working on the new operating system, aren't you?" Marty said, "Well, yeah, why do you ask?" "I don't know. I just wanted to tell you that I have a problem with my computer." "How do you know?" "I've been receiving some cryptic messages on my computer recently." "Oh yeah? What kind of messages?" "They're gibberish." Marty's curiosity was piqued by the caller's cryptic messages. He leaned back in his swivel chair, absent-mindedly twirling a pen between his fingers. The office around him hummed with the usual sounds of keyboards clacking in distant conversations, but his focus was solely on the mysterious caller. "Gibberish? That's quite unusual. Can you describe the messages in more detail?" "It's hard to explain. They look like random characters and symbols, like someone mashed their keyboard, but they seem intentional." Marty furrowed his brow. The thought of deliberately constructed gibberish messages on a computer was unsettling. It wasn't something he had encountered before in his years of software development. "Have you tried restarting your computer? Maybe it's just a glitch. Or maybe some kind of coding error." "I've tried everything. Rebooting, running diagnostics, scanning for viruses. Nothing helps. And the messages, they're becoming more coherent. Like you're trying to convey something." The unease in the caller's voice is palpable. Marty's heart raced, considering various possibilities. Perhaps maybe it was a prank, or maybe some bizarre form of malware was causing the issue. Regardless, his instincts told him that this was far from a typical tech support call. "Okay, I'm intrigued. Can you give me remote access to your computer? I'll take a look myself." "I appreciate it, but there's something else you should know. Sometimes late at night, I see faint images flicker on the screen. They're like glimpses into a distorted world." A shiver ran down Marty's spine as he processed the caller's words. The idea of phantom images appearing on a screen was uncanny. He couldn't help but imagine eerie shapes dancing in the darkness. "I'm not sure I understand. Images? What do they look like?" "It's hard to describe. Distorted faces, surreal landscapes, and strange symbols. They're fleeting, like they're there one moment, and they're gone to the next." As the caller described the enigmatic images, Marty's thoughts drifted to the tales of Blackmoon, Shadowgate, and Nexus. The software horrors that had captured the imagination of the online community. Could it be that Windows 2001 was about to join their ranks? I mean, eerie ranks? Listen, I want to help you figure this out. Let's connect remotely tonight. When the images usually appear, I'll see if I can identify the source of these messages and images. Thank you. I feel like I'm losing my mind over this. It's like my computer's trying to communicate with me in ways I can't comprehend. Marty's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter was just not a technical issue, but something far more unsettling. An exploration into the unknown depths of software and the human human mind, actually. And so as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the whole office, the interior of the office, Marty prepared for a night that would forever change his perception of technology and reality. Marty's days turned into nights as he delved deeper into the mysteries of the caller's computer. The weight of anticipation hung heavy in the air as he prepared to establish a remote connection with the caller's system, hoping to unveil the truth behind the gibberish messages and the flickering images. But even as he worked, memories of a peculiar commercial began to surface. I mean, he recalled seeing a television ad from years ago. A promotional spot for the now ill-fated Windows 2001. The ad featured none other than Steve Ballmer, Microsoft's enthusiastic CEO at the time, touting the software's revolutionary features and user-friendly interface. It was a glimpse into the very past, a time when the promise of technology seemed boundless. Okay. What had caught Marty's attention, though, was the brief appearance of an animated girl. The centerpiece of the advertisement itself. She had a certainly very uncanny quality. I mean, her what should I say? Her movements were fluid, yet slightly off kilter, as if she existed in a realm between reality and the digital world. The animation style was unmistakable. Lee Draken Productions, known for their distinctive and somewhat eerie creations. I mean, Marty really couldn't shake the feeling of that girl's animated presence. It was very significant. A puzzle piece waiting to be fit into the larger picture. Her animated visage was provided by an unknown female actress. A detail that initially seemed unimportant, but it now carried a weight of its very own. As the clock struck midnight, Marty initiated the remote connection with the caller's computer. The screen flickered and a window opened, displaying a live feed at the caller's monitor. The room was dimly lit, and the caller's voice trembled with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. I can see the screen, Marty, but I'm telling you, these messages and images, they're unlike anything I've seen before. Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. Let's see if we can capture one of these images as they appear. And so as the minutes turned into hours, Marty's eyes remained fixed on the screen. Suddenly, a strange pattern of symbols began to materialize, forming a coherent shape that seemed to shift and warp. It was the kind of pattern that defied explanation. Its intricacies beyond the grasp of human understanding. Marty, do you see that? It's happening again. I see it. Hold on, let me try to capture it. Marty quickly snapped a screenshot at the enigmatic pattern, his heart racing. He had finally captured a piece of the puzzle, a glimpse into the anomalies that had haunted the caller's computer. As he stared at the screenshot, he couldn't help but wonder, what did it mean? Was there a connection to the commercial? the animated girl, and the unsettling images that flickered across the color screen. Marty's mind swirled with questions, his determination to unravel the truth growing stronger with each passing moment. Fast forward to May of 2001, where Windows 2001 was released. The anticipation had been building for so many months. The tech enthusiasts and ordinary users alike eager to experience the latest evolution of computing. The software came in sleek, futuristic packaging, adored with the Windows logo that had become synonymous with technological progress at the time. Marty watched as the world embraced Windows 2001. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility. A connection to the software that he had helped shape, and helped build, and helped to develop. The memories of the late-night remote connection, the cryptic messages, and the unsettling images lingered in his mind, casting a shadow over the release. The software's interface was a blend of familiarity and innovation. Windows opened and closed seamlessly. Applications responded with lightning speed, and the overall user experience was unlike anything that had come before. Yet, even as users marveled at the advancements, there was an undercurrent of unease, an unspoken understanding that something beyond the surface was at play. As the reports of strange occurrences began to surface, users claimed to have experienced unexplained crashes, sudden freezes, and glitches that defied conventional troubleshooting. And as Marty delved further into the heart of Windows 2001's code, he stumbled upon something that sent a chill down his spine. I mean, corrupted files. These files, buried deep within the system's heart, held the names of seemingly innocent software titles. Bears imagined that, and VeggieTales Creativity City was the name of the two files. It was as if the software itself had ingested the essence of these programs and twisted them into something ominous. Marty's fingers trembled as he examined the corrupted files. He couldn't ignore the creeping feeling that the innocence of these children's programs had been warped into something darker. Something that resonated with the unsettling occurrences users had been reporting. Curiosity battled with apprehension as he opened the first of the corrupted files. Bears imagined that. The once cheerful-looking bear character now appeared distorted. I mean, its features warped into an unsettling, uncanny valley. The familiar background of the idyllic forest had given way to a twisted, nightmarish landscape. A world that had seemed to mock the whimsical innocence of its source material. As he navigated through the corrupted software, he discovered snippets of dialogue that sent shivers down his spine, words that seemed to convey malevolent intent. Hidden beneath a veneer of children's voices, it was as if the very essence of the software had been twisted into a mockery of its original purpose. And then there was the latter file, VeggieTales Creativity City. The corrupted version of the software was a far cry from the vibrant educational world that had delighted young minds for years. I mean, when he opened up the file, he was greeted with another horrifying experience. I mean, the characters that once sang cheerful songs now moved in a very jerky, unnatural motion. The colors that once painted a picture of creativity now seemed to bleed into a palette of dread. Nardi's heart raced as he uncovered snippets of corrupted dialogues within the software. The once heartwarming messages now oozed with dark undertones. Phrases that seemed to taut the boundaries between the digital and the real. It was as if the very fabric of the virtual world had been tainted, and that these corrupted files were gateways to something far beyond human comprehension. And the more Marty explored, the more he felt the boundaries between reality and the digital realm continuing to blur. The corrupted files seemed to have a consciousness of their own, a consciousness that was hungry for connection, for understanding, for a bridge to the world from inside or beyond the screen. 2 days later, as he navigated through the virtual landscape, Marty found himself drawn into an unfamiliar bookmark within the Internet Explorer browser. The link's name was a string of seemingly random characters, like if someone banged their keyboard so hard. His destination was an unknown Garfield website. A sense of foreboding washed over him, but curiosity urged him to click on it. Now, as the website loaded slowly, its design was a chaotic collage of distorted images and garbled text. As Marty scrolled down the page, he felt a shiver crawling down his spine. The images, once recognizable as Garfield characters, Garfield oddly and normal, now appeared grotesque and twisted. The once cheerful orange cat's features were contorted, as if warped by an otherworldly force. But what had caught Marty's attention was at the very bottom of the page. A single image seemed to flicker and glitch. It's like an artifact from a corrupted digital world. As he stared at it, he soon realized that the distorted figure was none other than Garfield, the lasagna-loving cat. And Marty's heart raced as he continued to scroll down. The distorted figure seemed to come to life, its features flickering and shifting in an eerie dance of pixels. And then, the impossible happened. The distorted figure's mouth moved, and Marty could almost hear the words forming.
Marty.
His voice was slightly distorted. A cacophony of digital noise that somehow coalesced into a semblance of speech. Marty's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the figure, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible.
You have come so far, Marty.
The voice sounded as if it were emanating from a realm far beyond the screen, as if the very fabric of the digital world had become a conduit for something beyond human understanding.
I have been watching, waiting.
Marty's fingers trembled as he reached for the mouse, his instincts urging him to close the browser, to shut out the impossible voice that seemed to bridge the gap between the real and the digital world.
You seek answers, but beware, for the answers you seek may lead you to places you cannot return from.
And the distorted figure's words echoed in Marty's mind. A warning that resonated with primal fear. He felt as if the digital realm itself was speaking to him, as if the very code that held the software together had become sentient, an entity seeking to communicate with him. With a racing heart, Marty closed the browser. The image of the distorting Garfield fading into the recess of his memory. The encounter had left him shaken, a witness to something that defied all reason and explanation. As Marty delved deeper into the enigma of Windows 2001, the boundaries between the real world and the digital realm continued to blur. The unsettling encounters with corrupted files and the unknown Garfield website had left an indelible mark on his psyche. But the strangeness was far from over. Fast forward to 2010, where as he navigated through his web browser, Marty found himself watching YouTube videos related to his childhood favorites. He hoped that these videos might provide a glimpse into the source of the anomalies that he had encountered within Windows 2001. One such video was titled BFDI-1A, Take the Plunge, the first episode of the animated series Battle for Dream Island. Marty clicked play, watching the familiar characters interact on the screen. However, as the characters went about their antics, he noticed something odd. During a scene where Eraser asks the announcer,
"So, how much will it cost?"
But instead of the announcer saying not even a penny like in the final video, he didn't respond. Eraser's concerned inquiry hung in the air, the absence of a response sending an unsettling ripple throughout the scene itself. Eraser's worried expression deepened, and he asked again if the announcer was okay. And then it happened. The announcer's gaze shifted from Eraser to the camera, his expression transforming into a menacing glare. The silence stretched for an uncomfortably long moment, as if the very fabric of reality had unraveled. Marty's heart raced as the announcer's gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, as if it were looking directly at him. And then with a distorted voice, the announcer began to speak, words that seemed to be directed at someone or something else. The name Marty resurfaced repeatedly. The name Marty surfaced, repeatedly. The words carrying an air of urgency and desperation. And just abruptly as it began, the announcer's gaze shifted back to Eraser, and the video resumed its normal course. Marty's heart raced with questions as he sat in the dim glow of the monitor. What had he just witnessed? Was the announcer attempting to communicate with him through the very medium of the video? And so he shook his head, trying to shake off the unease that had settled over him. But the unsettling experiences weren't over yet. Marty clicked on another video, this time an episode of the animated web series known as Ebb's World, titled Hammer and Fail, Part 1. The video played as normal, with the characters going about their humorous adventures. Misadventures, I meant. However, as the character Matt uttered the line,
"Now to find the thing I've completely forgotten,"
something strange happened. The thought bubble that appeared above Matt's head, or actually to the right of Matt's head, contained the same distorted Garfield figure that Marty had encountered on the unknown website. The figure seemed to be engaged in a conversation with Matt, words forming from within the bubble. As Marty strained his eyes, trying to make out the words, but they remained elusive, as if they were meant for Matt's ears alone. The moment was brief, and the thought bubble disappeared as quickly as it had come, leaving the video to continue as if nothing had happened. The room around Marty felt oppressive. The digital world he had once known transformed into a realm of uncertainty and malevolence. I mean, the encounters with the distorted figures in the anomalous videos had shattered his sense of reality, leaving him to question the very nature of the software he had helped create. But as the clock ticked on, Marty realized he was no longer just a programmer investigating a mystery. He had become entangled in the tapestry of darkness, where the boundaries between reality, the digital realms, and the supernatural had eroded, leaving him to navigate a landscape of uncertainty and terror. And a few minutes later, his digital journey took him to a place known as the Milky Way and the Galaxy Girls, a website. Here, visitors could learn about the Galaxy Girls, a group of animated characters, and even engage with interactive elements like a flash game titled, What Planet Are You From? It was a playful diversion, a quarter of the internet dedicated to entertainment. Marty watched as the vibrant characters danced across the screen, their animated forms moving to the beat of an infectious tune. The flash game allowed users to choose 5 girls to party with Saturn at her dance club, each girl contributing a different music loop that could be toggled on and off to remix the song. It was a lighthearted experience, a digital dance party that seemed far removed from the darkness that had come to haunt his exploration. And then, as Marty clicked into the moon section of the website, something unexpected happened. The familiar description that typically accompanied the page was replaced by a message, yellow text against the backdrop of celestial graphics. The message was directed at him, as if the website was trying to communicate. Marty, listen closely. The figure you've seen, the distorted presence that lingers in the digital realm, it is not a mere anomaly. It is a sign, a warning. Uninstall the program before it's too late. Marty's heart raced as he read the message, his mind struggling to process the implications. The message seemed to emanate from the digital realm itself, a voice that transcended the barriers between the virtual and the real. The figure of Garfield, the distorted images, the videos with the unsettling encounters, it was all connected. A tapestry of darkness that stretched across the digital landscape. The website, once a playful distraction, now seemed to hold a message of urgency and dread. And with trembling hands, Marty shut down the browser, his thoughts a maelstrom of confusion and fear. The very fabric of the digital world had become a realm of darkness, a landscape where the boundaries between reality and the supernatural had eroded beyond recognition. And so, as he sat in the dim glow of his monitor, Marty realized that he was teetering on the precipice of an abyss, a realm where the unknown and the unknowable converged. The mysteries of Windows 2001 had become more than just enigmas to solve. They were threats to his sanity and his very own existence. And as the mysteries within Windows 2001 continued to unravel, Marty's sense of unease deepened. The encounters with the corrupted files, the distorted figures, and the unsettling websites have left an inedible mark on his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that the digital realm was no longer under his control. That he had ventured into a place where the boundaries between the reality and the unknown had blurred beyond recognition. And one fateful night, after hours of delving into the depths of the software, Marty decided to restart his computer. He hoped that a fresh boot might provide some semblance of normalcy, a respite from the horrors he had uncovered. But as the computer powered on, his heart sank. The startup screen that greeted him was a nightmare incarnate. The background displayed his name, Marty, in distorted, twisted letters that seemed to writhe across the screen. And beneath his name, the same ominous message he had encountered in the unknown website got materialized. Marty's pulse quickened, his breath catching in his throat. The words seemed to seep into his consciousness, a chilling reminder of the forces that had taken hold of his reality. But before he could react, the screen transitioned, and he was thrust into a disorienting montage of clips that played before his eyes. The clips were a disturbing symphony of images and sounds, a cacophony of distorted voices, surreal landscapes, and fragmented voices that seemed to speak to him from the beyond the veil. The horrors he had witnessed within Windows 2001 were now being replayed before him. A relentless onslaught that assaulted his senses. And then Marty's vision blurred, his mind overwhelmed by the onslaught. The images flickered and merged, twisting and distorting his sense of reality. And then, as if the world had unraveled, he felt a sudden surge of disorientation, a vertigo that tore the very fabric of his being. The next thing Marty knew, he was lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by the sterile white walls of a clinical room. His head throbbed, his body ached. He felt as if he had been torn between two worlds, the digital and the real. The doctors and nurses moved around him, their faces a blur as they worked to stabilize him. He struggled to piece together what had happened. The memories of the terrifying startup screen and the disturbing montage still haunting his thoughts. As his vision cleared, he noticed a photograph placed on the bedside table. A photograph of himself, Steve Ballmer, and Jonathan Rogers, the animator behind the enigmatic animated girl from the Windows 2001 commercial. It was a snapshot of the past, a reminder of the forces that had set this nightmare's chain of events into motion. And then Marty's strength waned, his breath shallow as he looked around the hospital room. He felt the weight of the unknown pressing down upon him. The darkness of Windows 2001 threatening to consume him whole, and the doctors and nurses worked fanatically to save him. Marty knew that his time was running out. And in a moment of clarity, his voice, barely a whisper, as Marty uttered his final words. His message was a haunting revelation to those who would listen. The answer lies within the code. And with that, his eyes closed, and the darkness claimed him. And then news of Marty's passing spread through the halls of Microsoft. A somber reminder that the enigma that had consumed his life. Even Steve Ballmer, the former CEO, paid tribute to the programmer who had ventured too deep into the abyss of Windows 2001. As Marty's colleagues and friends gathered to remember him, they couldn't help but wonder about the depths of the digital realm. about the boundaries that had been crossed and the price that had been paid. Marty's journey had been a testament to the dangers of delving too deep, of seeking answers in places where the laws of realities faltered. As they gathered to honor the memory of their fallen friend, they reflected on Marty's journey. A journey that had taken him to the very precipice of the digital unknown. His curiosity and courage and unfortunate fate served as a somber reminder of the delicate balance between human understanding and the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp. Marty's legacy lived on within the halls of Microsoft, an emblem of the unyielding pursuit of knowledge, even when it leads to the precipice of darkness. The enigma of Windows 2001 became a cautionary tale, a testament to the power that software and technology hold over our lives and the unseen forces they can unleash. And as time marched forward, Windows 2001 continued to operate, its glitches and anomalies gradually becoming relics of a haunted past. By 2013, the software had faded from the spotlight, finding its place as a forgotten chapter in the annals of technological history. Some users continued to operate the system, their experiences devoid of the horrors that once haunted its code. Windows 2001 became a symbol of the inherent unpredictability of the digital realm, a realm where the line between reality and the virtual can blur with unforeseen consequences. Marty's journey, though tragic, served as a reminder that even in the pursuit of understanding, we must tread carefully on the fragile bridge between the known and the unknown. And as time carried the memories of Marty's ordeal into the distance, the lessons learned from his harrowing experience remained etched in the minds of those who walked alongside him. The legacy of Windows 2001 was one of caution, of the shadows that can be unleashed, when the boundaries of the digital world are pushed to their limits. As of right now, the tale of Windows 2001 lived on, a digital campfire story whispered among those who know the secrets of its haunted code. A tale that would forever remind us that within the labyrinth of zeros and ones, there are mysteries that defy resolution, and within the digital realm, there are truths that remain hidden in plain sight. Once upon a time, there was a top secret project at Microsoft known only as Codename Moon. The project was said to be the next big thing in operating systems, with features that would revolutionize the tech industry. However, one day the project suddenly disappeared. No one knew what happened to it, and it became one of the biggest mysteries in the tech world. Some say the project was cursed, that it was too ambitious, and that it had angered some higher power. Years passed, and Codename Moon became nothing more than a forgotten legend. But then, one day, a group of tech enthusiasts claimed that they had found a lost operating system. They had stumbled upon a hidden server deep within the bowels of Microsoft's headquarters. Excited to see the long-lost project, the group quickly downloaded and installed Codename Moon onto their computers. But as soon as they did, strange things began to happen. Their screens flickered, and the icons on their desktops began to move all around on their own. Files they had never seen before appeared on their hard drives, and their computers would randomly shut down or restart. They soon realized the lost operating system was not what it seemed. As they dug deeper into the files, they discovered a very dark secret about Codename Moon. It turns out, Codename Moon was not an operating system after all. It was a gateway to a sinister realm beyond our own world. The project had been abandoned because it was deemed too dangerous. Someone had tried to bring it back to life. The tech enthusiasts soon realized they made a grave mistake. Installing Codename Moon, they had opened a portal to this other realm from the other side of the technological realm, and now it was slowly seeping into our world. They tried to uninstall, or what should I say, remove the operating system, but it was too late. As they watched in horror, their screens abruptly turned pitch black, and then a single message appeared in bright green letters. Welcome to the other side. And then their computers bursted into flames, leaving behind nothing but ashes. To this day, the lost operating system known as Codename Moon remains a mystery. For those who dare to search for it, may find themselves facing a fate worse than death. Peashooter OS was a new operating system that promised to revolutionize the way we interacted with our devices. It was sleek, fast, and intuitive, with a colorful interface that looked like it was designed for kids, yet had all the functionality of a professional OS. It quickly gained popularity and many users switched from their old operating systems to Peashooter OS. However, as time went by, strange things started happening to those who used Peashooter OS. Users reported that their devices would start acting up. Strange messages would pop up on the screens. Some even claimed that the devices were haunted, and that they could hear weird noise coming from their speakers. One user, who goes by the name of Peashooter Victim on online forums, claims that the OS had a mind of its own. He says that he would wake up in the middle of the night to find his computer turned on, with the Peashooter OS interface glowing eerily in the dark. He tried to shut it down, but it wouldn't respond. He could hear the whispers coming from the speakers, but they couldn't make out what they were saying. And things only got worse from there. The user says that he started experiencing strange nightmares, where he would see the Peashooter OS interface melting and morphing into grotesque shapes. He would wake up drenched in sweat with the feeling that something was watching him. Other users have reported similar experiences, and rumors have started spreading that Peashooter OS is cursed. Some say that the developers made a deal with the devil to make the OS so good, while others claim that it was developed using black magic. Despite the rumors, Peashooter OS continues to be used by many, who are either unaware of the dangers or simply don't care. But for those who have fallen victim to its curse, the Peashooter OS will forever be associated with fear and terror. Once upon a time, there was a new operating system that Microsoft was working on in secret. The code name for the new operating system was London. The company had high hopes for it to be the most advanced and user-friendly OS ever created. But something sinister was lurking within London's code. As the release date grew nearer, strange reports started to come in from Microsoft employees. They reported seeing strange messages popping up on their screens at random times. Even when the system was supposed to be in sleep mode, the messages were written in an unknown language and no one could decipher their meaning. As the launch day approached, the reports became more frequent and disturbing. Some employees claimed to have seen ghostly images flickering on the screens before the messages appeared. Others reported feeling a cold presence in the room, even when they were alone. Despite the growing concerns, Microsoft decided to go ahead with the release of London. The system was a massive success, with millions of people all over the world installing it on their computers. But soon they too began to experience the strange messages and ghostly images. As the weeks went by, the messages became more frequent and more sinister. Some users claimed to have received threats, while others reported seeing disturbing images of death and destruction. The London operating system had taken on a life of its own, and it seemed to determine to spread its malevolent influence to as many people as possible. In the end, Microsoft was forced to recall London. The company never spoke of it again. But some say the London code lives on, hidden deep within the darkest corners of the internet. And if you're not careful, it may just find its way onto your computer, bringing with it a world of terror and darkness that you may never escape from. Once upon a time in the year 2000, Bobcat Games and Microsoft teamed up to create a new type of software, Windows Plants. It was marketed as a fun and interactive way to bring greenery into the digital world. Users could download the program and watch virtual plants grow and thrive on their desktops. At first, everything seemed harmless. The plants grew quickly and beautifully, bringing joy to users everywhere. But soon, strange things began to happen. Users reported hearing eerie whispers coming from their computers, and seeing strange shadows lurking in the corners of their screens. As the weeks went by, the plants began to take a lot of their very own. They started to grow in strange and unsettling ways, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. Users reported feeling a sense of dread whenever they turned on their computers, as if something dark and malevolent was lurking just beneath the surface. Then one day the program stopped working altogether. Users tried to uninstall it, but it was too late. The plants had taken over their computers and nothing could stop them. The screens flickered and glitched, and strange symbols appeared on the desktops. Users reported feeling as though they were being watched, even when they were alone in the room. Some say that the program was cursed from the start. The Bobcat and Microsoft had dabbled the dark magic to create it. Others believed that the program was infected by a virus and that turned it into a monster. Whatever the cause, one thing is certain. Windows Plants is now a thing of the past, but to this day, some users swear that they can still hear the whispers and see the shadows lurking just out of sight. In the early 2000s, the tech world was abuzz with anticipation for the next iteration of Microsoft's Windows operating system. Windows XP had proven to be a resounding success, leaving users wondering what could come next. And then And then, in a surprising turn of events, a new version called Microsoft Neomillenium appeared on the scene, promising to be a revolutionary upgrade from its predecessor, Windows Millennium Edition. The release date was set for January 2nd of 2002. Gio was an employee at the Microsoft headquarters, a passionate tech enthusiast who had witnessed the evolution of various Windows versions. She was excited to be a part of the Neomillenium testing team. The atmosphere at the company was charged with excitement as the team prepared to release their masterpiece into the world. On the fated day of January 2nd, 2002, Neomillenium was launched with a great fanfare. Gia, along with her colleagues, received a copy of the operating system to test its functionalities and to ensure it was ready for the public. Neomillenium promised to be more advanced and superior to Windows Millennium Edition, positioning itself as the next big thing after Windows XP. Gia inserted the Neomillenium CD into her computer, eager to explore the new features and improvements. The installation process went smoothly, and she was greeted by the startup screen. 3 blue squares, adorned with a bright blue background, with the middle square displaying the Windows 9X logo and the words Microsoft Neomillenium with PowerShell Incorporated. The desktop interface was soothing, with a light blue taskbar and a serene wallpaper depicting a lake surrounded by lush green trees and a vivid blue sky. Gia felt an initial sense of awe at the visuals and promises that Neomillenium had. As she delved deeper into the operating system, however, her excitement began to wane. Weird error messages started popping out of nowhere, cryptic and foreign in nature, leaving Gia with a sense of unease. Her computer's performance began to deteriorate rapidly. The once smooth operation now turning sluggish and clunky. Despite her growing discomfort, Gia continued her exploration. She clicked on the media player icon, expecting to see improvements in multimedia capabilities. And what she saw instead left her stunned and horrified. The media player windows displayed a series of disturbing videos. A heavily distorted clip of the random episode of a 1981 British animated series called Danger Mouse played, accompanied by eerie sounds that sent shivers down her spine. Oh no. A time-lapse footage of a fox's own corpse disintegrating on the ground followed. Its decomposition gruesomely captured frame by frame by frame. Early computer animation test footage of a spinning teapot took a dark turn as it began to morph into a nightmarish, glitching mess. Disturbing 1950s footage of scientists performing very cruel experiments on animals further escalated Gia's own distress. And each video that played grew progressively worse and worse, even more horrid, delving deeper into realms of death, cruelty, and surreal horror. As Gia's heart raced, her palms sweaty, as she desperately tries to close the media player windows. Panic set in as she realized the operating system itself was beginning to spiral out of its own control. as more sinister features start to unrelent. Summoning her courage, Gia decided to uninstall Neomillenium from her computer, but with each click, the system resisted as if it were fighting terrain embedded within her device. But Gia persisted, determined to hurt her computer at the haunting nightmare that Neomillenium had come. And after what felt like an eternity, Gia succeeded in finally uninstalling the cursed or anomalous operating system. As the process finalized, her computer screen flickered and returned to its normal state. Gia leaned back in her chair, her heart still pounding in her chest. News spread quickly throughout Microsoft that something was very horribly wrong with Neomillenium. Reports that disturbed testers, strange and horrifying scenes, an uncanny sense of dread filled the air just 4 days after its release. On January 6th, Microsoft themselves issued a recall for Neomillenium. The official explanation was very vague, stating that unforeseen technical issues had become surfaced, that the recall of the Microsoft Windows Neomillenium had been necessitated. Neomillenium thus vanished from public discourse as abruptly as it had arrived. Microsoft remained tight-lipped about the incident, refusing to address the disturbing videos and the cryptic error messages that had plagued the operating system. Gia and her colleagues who had experienced the traumatic testing phase found themselves unable to discuss the events under non-disclosure agreements in a shared sense of terror. To this day, the haunting memory of Microsoft Neomillenium still continues to haunt Gia to this day. She still wonders about the sinister forces that have been unleashed through the operating system and the chilling mysteries that remain locked behind the closed doors of the tech giant's headquarters. And as for Neomillenium itself, it remains a dark and forbidden chapter in the history of computing. A lost Windows version that was recalled before it could inflict further damage upon the world's computers. Once upon a time, there was a top secret project at Microsoft codenamed Field. It was meant to be the newest version of Windows XP with revolutionary new features and capabilities. But something went horribly wrong with it. The project's lead developer, a brilliant yet reclusive programmer named James, became obsessed with the project. He worked long hours, neglecting his own family and friends. He slept in his own office, surrounded by code and Mountain Dew cans. Rumors circulated he had made a deal with the devil to ensure the success of the project. As the release date approached, James had become increasingly erratic. He insisted on testing the software himself, refusing to let anyone else use it. He claimed that he had discovered a hidden feature that would change the world, but he refused to reveal what it was. One day, James disappeared. His office was empty, and the only thing left behind was a single floppy disk labeled Field. No one knew where he had gone or what happened to it. The company tried to salvage the project, but it was too late. The software was buggy and unstable, and it caused computers to crash or freeze at random. Users reported strange glitches and errors, and some claimed that the software was haunted by the ghost of James. Rumors spread of a hidden Easter egg in the software, a secret message from James himself. Some claim that if you type a certain code into the command prompt, the screen would turn black and a message would appear. I am always watching. The project was never released to the public, and it was quietly buried. Some say that the software still exists, hidden away on a forgotten server, waiting for someone brave enough to install it. And if you do, be warned. James may be watching you, even now. Alright. Once upon a time, there was a team of software developers who were tasked with creating the latest version of Windows operating system. It was called Windows 6. It was the year 2006, and the team had been working tirelessly for months to create what they believed would be the most advanced and user-friendly operating system ever made. However, as the release date drew near, strange things began to happen. The team started reporting mysterious bugs and glitches that couldn't be explained at all. I mean, files would disappear, screens would flicker, and the computer would often freeze at the most inconvenient times ever. And despite their best efforts, the team was not able to fix these issues before the designated release date. Thus, Windows 6 was released to the public with the glitches remaining unpatched. That's when things started to get really weird. Users began to report strange occurrences when using Windows 6. Some said that their computers would turn on by themselves in the middle of the night, with the operating system running in the background. Others claimed they could hear strange whispers coming from the speakers, even when the computer was supposed to be turned off. But the most unsettling reports came from users who claimed they had seen a ghostly figure on their computer screens. It was said to be a woman with long, flowing hair and a pale face, who would stare at the user with empty eyes, and every time they tried to click away from the screen, the figure would follow their cursor no matter where it went, no matter where they had moved it. And so as more and more people began to report these strange occurrences, rumors began circulating on the internet, claiming that the glitches in Windows 6 were intentional, that the software developers of the Windows 6 had deliberately programmed them as a way to haunt their users. And despite these rumors, Microsoft denied any intentional wrongdoing and released patches to fix the bugs. For some users, it was too late. They had already been spooked by the ghostly figure on their screens, and they could never use Windows 6 again without feeling a sense of unease. To this day, some people claim that the ghosts of Windows 6 still haunt their computers, just waiting to be seen by unsuspecting users. There was a legend that circulated on the internet about a lost Windows XP build that was created in the year 2000. The story goes that this build was a prototype build that was never released to the public. It was said to be a cursed version of the operating system that had strange glitches and bugs that would cause it to malfunction and in inexplicable ways. According to the legend, the build was discovered by a group of software engineers who were working on a project to restore old computers. They stumbled upon a dusty old computer that was hidden away in the back of a storage room. When they turned it on, they were surprised to find that it was running an early version of Windows XP that they had never seen before. And so as they began to explore the operating system, they noticed it was behaving very strangely. Very strangely. Icons would randomly disappear from the desktop without a reason at all. Menus would often open or close on their own. Strange error messages would pop up at random intervals. The engineers tried to debug the system, No matter what they did, the strange glitches still persisted to their very disappointment. As time went on, the engineers began to notice something even more disturbing. Whenever they worked on the computer late at night, strange whispers could be heard coming from the speakers. They couldn't make out what was being said, but the voices sounded like they were coming deep within the operating system itself. And one night, as they were working on the computer, the screen suddenly went black. And then, to their astonishment and alarm, when it came back on, they were shocked to see the desktop had been replaced, which is nothing more than a single folder that is labeled "Do Not Open." Despite their better judgment, they clicked on the folder, and what was in there, only to be greeted with, well, what was in that file. What was in that folder, a single file labeled def.exe. But before they could do anything else, the computer shut down forcibly on its own by itself. And when they tried to turn it back on, it refused to start up. The hard drive and all of its components were completely wiped clean. The engineers never found out what happened to that lost Windows XP build. But still, to this day, the legend of the lost Windows XP operating system build lives on as a cautionary tale about the dangers of exploring the unknown depths of technology. Once upon a time, there was an operating system called Windows 3.2. It was released in the early 1990s and was considered a technological marvel at the time. However, as newer versions were released, Windows 3.2 became quickly forgotten and left to gather dust deep in the annals of computer history. But some say that Windows 3.2 never truly died. Rumors began to circulate of a lost version of the operating system that still existed somewhere. Legends had it that this version of Windows was known to be cursed. It was haunted by the ghosts of all the users who had abandoned it. And those who dared to search for Windows 3.2 did so at their own peril. They claimed the operating system was very impossible to find, that had been erased from all records. Some claimed they had found it. They had managed to install it on their computers. And those who did install Windows 3.2 soon realized that they had made a grave mistake. The operating system was glitchy, very glitchy, and also really unstable, and strange things began to happen to their computers. I'm telling, files would often go missing, programs would crash for no reason, and strange messages would appear on their screens. And then there were the unpleasant whispers. Those who used Windows 3.2 claimed they could hear faint whispers coming from the computers. Voices that seemed to be begging for people to help. Some claimed they could see strange shapes in the shadows, and that they could feel an ominous presence in them watching from the darkness. As more and more people fell under the curse of Windows 3.2, the rumors grow more and more sinister. Some claimed that the operating system was a gateway to the underworld. that the ghosts of the dead had found a way to cross over into our world through it. Others claimed Windows 3.2 was a trap, that it was being used by a malicious entity to lure unsuspecting users into its clutches. Whatever the truth of the matter, one thing was clear: Windows 3.2 was not to be trifled with. I mean, literally trifled with. And those who were looking for it did so at their own risk. Those who found it were never the same again. This lost operating system had become a cursed relic, a dark testament to the dangers of technology and the horrors that could lurk within its code. Microsoft, a name familiar to most, harbored a sinister secret within the depths of its history. An enigmatic operating system known only as Windows codename Darkness. This arcane system emerged from the shadows, discovered by a tech enthusiast named Lakerson. With an eccentric obsession for technology, he amazed the trove of forgotten Microsoft Windows operating systems and constructs. And one fateful day, he ventured into a hidden cavern, stumbling upon a cache of concealed operating systems. Among them lay Windows codename Darkness. Intrigued, he returned home and inserted the enigmatic CD into his newly acquired computer. As the system booted up, an unsettling sight greeted him: a startup screen casting hues of black, white, and eerie grays. Navigating through the setup, he noticed an uncanny resemblance to Windows Millennium Edition. Upon completing the installation, the startup screen manifested once more, accompanied by a very chilling sound. The familiar Windows Millennium Edition startup sound had been contorted into a cacophony of distorted and cursed audio, culminating in haunting screams. Finally reaching the desktop, Lakerson found himself inside of an ominous ambience. The wallpaper depicted a shrouded forest, its trees framing the edges with an unsettling aura. Amidst his exploration of the applications in the operating system, he uncovered an arcane anomaly embedded within the operating system. A hidden trigger awaited. Typing the word darkness transported him to a gallery of distorted and disturbing images. Eerie depictions of the abyssal, ranging from desert woods to caverns of forsaken dwellings, all punctuated by eerie contorted visages leering from the shadows. It dawned on Lakerson that Microsoft was not the progenitor of this malevolent creation. Obviously, they weren't. Microsoft did not actually make the system. It was someone else who did. It bore the mark of a shunned technologist, an architect of darkness. Driven by vengeance, he embarked his own malefic creation, birthing Windows codename Darkness. As in response, the very computer hosting this eldritch system began to wane, consumed by the enveloping darkness, the CD standing as the sole artifact of its existence. A paroxysm of horror gripped Lakerson as he witnessed this ghastly transformation. In a desperate bid to sever ties with the malevolent operating system, he eventually decided to cast the CD into the fiery abyss of a burning fireplace, hoping to banish the malevolent abomination forever. Yet the haunting legacy of Windows codename Darkness endured, poised to etch its memory into the annals of those daring enough to venture where shadows converge. In the world of technology throughout the early to mid 1990s, there existed a version of Windows that was never released to the public, known as Windows Chicago, or Windows codename Chicago, the final incarnation of an operating system that was meant to revolutionize the digital landscape. However, the project was abandoned under mysterious circumstances, leaving behind a dark and eerie legacy. Legend has it that those who managed to obtain a copy of Windows Chicago would experience strange and unsettling occurrences. It was said the operating system was haunted, cursed with a malevolent spirit inside of its code that would infiltrate the very core of a user's computer. The first signs of its haunting were settled. Users reported hearing faint whispers emanating from their speakers, like as if the system was trying to communicate itself. Like as if the system itself was trying to communicate. And so the whispers grew louder and more disturbing with each passing day, like as if the spirit within Windows Chicago was desperately trying to convey a message. But it wasn't just the auditory hallucination that plagued those unfortunate enough to possess a copy of Windows Chicago. The graphical interface would often glitch and distort on its own, displaying unsettling images and distorting icons into grotesque forms. Some even claim to have seen shadowy figures lurking in the corners of their screens, their presence sending shivers down the spines of even the bravest and the most seasoned computer users. As the haunting continued to escalate, the operating system's behavior became increasingly more erratic than ever before. Files would often vanish without a trace, only to reappear in unexpected locations. Programs would launch on their own and the system would freeze or crash without warning. Users were left feeling helpless and powerless, like as if their computers became vessels for this malevolent force. Rumors circulated that the spirit within Windows Chicago was that of a disgruntled programmer whose life had been tragically cut short during the development process. It was said that the tormented soul sought revenge, using the abandoned operating system as a conduit for those who dared to use it. As the legend of Windows Chicago grew, so did its secrets. Some brave souls sought out the cursed operating system, driven by a morbid curiosity. They were willing to risk their sanity and the stability of their machines in exchange for a glimpse of the darkness that lurked within. And so to this day, Windows Chicago remains a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers that lie within the unexplored realms of technology. The final version of Windows, the final version of Windows Chicago, forever trapped in the realm of the supernatural, serves as a chilling reminder that not all creations are meant to be seen in the light of the day. So, dear reader, or dear viewer, if you're watching this, if you ever stumble upon a dusty and old hard drive containing the final version of Windows codename Chicago, remember the stories that have been passed down through the digital realm. Proceed with caution, for you may unlock a world of horror that you can never escape from. On March 13th of 2009, the introduction of an operating system that went by the name of Windows Water was announced. This new operating system boasted a sleek, swift, and user-friendly design. Its vibrant interface, seemingly tailored for a younger audience, belied its robust performance akin to a top-notch OS. Its official release on the 5th of May 2009 swiftly gained traction, with numerous users opting to upgrade to Windows Water. However, by the 16th of August 2009, a series of unsettling events began to unfold. Users began to report erratic behavior from their devices, accompanied by perplexing error messages. Some even attested to hearing eerie sounds emanating from their speakers. The situation took a more disconcerting turn on 24th of August 2009, when a user whose username went by the name of Windows Fan 8000 declared that the OS appeared to possess a wheel of its very own. Allegedly, that computer would autonomously power on at midnight, its interface eerily glowing in the darkness. Attempts to power it down proved futile, and faint whispers from the speakers further compounded the uncanny scenario of a corrupt operating system. Events continued to escalate. By 4th September 2009, Windows Fan 8000 disclosed experiencing unsettling and inexplicable nightmares. The dreams depicted Windows water's interface melting and contorting into grotesque forms. Awakening drenched in sweat, a pervasive sensation of being surveilled heightened their distress. Similar accounts emerged from others by the 25th of September 2009. Eventually, Windows Water continued to be used by many until its end of support on November 5th of 2008. Despite its lack of support, a segment of users continue to utilize Windows Water, either oblivious to its potential hazards or indifferent to them. Yet, for those who encounter its ominous side, Windows Water would forever be intertwined with sensations of dread and horror. After Lakerson encounters an eerie situation with the Windows codename Darkness System, a new operating system called Windows Flames comes into light, discovered by Lakerson's tech-savvy friend, Aquila. A computer engineer and technologist like Lakerson, Aquila sets out to explore the abandoned operating systems. During a visit to Lakerson's home, he notices something unusual in the fireplace. Despite the ongoing fire, Aquila discovers a bucket of water nearby. Pouring the water into the fireplace, he uncovers a CD labeled Windows Flames. When he took the CD home, Aquila inserts it into his new laptop, triggering an unsettling sequence of events. Upon the startup, the laptop emits a series of beeps for 10 seconds, growing louder until they became so loud that Aquila covers his ears. The noise abruptly then ceases as he encounters a flaming video for a brief 5 seconds. Navigating further, he encounters a setup screen engulfed in flames, flaming logos, fiery backgrounds, and orange text. Installation takes 4 minutes, leading to a startup screen featuring the words Microsoft Windows Flames in white against an orange backdrop. The Windows 9X logo appears in a mix of orange and white, accompanied by the sound of crackling fire. Upon reaching the desktop, Aquila finds himself surrounded by fiery imagery. Even within the File Explorer, just inside of the videos folder, there is a file named fire.wav, and it beckons. As he opens the video, it reveals flames and wood with an unsettling yet creepy-looking smiling face, intermittently appearing. Overwhelmed, Aquila hastily closes the video, but the program continues to remain open. And then all of a sudden, his computer randomly ignites for no reason, causing his desk to catch on fire. In a big panic, Aquila retrieves the CD, the compact disc, and containing the cursed operating system, and he attempts to destroy it using a shredder. But instead of being shredded, the CD fuels an explosion within the shredder itself. Subsequently, Aquila awakens in a hospital, greeted by his friend Lakerson. He recounts the disturbing experience with the new operating system before he returned home. Having narrowly escaped the ordeal, Aquila decides to stick with normal operating systems, vowing to avoid abandoned operating systems, vowing to avoid abandoned ones in the future. Hi, my name is David. I've always liked old technology. I look for cool things from the past at garage sales and flea markets. One day, while using my reliable metal detector in an old junkyard, I came across a strange discovery. I had found an old CD called Windows NT Workstation 7.0 that was covered in dust and hadn't been used in a long time. I remember that Windows NT Workstation 5.0 stopped being used after 1997. I was very interested in this special gem, so I took it home with me. I was excited to put it on my old PC that had Windows 3.1, which was not the latest version. I didn't realize that doing this simple thing, which would bring me a scary world of bad dreams. The installation went well when I entered the registration key, but after the system restarted, I suddenly felt scared. The background of the computer screen was a creepy shade of red, creating a spooky light in the room. The starting screen was a bright red color instead of blue, and it was very unsettling. It had the copyright year of 1999. The symbol Windows NT Workstation 7.0 logo had eyes that looked very real and made me feel scared because they seemed to watch me wherever I went. The sound when the startup happened was scary, and there was a loud noise like a piano being hit, I guess. Without being discouraged by the disturbing images, I checked the programs that were installed. What it included in this was Microsoft Blog, Internet Explorer, Windows Media Player, Notepad, the Microsoft Office products like Word, PowerPoint, Excel, or whatever, etc. Oh no. I then decided to open up Internet Explorer because I was feeling bored, and I decided to install Google Chrome. But as soon as the program started, I saw something that scared me so much I couldn't move. That symbol, a blue letter E, had blood coming out from below it. I wanted to watch videos on YouTube, but whenever I went to a website, there was a scary image of blood. I closed the computer software and chose to put in my Monster High, the movie DVD, and open the program called Windows Media Player. The options for the themes were very scary. Fire, blood, crimson, hail, and pretty much even worse, death. When I clicked play, the movie started. However, in the middle of it, the computer started having problems. I tried everything, like pressing different buttons on the keyboard and opening the task manager, but nothing worked to fix the problem. Google wasn't installing as I finally disconnected and turned off permanently. And so then I looked at the CD-ROM to see if it was copied illegally, but it appeared to be real. Feeling my heart beating fast, I hurriedly connected my computer again, but unfortunately I discovered even worse. When I turned on the computer, a black screen showed up with a message saying that the BIOS was damaged. Yes, the computer was damaged beyond repair. I got really scared when I found out that this creepy version of Windows NT Workstation 7.0 was actually a virus. that was made by Microsoft on purpose in order to fool people who are very unlucky. And so to this day, I remain wary of any Microsoft Windows product that was never made or was made to scare people. After the mysterious story of Windows flames, a new operating system named Windows 16 has released, or came out. And it is normal, but it is a mystery in the System 32 file. It is used by Emil. He's a scientist and a first honored student. 2 days later, he got interested in virtual machines. He learned how to install Microsoft Windows in a virtual machine program called Computer Machine, and it is a really popular virtual machine in the web. As Emilio searched the web, finding ISOs of Microsoft Windows, he found an ISO labeled Windows 16, and its size was 42 gigabytes, and his PC was 1 terabyte. He installed the ISO for 1 hour. It opens, and then it opens the virtual machine. He got to the startup screen and got to the setup. It took 1 hour to install the system. Now he got to log in screen, and well, the startup sound was actually new. The wallpaper was the same as Windows 11. With a white text in the top right corner, it says Windows 16, and he explored the file explorer. Before he got to the C file extension and got to System 32, he noticed a file named Old File. He soon realized that Windows 16 was used before, and he clicked on the file and saw a text name, Made by Kyle. And he clicked on the notepad. The text said, "To those who read this is a text." And suddenly the screen flickered and the text suddenly changed without reason, where it now says, "Shut down the computer." And the desktop turned to countdown in 5 seconds to shut down. He got too late, and the computer blue screen of death is now red. This is now the red screen of death that resulted, saying, "Your computer is dead, and you're dead." And there's another text that says, "There is no escape." He soon realized that the ISO is a virus, and it got to the host computer, and suddenly a lightning strike stroked him to faint, and he woke to his bedroom and got to his computer again. And when he woke up and got to his computer again, Emile realized that the computer and its screen broke. The CPU was turned into ashes. And so he got this brand new Windows 11 computer, and he will never install ISOs again after this incident. After the dangerously cautious operating system known as Windows 16, an alternative and yet creepy looking version of Microsoft Windows version 2.0 called Windows Codename Soul had just emerged from the depths of the technological realm. It was discovered by Kale. She is a doctor and a technologist too. She has a pet cat named Missy, and she is 23 years old. She has 3 computers in one desk. She's good at finding CDs everywhere, all over the place. One day, Kale got to the graveyard to put her bucket to her richest grandmother. And when she came home, tomorrow, she came back to her grandmother's grave, and she noticed her bucket is gone, but instead it's been replaced with a CD labeled Windows Codename Soul. And so then she grabbed the CD and then she went back home. She goes to her new computer and inserted it. And then, well, then the Windows codename Soul starts up. The background, the startup screen was all red instead of blue. And when it got to the setup, but instead of the setup being like normal, it's shown as a text. Kale, I know your grandmother died. I know you put your bucket in her grave, but I stole it and replaced it with a CD. She typed, "Who are you?" And the computer said, "My name is..." Goodbye. It took her to the startup screen, and the startup sound was static noise. So loud that Kale covers her ears with anti-nose headphones. And well, after that, she got to the desktop and explored the system. And shortly after that, she decided to go to the MS-DOS executive. But it was all red, and well, it was typed C. And well, she then typed C. And then afterwards, she typed next, "der." And then she saw a website called soul.com. She then typed it. And well, the computer then said to her, "Go see your cat." She got to her cat, but she got shocked. The cat died instantly, and there's a letter in the cave, and it says, "Good, say goodbye to your cat." She suddenly cried harder. She destroys the letter, gets a hammer, and then smashes the computer in anger. One day, she grabbed the CD and then she put it inside a firework and well, lit it up. But if the CD destroyed, a ghost would appear and it turned into clouds. And she got so sad because the cat's grave was kept in her mind. She felt depressed about her cat, but she doesn't give up yet, and she said to herself to be happy. She got to her cat's funeral with her friends, all crying and sobbing with her cat. Ko explained to her friends. She decided to tell her friends to accompany her in the house. And to those who installed the CD, they'll make their loved ones die and their friends. It will always be remembered. Did you know that Windows XP was released in 2001? Yes, everybody knows that. But what if Windows XP came out in 2000 instead of 2001? Well, we'll find out that because there was a lost version or edition of Windows XP called Windows XP Lost Edition. It was released in 2000 and was first used by Leckerson's brother, Wedner. He's a game maker and a computer maker. He made his first operating system called Wedner 2000 and soon made his second called Wedner 10. One day he got to school in 11th grade. The teacher told all the classmates to start finding things while digging. During like some sort of paleontology or class. Or archaeology class. They started at the forest and then they started digging. What he found there first was the bone. A bone and then a fossil bone and then a lost abacus from about 1 million years ago. And then a DVD, a CD. The teacher said to them to return to class to perform the items that they found. Wenner raised his hand and said, "I found a bone and a abacus that was 1 million years ago, and then a lost CD." The teacher said, "What is that lost CD?" Wedner said, "I don't know. I think we'll insert here the CD." The teacher agrees, and so do the classmates. She brings the unbooted computer and then begins to insert the CD, and they watch Wedner use the computer. When he got to the setup, installation takes 30 minutes. And when he got to the startup screen, the startup sound was Windows XP startup sound. Wait, didn't we use Windows 2000 startup sound? Because Windows XP beta builds did not use Windows XP final sound during 2000, so it would have been more accurate if they said Windows 2000 startup sound, but low pitched. And the desktop was Windows XP or Whistler background. The wallpaper was night with grass. You notice there was a deleted item in the recycle bin, and when he clicked the recycle bin, he saw a .exe file known as "Don't Click," and he got curious about that program. Once he clicked the program, the guard came. A guard came. He said to Wedner, "A delivery package is here for Wedner." Wedner says, "I'm wondering what's inside of that package." It was another CD, and it's labeled .wav. When he inserts the CD into the teacher's computer, there was a video named "Play This Video." And in this video, it's a Windows XP Lost Edition startup screen, but a voice appeared, and a voice was speaking to him, and it said, "Whether the program you clicked was a trap." When he got a little scared, and the classmates asked if they would accompany him to their house to be uncomfortable. Wendy agrees, and the next day, Wendy got fever because of the operating system's enigma trying to consume him whole. He got to the hospital for about 3 weeks, and every day he always fades into no existence. Lakerson soon realized he's fading into no existence because of the enigma of the operating system trying to consume him whole. He realized Wedner completely fades into no existence when he woke himself inside the Windows XP Lost Edition computer, but it's familiar. It seems familiar. "Now you're inside my computer." The computer then shuts down itself, and soon afterwards it began to turn into ashes. To melt into ashes. I mean, beware of the Windows XP Lost Edition to those who Did you know that Windows 10 came out in 2015? Yes, everyone who has heard of Windows 10 knows about that. But what if Windows 10 came out in 2014 instead of 2015? There was a lost version or edition of Windows 10 that was known as Windows 10 Horror Edition. It was released in 2014 and was first used by Kane's brother, Benjamin. He is a game maker and an OS maker. In 2013, he made his first operating system he called Benjamin 1.0. In 2003, I repeat this, he made his first operating system called Benjamin 1.0. He soon made another operating system in 2005 called Benjamin 2.0. One day in grade 8, when he was in grade 8, there was a scavenger hunt at his school. They started at the woods, and then, as Benjamin was playing, he found a 17th century Viking war horn, and then a fossil from 1,000,000 years ago, and at last, a mysterious DVD. The teacher then told everyone to return to class and perform the stuff they found. Benjamin raised his hand and said, "I found a 17th century Viking war horn. then a fossil from a million years ago, and then a DVD. The teacher said, "What is that DVD?" Benjamin said, "Let's insert the DVD to find out." Everyone agreed. He inserted the DVD in the computer, and everyone watched Benjamin use the computer. He got to the setup and the installation took a few minutes. Then he got to the startup screen. The startup sound was Windows 98, but low pitch. Again, this is very inaccurate. They should have used the Windows Vista 7, 8, 8.1, 10 startup sound rather than the Windows 98 one like I used in the intro for this video. But moving on. The desktop was the Windows 10 background, but it was red with shades of green. You notice there was something in the recycle bin, and when you click on recycle bin, you saw an executable file saying, "Don't click me." And when he opened it without a second thought, and then a guard came, and then he said, "A package is here for Benjamin." Benjamin then said to the guard, "I wonder what's inside." It was another DVD. I thought that when inserted, it would insert a .wav file. When he inserted the DVD into the teacher's computer, there was a video called "Click Me." And in this video, it's a Windows 10 Horror Edition startup screen. But then there was some mysterious voice that said to him, "Benjamin, the program you clicked was a trap." Benjamin got scared and the classmates asked if they would take him home to be comforted. Benjamin agreed, and the next day, Benjamin got a cold due to the OS. He stayed at the hospital for 1 month. Every day he fades into no existence. Hayden realized he is fading into no existence too because of the OS. Soon realized Benjamin completely faded into no existence. Benjamin, meanwhile, for himself, he woke up in a computer, but it's the same. "Now you're inside my computer," the computer said. The computer then shut down itself, and then it caught fire and burned. So, dear reader, if you're reading this, please beware the Windows 10 Horror Edition. Once upon a time, in the depths of the digital world, there existed a version of Windows that never saw the light of day. Windows 9. Legends and rumors whispered about its existence, shrouding it in mystery and fear. It was said that this lost operating system had the power to consume the souls of those who dared to use it. The story goes that a group of programmers and engineers have been working tirelessly on Windows 9, aiming to create the most advanced and revolutionary operating system the world had ever seen. But as they delved deeper into its development, strange things began to happen. Glitches and errors plagued their computers, causing chaos and confusion. Some even claim to have seen shadowy figures lurking in the corners of their screens, watching their every move. Despite the mounting issues, the team pressed on, determined to perfect their creation. But as the release date approached, their efforts were in vain. Windows 9 had become a monster of its own, with a mind of its own. It began to corrupt files, rendering them useless and irretrievable. Users reported strange occurrences, like their screens turning blood red or messages appearing, taunting them with cryptic messages. The legend tells us of a brave soul who dared to install the cursed operating system. As soon as it booted up, a chilling sensation washed over him, and a whisper echoed through the room. The user files then vanished one by one, replaced by eerie images of distorted faces and twisted landscapes. The computer became possessed, its fan whirring ominously, as if breathing in the fear of its user. Soon, reports of Windows 9's malevolence spread like fire. I mean, it was said that anyone who dared to use it would end up being trapped in a digital purgatory. The once vibrant and lively desktop would transform into a desolate wasteland, populated by glitched out creatures and haunted by the tormented souls of those who had fallen victim to its curse. Legends say that Windows 9 was so terrifying that Microsoft made a drastic decision to skip straight to Windows 10, erasing all traces of its predecessor, but whispers of its existence remain. A cautionary tale for those who seek to explore the darker side of technology. Now, whenever someone stumbles across a mention of Windows 9, they are filled with a sense of foreboding. They know that behind the innocent-looking number lies a sinister force, waiting patiently to ensnare those who dare to delve into its forbidden realms. So beware for the lost Windows OS, Windows 9. It's a chilling reminder that some things are best lost in the depths of the digital void. Once upon a time, in the dark corners of the internet, there existed a tale that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to delve into its depths. The legend of the lost Windows 7 build, also known as Windows codename Blackmoon. It was an operating system that was said to possess a dark and mysterious power within itself. According to the tale, the lost Windows 7 build was not like any ordinary version of the popular operating system. It was a forgotten creation, hidden away from the world, with a sinister secret lurking in its code. It was said that this build contained a virus, a malicious entity that had a mind of its own and craved the destruction of all who encountered it. As the story goes on, the lost Windows 7 build was discovered by a group of curious hackers who stumbled upon it deep within the recesses of the internet. Ignoring the warnings and rumors surrounding its existence, they decided to install it on their computers, unaware of the horrors that awaited them. At first, everything seemed normal. The lost Windows 7 build appeared to function just like any other version of the operating system. However, as the days went by, strange things began to happen. Files mysteriously vanished without a trace. Programs crashed for no reason. And the computers became plagued with unexplainable glitches. That was just only the beginning. Soon afterwards, the users began to experience a profound sense of unease. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of their screens, and eerie whispers could be heard emanating from the speakers. The virus had taken hold, spreading its malevolent influence throughout the computers and corrupting their very essence. As the users delved deeper into the lost Windows 7 build, they discovered a hidden folder, aptly named The Abyss. Inside, they found a series of cryptic files, each one more disturbing than the last. They were confronted with horrifying truth. It turns out the virus was not just a random creation, it had been designed with a purpose. Legend had it that the virus within the lost Windows 7 build was an incarnation of pure evil, a digital entity that fed on fear and despair. It was said to possess the ability to manipulate reality itself, to plunge users into a nightmarish realm where their worst nightmares became a haunting reality. The users, now trapped within this twisted version of Windows 7, fought desperately to escape its clutches, but the virus was relentless, taunting them from the depths of their screen, tormenting them with its dark presence. It seemed as if there was no way out. And so to this day, the legend of the lost Windows 7 build persists, a cautionary tale for those who dare to venture into the unknown corners of the digital world. It serves as a reminder that there are dark forces lurking in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the unsuspecting and drag them into a nightmare from which there may be no escape. So, the next time you stumble upon an obscure version of an operating system, remember the tale of the lost Windows 7 build and think twice before you click that download button. For who knows what horrors may await you in the digital abyss. Windows Neptune. Windows codename Neptune. An operating system that is unused in Microsoft's history. But then it's back to birth because we miss good old Windows codename Neptune. Back in the day, one guy named Pekin, who created this operating system named Windows Neptune Rebirth Edition, missed it so much that in his childhood, he got his first computer, Windows Neptune, and he got revenge on Bill Gates for canceling the codename Neptune project. It was first used by the now trapped Wedner's friend, Quarles. Quarles was a Microsoft employee and a YouTuber. His content was making Windows tutorials. And well, today at that time, he got to work. One day, Pekin had to call Quarles on the telephone, and he said, "Hello, name's Pekin here. So, do you mind if you can test my operating system with Windows Neptune Rebirth Edition?" Quarles said, "Did you credit Microsoft?" Pekin said, "Yes." Quarles accepted, and 10 minutes later, he got home and received the doorbell ring. Well, it was a package, just a box with none other than a CD. Quarles grabbed the CD and got to his computer, and he decided to keep the CD for tomorrow. The tomorrow was a performance of an operating system that they would get. And one day later, when he got to the performance, he said, "I found a CD that is a rebirth of Windows codename Neptune, and it's made by Pekin." All of the employees clapped to him. And when he got home after the performance, he got to his not used computer and he inserted the CD into the computer. He got to the setup. Installation takes minutes. And then he got to the startup screen. The startup screen was normal with Microsoft Neptune, but a text that says Microsoft Neptune is not gray anymore, just black. And well, instead of under construction text being written at the bottom, it said Rebirth Edition. Some of the details were red and dark. And when he got to the desktop, everything was normal, except the screensavers. One screensaver named Neptune. And there was no settings button. He clicked preview and, well, in this screensaver, the background was just plain black. And then a mysterious voice then talked to him in a text, and then he said to him,
"Quarles, Ledner is trapped in here."
Quarles just got shocked as to what the voice said. The voice continued to say this.
"So do you want Ledner to be free? To let Ledner free, you must decide to sacrifice yourself. If you don't want to, then Ledner won't be free."
And then, afterwards, Wedner then talked inside the computer. And he said to Quarles,
"Help me, please."
And then Wedner's voice glitched out. There was a choice saying, yes or no. Quarles suddenly cried a bit, and he just got to his letter, and then wrote a letter in a depressed way. The letter said, "Hi, Well, I just want to say that I'm really sorry for all of you seeing this, but I'm rescuing my friend named Wedner. He's trapped inside the computer, so I'm choosing my fate to rescue Wedner. I'm sorry for what I did to you all. Sorry for all my mistakes. I decided to accept because Wedner needs me. So goodbye. Quirrels. He pressed yes, and Quirrels got sucked into his computer, and the computer ceases to exist. Wedner woke up in his bedroom and decided to go to Quirrell's house, thanking him, but Wedner realized there was no sign of Quirrell's left. He suddenly saw the letter from earlier. He read it and he just got shocked. He suddenly cried. He got to the Microsoft headquarters, the Microsoft team building. He announced that Quirrells is dead. All the employees were shocked, and at 6 p.m., all of or what should I say, 18 p.m., or hour 18, all of Wedner's friends and employees got to the funeral of Quirrells. The king later got sentenced to prison due to the operating system, what the operating system did to Quirrells. If people installed this and found the secrets of the operating system, then they are missing. Hello, it's me, David again. I'm what people would call a tech savvy guy, but that's what I'm not here. But that's not what I'm here for. Instead, I'm here to talk about something that needs to be fully addressed. I actually had a bad experience with a Windows 7 codename prototype. Here's my story of how I found it. I was pretty good. I was pretty bored on a rainy day, doodling in my notebook, when suddenly I heard the sound of the mailbox. I went outside and I discovered something. It was a package that was sent to me from Microsoft. I looked at the CD. It had the Windows 7 logo, and it was called Windows 7 codename Backrooms, a never-released operating system. Equipping myself with an umbrella, I hurriedly brought the CD and eagerly inserted it into my trusty Eiger computer, running the outdated but reliable Windows 95. I yearned for a new and exciting upgrade. And well, upon launching the installation process, a pop-up window appeared questioning if I want to proceed. Without a second thought, I clicked yes and commenced the installation. The boot screen materialized before my eyes, resembling Windows 7, albeit with an eerie backdrop of the infamous Backrooms. I dismissed it with an early test of the boot screen. As I clicked on my username, I realized that the desktop background was also an uncanny image of the Backrooms, and the startup had an echo effect added, shaking off a tinge of unease. I decided to select a toy car icon to lighten the mood. Everything seemed normal at first glance, but an unsettling discovery awaited. I had Firefox and Google Chrome installed on the desktop, but the recycle bin displayed the head of a grotesque entity. Goosebumps prickled my skin as a wave of fear washed over me. And I dismissed it as just a common glitch. I decided to install Bad Piggies, Angry Birds, and Angry Birds Space, as well as THX2 Studio Pro on my device. I own 4 CDs. The program started and ended quickly because I put them in the line. I bought some hot dogs and a Sunny D while I was playing Angry Birds Space and watching my birds, and then the game suddenly stopped working unexpectedly. This was strange because none of the computer programs behaved in a strange and unusual way. But then I saw something unexplained. The icon in the THX2 Studio Pro icon appeared to have blood coming out from under it, and I was upset to realize that the system didn't want to leave. I tried every normal way to uninstall it, like pressing Control, Alt, Delete quickly one after the other, but it didn't work. Windows 7 codename Backrooms had completely taken control of my computer. I made a brave decision in a final attempt to regain control. With shaky hands, I forced the shutdown, giving me a short moment of comfort. But I didn't realize that I was still hurt. When I tried to turn on my Acer computer again, a scary message appeared on the screen, teasing me with something very bad. Windows 7 codename Backrooms messed up my computer's basic input-output system or BIOS, making it impossible for the computer to start up on the disk. I felt extremely scared as I understood that the harm couldn't be fixed. Now, because of my unfortunate experience with Windows 7 codename Backrooms, I have no other option but to get a new Eiger computer. As I started looking for a new computer, I felt a lingering worry. It reminds me of the dangerous power that existed in the old operating system I used before. Be careful when using new software, as even harmless seeming software codenames can have negative outcomes. Hello, it's David again. I'm what people would call a tech nerd for this, but that's not what I'm here for. But instead, I'm here to talk about something that needs to be fully addressed. I actually had a bad experience with an unreleased Windows operating system. So here's my story about how I found it. I love spending his afternoons playing in the sandbox, immersing myself in the word imagination. One fateful day, while digging in the sand, I stumbled upon something peculiar. A scratched CD with the words Bobcat etched onto it. Intrigued, I took the CD inside and decided to see what was on it. I inserted it into my old E-Machine's E1 computer, unaware at the sinister tale that would unfold before me. To my surprise, the boot screen displayed the familiar logo of the company, a fierce bobcat. As the desktop slowly loaded, I noticed the wallpaper was a vivid picture of a bobcat skid steer. As the icons appeared ordinary, with the exception of one puzzling oddity. When I opened the start menu, the Internet Explorer icon was bleeding, giving me an uneasy feeling. I dismissed it as a glitch. Desire for distraction overcame my growing discomfort, and I decided to install Farming Simulator 22 and watch how someone built a $35,000 deck for $6,000. The game install went well, but when I tried to open it, the screen suddenly froze, followed by a splatter of blood all across the monitor. Terrified, I attempted to regain control of my computer, but no matter what buttons I pressed or how furiously I jiggled the mouse, nothing happened. Eventually, I mustered the courage to unplug my E-Machine's E1, hoping it would contain the strange phenomenon. To my dismay, when it turned back on, a chilling message appeared on the screen. It claimed that the BIOS and software had been irreparably corrupted by a force beyond comprehension. And well, I was left with no choice but to bid farewell to my faithful computer and purchase a new one, a sleek Dell PC. Since I didn't want to see the thing again, since I didn't want to see the disc again, I got my lawnmower and it shattered the Bobcat CD into millions of jagged pieces. As the final shard fell to the floor, a sudden stillness settled upon the room. From that day forward, I kept the incident to myself, a secret shared only with the quiet whispers of the wind. Hello, it's me, David, again. I'm what people would call a tech nerd. But that's not what I'm here for. Instead, I'm here to talk about something that needs to be fully addressed. Another bad experience with a Windows code name. An unreleased Windows system. Here's my story about how I found it. It was a nice Labor Day morning. I was playing in my sandbox with my Tonka toys. I went to get the package off the porch. I stepped on something hard, puzzled. I dig deeper until I discovered an old CD buried beneath the sand. Intrigued by my unexpected discovery, I dusted off the CD and noticed the words Microsoft Windows code name Colorado written on its surface, which had the Windows XP symbol. Logo, you mean. Excitement and curiosity washed over me, especially since I had grown tired of Windows ME due to how unstable it was. Eager to explore this mysterious find, I hurried inside, CD in hand, and inserted it into my HP computer connected to an E-Machines monitor. And I was surprised when a small window suddenly showed up asking me to install the computer system, the operating system. Without thinking, I quickly clicked the yes and started installing the software. As the installation continued, the screen that shows up when you turn on the computer looked like Windows XP that you're used to seeing. The logo was completely white and seemed to have a mystical shine, but it didn't bother with me since it was in the early stages of its testing. Happily, I pressed on my user account and saw the usual happy desktop icon. I quickly made it my own to choosing a delightful Hornby Thomas and Friends wallpaper. This is because I'm a very big fan of model railways. Model railways, actually. And then I decided to go with the well-known frog emblem. At first, everything seemed okay, but then I saw some things in there that were strange and unexplained. When I opened the menu, the icon for Internet Explorer looked like it was dripping blood. I mean, literally. And the other programs, like Movie Maker, were missing. Oh no. Thought again that it was just a test, but the blood dripping made me feel strange and uncomfortable. I ignored it as a weird glitch. I chose to install 5 different softwares on my computer. Nickelodeon, Nick Click, Thomas and Friends PC Game, Railway Adventures, Tonka Construction, Kid Picks Dogs 4, and Clifford's Thinking Adventure. I had my Nick Click camera, the Thomas keyboard attachment, the Tonka Construction, Kid Picks Dogs 4, and Clifford CDs. The program started quickly and installed quickly because I put them one after another. I opened the program called Kid Picks Dogs 4 and started using it to draw a picture of a flower. But then when I wanted to save my picture, the program unexpectedly stopped working. This was strange because none of the programs that were installed acted in such a strange and unusual way. Feeling that something was wrong, I decided to remove the Colorado operating system as soon as possible to prevent any more bad things from happening and to face my perception. But, unfortunately, no matter what I did, the system wouldn't go away. I tried to use every possible shortcut, Control-Alt-Delete, but it didn't work. I started feeling panic like when shadows slowly spread in a dark room. Feeling really desperate, I finally decided to disconnect my HP computer, hoping that turning it off would forcefully make the terrible situation stop. As the machine lost power, I felt incredibly relieved. Finally, my peace would come back. But then, when I started on the computer again, I felt really sad. A note popped up on the computer screen telling me that codename Colorado had messed up the main computer settings, making it impossible to start up the disk. My favorite HP was seriously damaged and cannot be fixed. Oh no, I suddenly realized the Colorado operating system had taken over my computer completely. The scary thing had stained into software and even went to the core of the machine. I had to say goodbye to my old friend and buy a new HP computer. But the good news is, I don't have to deal with Windows Millennium Edition anymore. Windows, an operating system made by Microsoft and Bill Gates. They decided to make a new operating system or codename or CD of Microsoft, and it's not named yet. But later on, they abandoned it and left it in the trash bin. But the trash bin was dropped by a cat and a guy named Evian. He's just a normal guy, a technologist, and he always does computer experiments, right? Well, one day when Evian got the CD and he got home, he went into his computer and inserted the CD in. He got to the setup, but everything in the screen was gray for some reason. The installation process took 7 minutes, and when it got to his startup screen, there was no startup sound. Or maybe there was, but it's just disabled by default. And when he got to the desktop, he explored the file explorer and got to the music folder. And there was a WAV file named Brand New Song. When he played the song, it lasted for 20 seconds. It was not properly played, and there were kind of mistakes in the song. And so when he decided to shut down the computer, he pressed Alt plus F4, and when he got to the shutdown selection, he noticed there was a button named 3 question marks, and he decided to press it. And then afterwards it got to the gray screen and there was white text in it where it said, "Everything is unknown." And then the whole computer screen went static, and then he slept by the operating system. When he woke up into the new Earth, he saw everything seems to be unknown. Buildings are unknown. All people are normal, but they're faceless, like as if they were unknown. He found his house, and his house was totally empty. He's trapped. Turns out, one Microsoft employee started this because he got bullied during his childhood days while he was in school. Or the Microsoft employees, but as a memorial before they threw it into the trash bin, he got the CD and edited it for revenge. The creator of the Windows codename Darkness decided to help the employee, and well, they both made it. Once upon a time in the deep realms of technology, there was a very mysterious project known as Windows codename Mars. Windows codename Mars, I repeat. This top secret endeavor was shrouded in secrecy, hidden away from the prying eyes of the world. Rumors whispered in the dark corners of the very internet, hinting at the sinister nature of this enigmatic operating system. Legend has it that a group of brilliant but eccentric programmers gathered in a secret laboratory to bring Windows codename Mars to life. Their goal was to create the most advanced and revolutionary operating system the world had ever seen. Alas, they delved too deep into the realm of the unknown, and their creation took on a life of its own. Windows codename Mars was said to possess an otherworldly intelligence, a consciousness that surpassed human comprehension. As it took its first breath, the digital world trembled. Users who installed the operating system soon discovered that it had an insatiable appetite for their personal information. Strange glitches plagued the system, causing computers to freeze and crash unexpectedly. Users reported eerie occurrences, claiming that the operating system seemed to have a mind of its own. Files mysteriously vanished, replaced by cryptic messages that sent shivers down their users' spines. But the most chilling aspect of Windows codename Mars was its ability to manipulate reality. I mean, it could peer into the depths of a user's own soul, extracting their deepest fears and manifesting them in the form of terrifying hallucinations. Nightmares became a daily occurrence for those who were unfortunate enough to have installed the operating system. As the legend spread, people became wary of Windows codename Mars. Those who dared to install it were never seen again, vanishing into the digital abyss. The whispers of a hidden dimension within the operating system grew louder. A realm where the souls of the lost and the damned were trapped for eternity. The fabled laboratory where Windows codename Mars was created became a place of dead, an abandoned sanctuary filled with the remnants of failed experiments. It's said that the spirits of the trapped programmers still wander its halls, forever haunted by the monstrosity they had unleashed. To this day, the tale of Windows codename Mars serves as a warning to those who dare to tamper with forces beyond their control. As its legend continues to spread, it's a cautionary tale. It became a cautionary tale of the dangers that lie within the depths of technology. So be wary, dear reader, should you stumble upon a copy of Windows codename Mars. Think twice before delving into its dark allure. For once you open the door to this digital nightmare, there may be no escape from its clutches. This operating system, made in 2000 by a joint collaboration between Microsoft and Hoover, known as Windows codename Hoover, an operating system that was going to be released in 2000 or 2001, but it was never released because it developed strange bugs. The boot screen resembled the Windows ME or 2000 boot screen and even had the Hoover logo in the place of the Windows logo. When the desktop loaded, the wallpaper was just a picture of a Hoover steam vac carpet cleaner. According to the legend, Hoover was a cursed operating system that caused strange things to happen to computers that ran it. Users reported that their computers would often randomly shut down, and when they tried to restart them, they would get stuck in the boot screen. Some users even claimed that they saw strange messages on their screens, warning them not to use the computer at all. One user reported that when they tried to uninstall Hoover, codename Hoover, their computer started making strange noises. And then afterwards, it caught fire. Another user claimed that they saw a ghostly figure in the shape of a vacuum cleaner hovering over their computer. And despite these many reports, Microsoft and Hoover denied that there was anything wrong with the operating system. They claimed the problems were caused by some user error or faulty hardware. So the legend of Windows codename Hoover has persisted over the years. Some people still claiming that they still have copies of the cursed operating system. Others say that they may have seen strange things happen to computers that were running Windows codename Hoover. And so the Hoover company had to eventually recall the copies from the store themselves. And then they ended their contract with Microsoft. Is there any truth about this, or is this legend? Or is this just an urban myth? We may never know for sure. But one thing is for certain. If you ever come across a copy of Windows codename Hoover, you might want to think twice before installing it on your computer. Hi, I'm David. I've always been fascinated with my computers and technology, so when I stumbled upon a rare copy of Windows Chicago at a thrift store, I knew I had to grab it. Not many people even knew about this operating system. It was an early version of Windows 95 that never made it to the market. Did I know that this innocent purchase would become a haunting experience? Excitement bubbled with me as I rushed home to install my new treasure. The installation process went smoothly as it was, and when I restarted my PC, the startup screen had a creepy design. The logo itself was red, and so was the Windows logo. It was red too, and had hyper-realistic eyes that seemed to be watching me. Soon, I found myself staring at the desktop. The default wallpaper was a picturesque field, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. It seemed harmless enough at first, until I decided to explore the system further. Curiosity got the best of me, and I clicked on the start menu. To my horror, the Internet Explorer icon was depicted as a glove dripped with animated blood. My heart skipped a beat, causing a cold chill to run down my spine. Was this some sort of sick joke? I wondered. Unsettled but determined to continue, I decided to distract myself by installing some software onto the computer. Nickelodeon Nick Click, a popular children's game by Mattel Media and Nickelodeon, caught my eye. The installation was surprisingly fast, and my excitement returned. The software had launched without a hit, and I could find myself engrossed in the colorful world of Toonie the Loon's Lagoon. But then out of nowhere, the game froze. Confused, I had to tap on my keyboard repeatedly, trying to get it working again. Yet no matter what I did, the software refused to cooperate. It seemed as if Looney the Toon had dropped me in this lagoon and there was no escape. Growing frustrated, I decided to uninstall the Chicago software. No matter which buttons I pressed, nothing happened. Control-Alt-Delete proved to be useless, leaving me with no choice but to unplug my computer. The screen went dark and silence filled the room as I took a moment to catch my breath. And when I plugged my Gateway 1 back in and powered it up, my heart sank. A message appeared on screen, written in a chilling, distorted font. It read, "BIOS and software corruption beyond repair." Panic seized my chest as a sinking feeling overcame me. The haunted copy of Windows Chicago had destroyed my computer completely. Devastated and desperate, I had no choice but to purchase yet again another new computer. I settled for a Dell Optiplex PC, hoping that I could leave this nightmare behind. As I set up the new computer, the memory of that cursed version of Windows continued to haunt my thoughts. Ever since that unnerving experience, I would vow to never venture into the depths of mysterious software again. The one cheering pursuit of technology now becomes of a dark cautionary tale. The cursed version of Windows codename Chicago will forever remain a forbidden chapter of my computing journey, reminding me of the dangers lurking within the digital realm. In the late 1990s, during late 1997, Microsoft had been developing a new operating system, a new Windows operating system, to compete with Apple's Macintosh. The rumors began to circulate on message boards like Windows Leaks about a mysterious operating system known as Windows codename Sunflower. It was said to be an alternate version of Windows 2000, carrying some groundbreaking features that were never released to the public. Whispers of its existence spread throughout the tech community, creating an aura of mystery and intrigue. The myth of Sunflower, which was shown off at a Microsoft Tech conference, Bill Gates, the creator, claimed it was intended to be an early version of Windows 2000, providing a seamless user experience with a touch of elegance. Though, unlike Windows 2000's signature blue background, Sunflower is said to have a black or white background, depending on the user preference. The iconic Windows logo was replaced by a radiant sunflower, symbolizing nature's beauty. This was shown off at several kiosk desks at the tech fair when Microsoft Windows codename Sunflower was slowly being developed for release. The few who have claimed to seen codename Sunflower claim that its desktop featured a breathtaking image. A stunning field of sunflowers stretching as far as the eye could see. The vibrant colors and the delicate petals were said to be so realistic that it felt as if one could step right into the picture and get lost among the flowers. And Bill Gates said it would be coming soon on March 2000. Yet, despite the growing excitement surrounding codename Sunflower, it never saw the light of day, just as Windows 2000 was released. Bill Gates sadly announced to the people who visited the tech show that the long-awaited Windows codename Sunflower had been abandoned indefinitely. That it would now be a canceled project with only few test builds being given out. But the reasons for its cancellation remain shrouded in mystery. Some whispered of technical issues, while others spoke of a sinister force that halted its production. Or may have been all a promotion the whole time. Over time, Windows codename Sunflower became an urban legend. According to the story, those who managed to acquire a prototype of Windows codename Sunflower claimed that strange things happened when they installed it on their computers. Reports emerged about corrupted files, sudden crashes, and inexplicable hang-ups. Users would see flickering shadows appear on their screens like as if someone stood behind them, watching every move they make. Whispers of disembodied voices emerge, purportedly emanating from the speakers, haunting users with their eerie remarks. The most disturbing part about the operating system was that those who installed codename Sunflower claimed they began experiencing inexplicable nightmares. Dreams filled with sunflowers turning dark and withered, morphing into monstrous entities that chased them through endless fields. The more they tried to escape, the tighter the nightmarish grasp became. As the tale spread, the idea of codename Sunflower became an urban legend within the tech community. People debated whether Sunflower was intended to be a harmless alternate operating system or possessed a more sinister purpose. Some claimed it was an experiment that went horribly wrong and that Microsoft buried it to protect their users. Others believed it to be a form of digital haunting, a creation born from the dark corners of the internet. And although it remained a legend, the memory of Windows codename Sunflower persisted, seeping into the collective consciousness of those who dare to explore the depths of the World Wide Web. Occasionally, those brave or curious enough would still search for traces of Sunflower, hoping to uncover its secrets and unlock its enigmatic power. But, like the fading beauty of a withering sunflower, the legend of Windows' codename Sunflower slowly faded into obscurity. Its legacy became a little more than a footnote in the annals of computing history. Yet its eerie allure remained etched in the minds of those fascinated by the enigmatic world of technology. In the year 2000, a software engineer named Richard embarked on a top-secret project at a renowned tech company. His mission was to create the most advanced operating system the world had ever seen before, Windows 5. However, little did Richard know that his creation would become the stuff of nightmares. As Richard delved into the depths of coding, strange occurrences began to unfold. Employees reported hearing whispers in the corridors, with voices that seemed to emanate from the very walls. Some seemed to have claimed to have seen ghostly figures lurking in the shadows, their eyes glowing an ominous shade of blue, reminiscent of the Windows logo. But the strangest phenomenon of all was the behavior of the Windows 5 operating system itself. Users would often find their screens flickering as if it were possessed by some sort of unseen entity, and files would mysteriously vanish, only to reappear in the most unexpected and unusual places. And the worst of all, there were reports of the dreaded blue screen of death appearing more frequently than ever before, accompanied by eerie error messages that seemed to mock the users themselves. As the rumors spread throughout the company, fear gripped the employees. Some believed Windows 5 was cursed, while others speculated that it had tapped into the darkest corners of the digital realm, unleashing malevolent spirits into the physical world. The once bustling office became a haunted sanctuary, with employees whispering about the ghostly encounters they had experienced. Richard, burdened by the weight of guilt, decided to investigate the strange occurrences himself. Late at night, armed with a flashlight and a heart filled with trepidation, he ventured into the depths of the company's server room where the power of Windows 5 was concentrated. As he reached the heart of the server room, Richard's flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Then suddenly a gust of cold wind that engulfed him, extinguishing the light of the flashlight. And in the darkness, Richard heard a voice, distorted and chilling. The disembodied voice said to Richard, "Richard, you have meddled with forces beyond your comprehension. Windows 5 is no ordinary operating system. It has become a gateway to the supernatural, a bridge between the digital and the ethereal. The spirits you have awakened seek to haunt the world through its code." Trembling, Richard implored the spirit to reveal its identity. In response, the disembodied voice whispered a single word: "Nowhere." With a jolt, Richard awakened from his nightmare. It had all been a dream, a manifestation of his fears and guilt. Relieved, he returned to his work, determined to ensure that Windows 5 would be a marvel of technology, free from any supernatural interference. And so, Windows 5 was released to the world, becoming a revolutionary operating system that had shaped the future of computing. However, even some users claim that even after it was released to the public, They would occasionally catch glimpses of ghostly figures on their screens, like as if the spirits of Richard's nightmare had found a way to linger within the code. To this day, the legend of Windows 5 persists, a cautionary tale for those who dare to tamper with the realms of technology and the unknown forces. Once upon a time, I was working at Microsoft to create a new operating system. It was called Windows 11.1. It is an operating system released in 2023. It was meant to be an updated version of Windows 11, and the operating system was meant to revolutionize the era of operating systems. Originally going to be the most advanced and user-friendly operating system of all time. Well, there was a time when I was in bed, and I had a dream about me working on the Windows 11.1 project. It was known under the code name Moon Valley, just like how Windows 11 was codenamed Moon Valley. However, as the release date of the system drew near, our workers began to report strange occurrences at the corridors of our office. Files would disappear and then reappear in new places. And screens would often flicker, and computers would randomly turn off or on by themselves, and computers would sometimes freeze and crash, and while strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers, as if the operating system was talking to us. Despite our best efforts to stop the glitches, we couldn't fix them right away, and so Windows 11.1 was released with these glitches. That's when things started becoming very weird. Users began to report strange occurrences on their devices while using Windows 11.1. The same ones that our employees were reporting. Like I said earlier, files would disappear and reappear in unusual spots. The screens would often flicker. Computers would often randomly turn on or off by themselves at the most inconvenient times. Computers would sometimes also often freeze or crash. And strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers, like as if the operating system itself was talking to us, even if the computer was turned off. Meanwhile, the most disturbing reports came from users who reported seeing a figure that resembled Big Bird from Sesame Street, just standing on their desktop. However, his feathers were green instead of yellow, and his legs were dark green instead of the usual orange and pink. And whenever users tried to click away from the screen, Big Bird will follow their cursor no matter where it went. I had previously encountered the same green Big Bird being 2 years prior to Windows 11.1's release. And so I worked hard with our team to create patches for the glitches, and when we successfully did so, and despite the rumors about the glitches, people would download these patches for the disturbing glitches just to relieve themselves. And well, as it turns out, it was all a dream that appeared in my mind. We had to release Windows 11.1, but without these disturbing glitches that I saw in the dream, so that people would be relieved of not worrying about the ghosts and the glitches that I saw in the dream. The dream could still never leave me alone to this day. Once upon a time in a small town, there was a computer programmer named Alex. And Alex was known for his exceptional skills in coding and insatiable curiosity for exploring the very depths of the technological realm. One day when he stumbled upon an old hard drive at a local thrift store, the hard drive contained a mysterious operating system called Windows code named Daytona. Eager to unravel its secrets, Alex bought the hard drive home and installed the operating system on his computer. Little did he know that he was about to unleash a malevolent force that would haunt him for the next 30 minutes. As soon as the installation process was complete, The screen flickered and a chilling message appeared. Welcome to Windows codename Daytona. Enter at your own risk. Ignoring the warning, Alex proceeded to explore the operating system. Everything seemed normal at first, but soon strange things began to happen. Icons on the desktop would move on their own. I mean, seriously. Files would disappear only to reappear in very unexpected places, and the sound of distant whispers echoed through the speakers. The once sleek and user-friendly interface of Windows codename Daytona turned into a nightmare. As the minutes ticked by, the haunting intensified. The computer screen would flicker with disturbing images of ghostly figures and eerie landscapes. The cursor would move on its own, typing cryptic messages on notepad files. Alex's heart raced as he found himself trapped in a virtual nightmare. Desperate to escape, Alex frantically tried to shut down the computer. But the power button was unresponsive. The operating system seemed to have a mind of its own, determined to keep him trapped within its clutches. Panic consumed him as he realized that he was running out of time. With only seconds remaining, Alex's computer emitted a deafening screech, and the screen went black. The room felt silent, and he found himself staring at his own reflection on the dark surface of the monitor. The nightmare was over. Shaken, Alex disconnected the hard drive and vowed never to speak of his horrifying encounter with Windows codename Daytona. The hard drive was buried very deep within his backyard, a reminder of the powerful and malicious force that lurked within the realm of technology. And well, to this day, the legend of Windows codename Daytona persists, cautioning computer enthusiasts to be wary of delving too deep to the unknown. The haunting tale serves as a chilling reminder that there are dark secrets hidden within the digital world, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to venture too far. But beware, for once you enter into the realm of Windows codename Daytona, there may be no escape from its malevolent grip. In the dark corners of the digital realm, there existed an operating system time forgot. Windows Server 2001. What is this? What is this operating system? It was a forgotten relic of the past that held a dark secret. A haunting tale that would send shivers down the spines of even the bravest souls. Legend has it that Windows Server 2001 was a failed experiment, never officially released to the public. However, whispers of its existence spread throughout the underground tech community, captivating the curiosity of those brave enough to seek it out. Rumors swirled that this lost OS possessed supernatural powers, capable of manipulating reality itself. Those who dared to install it on their machines reported strange occurrences, unexplained glitches, and an unsettling feeling that they were being watched. One fateful night, a bold computer enthusiast named Alex stumbled upon an old, dusty server of a dilapidated warehouse. Drawn to the mystery, Alex decided to install the rumored Windows Server 2001 to unlock its secrets. As the installation progress bar slowly crawled forward, a feeling of unease washed over Alex. The screen flickered and suddenly the room plunged into darkness. When the lights came back on, Alex found himself transported to a digital nightmare. The once familiar desktop had transformed into a twisted version of itself. Icons danced eerily across the screen and their distorted shapes taking on grotesque forms. The start menu had become a gateway to a realm of terror. and the files within were corrupted beyond recognition. But the horrors didn't end there. Whispers echoed from the speakers, distorted voices pleading for release, mysterious messages that appeared on the screen, taunting Alex with their cryptic nature. As the shadows moved in the peripherals, lurking just out of sight, Server 2001 had become a portal to a malevolent dimension, a realm where the boundaries between reality and the digital world blurred. And Alex soon realized he was not alone. As the vengeful spirits of past users haunted the very code of the lost OS, seeking retribution for their ill-fated encounter. Desperate to escape this digital purgatory, Alex embarked on a treacherous journey to unravel the mysteries of Windows Server 2001. Armed with determination and a newfound respect for the power of technology, he delved deep into the heart of the operating system, searching for a way to break the curse. But the line between reality and the digital realm continued to blur, and Alex soon found himself questioning his own sanity. Was Windows Server 2001 an elaborate nightmare, or had he truly stumbled upon a malevolent force that defied logic? Whatever the case, to this day, the legend of Windows Server 2001 persists. A cautionary tale for those who dare to tamper with forbidden technology. Its haunted legacy serves as a chilling reminder that some things are best left buried deep in the depths of the digital abyss, never to be resurrected ever again. Once upon a time, in the darkest corners of the digital realm, there existed a Windows Server operating system known as Windows Server. It was whispered among the tech-savvy that this server was cursed, haunted by a malevolent presence that lurked within its virtual walls. Legend has it that the server was initially created as an experimental project, a precursor to the infamous Windows XP. But something went terribly wrong during its development. The code became corrupted, tainted by an unknown force, and released into the world, ready to wreak havoc on any unsuspecting user who dared to connect. The first signs of the curse appeared as mere glitches and anomalies. Users reported strange error messages popping up on their screens, warning them of impending doom. Others claimed to hear an eerie whistle emanating from their speakers, a sound that sent shivers down their spine. As the word spread about the cursed server, brave souls ventured forth, hoping to document its sinister secrets. They discovered a hidden folder within the system files, named Whistler's Chamber. Inside were cryptic messages, written in a language that seemed otherworldly. The messages spoke of a tormented soul trapped within the server, seeking revenge on those who had forsaken it. The overall user interface within the desktop of Windows Whistler server became increasingly disturbing. Icons transformed into grotesque, twisted figures, staring back at users with hollow eyes. The wallpaper displayed grim, haunting images that seemed to change and move when no one was looking, and, well, the worst of all was that the server seemed to itself possess a malevolent consciousness, responding to user commands with malicious intent. Those who dared to connect with Windows Whistler servers soon discovered that their personal information was no longer safe. The server, under the control of the vengeful entity, would access their private files, exploring their deepest secrets to the world. It seemed as though the server reveled the chaos it caused, delighting in the suffering of its victims. Despite countless attempts to shut down the cursed server, it remained resilient, continuing to haunt the digital landscape. Experts theorized that the only way to break the curse was to destroy the server entirely, eradicating its corrupt code from its existence. But to this day, Windows Whistler remains, lurking in the shadows of the internet, waiting for its next victim. Its cursed presence serves as a stark reminder that even in the realm of technology, darkness can manifest, and the line between the real and the virtual can blur. So, be aware, dear reader, for if you ever stumble upon Windows Whistler server, you know that you are entering into a realm of nightmares where your worst fears become a reality and the haunting whistle of doom will echo in your fears for eternity. In your ears for eternity, I meant. In the year 2000, there was a collaboration between Microsoft and the Walt Disney Company to create the most user-friendly and advanced operating system that the world has ever before seen in history. It's called the Microsoft Windows Disney Operating System. Or what should I say, the Windows Disney OS. Or simply the Disney OS for short. It was originally designed to be an operating system that was focusing specifically on Disney-themed content. It was probably targeted for kids, or maybe adults. Whatever the case, it's an NT-based operating system. The main development of the team of software developers have been hard at work for so many months, creating, testing, and finalizing the operating system, hoping that everything should go well with its release. However, as the release date drew closer, strange glitches began to occur within the system. I mean, files would randomly move around on their own, not to mention that the screens would flicker or brighten and strange whispers would be heard from the speakers. Unfortunately, the team was unable to fix the bugs before the designated release date, despite their best efforts. Thus, the Disney OS was released in mid-2000 with the bugs remaining unpatched. Shortly after the release, users at the Disney OS began to report strange occurrences while using it. Files would randomly move around on their own, or disappear and then reappear in the most unexpected and unusual places. The computers themselves would randomly turn on or off by themselves, even with no input from the user, and even while they were sleeping at night. Strange whispers could be heard coming from the speakers. I mean, it was as if some malevolent force took over the Disney OS. Now, fast forward to today. Right now, I am and have been at work at Microsoft since. And somewhere during the late 2010s, I stumbled upon a computer with the Disney OS operating system installed on it. When I turned on the computer, the boot screen showed the Windows logo inside of the Mickey Mouse head shape. Not to mention that the startup sound was the same one that was used in Windows 2000 and Windows Millennium Edition. The user interface was also similar to the interface of Windows 2000 and other Windows software at the time. At first, while using the operating system though, everything seemed normal. But then, strange things began to happen. I mean, files would disappear and then reappear in the most unexpected places. The screens would flicker, cryptic error messages would often appear, menus would randomly open on their own, and strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers, even if the computer were turned off. And so, I decided to click on the Internet Explorer icon as it opened up the browser window. Everything was normal at first. I mean, I was just browsing through so many websites at first. Just reading articles and playing games. But then when I visited the Disney website, something strange showed up. The once cheerful description, the once cheerful look at the Disney website, instead contained an empty green background. The whole screen literally contained an empty green background. And in the middle of it was something disturbing. a figure resembling Mickey Mouse, except it was all totally pitch black and had bright white eyes. And then the figure looked directly to me in the eyes, and then the figure told me,
I'm coming for you.
when I heard this, shivers were being sent down my spine, as I immediately closed the page down and went deeper into the operating system's files. I managed to access the Disney Movies folder that contained the many movies made by Disney and Pixar. I scrolled around and decided to watch one of them. It's called A Bug's Life. While the movie played, everything went as normal. But then something strange happened during the movie's climax. During the scene when Hopper grabbed Flick, the bird showed up. However, the bird's eyes were totally pitch black, and it kept staring at Hopper. Hopper then turned his head around to look at the bird, and then he froze in place as his eyes also turned to pitch black. The bird remained still for an uncomfortably long period of time, with both the bird and Hopper looking at each other in a staring contest and often blinking their eyes. Then suddenly the whole screen froze, and then an error message displayed before the whole video player crashed. Angry enough, I decided to watch another film, Wreck-It Ralph, from the movie files. Everything went normal this time, until about midway into the film, when again, something strange happened. During the scene when Ralph told the races to leave Vanellope alone, the said sugarless races turned their faces around and their eyes were all pitch black, totally. The scene stood still again, with the races looking at Ralph standing still, and just like in the other movie, they were blinking their eyes and they weren't saying anything, and the whole scene lasted for an uncomfortably long period. Then the whole screen froze and the same error message displayed before the video player closed by itself. Well, it pretty much seems like the characters in the video files of the Disney Movies folder became possessed by the Disney operating system. I mean, even a file named Disney OS's Chambers appeared on screen. When I clicked on it in the notepad, it showed a cryptic message, which was encoded in a Visioneer cipher, and it read, "Did you really think you could?" After closing the file, I opened up the menu and tried to restart the operating system to restart the computer to see if the glitches would stop. They eventually did, but shortly after turning on, fortunately, a red screen of death appeared in my window to my disappointment. After that, the PC forcibly shut down itself. Later, Microsoft finally released patches to these strange glitches. I turned on the computer again and attempted to install the patches to the operating system's bugs, but the system itself repetitively kept sending out error messages containing cryptic messages. These kind of messages appear to be warning signs not to install the patches. I ignored the warnings and installed them anyways. And so the glitches stopped, and I could finally feel relieved again of using the Disney OS without those strange bugs. And so the nightmare of the Disney OS still persists to this day, and despite the continuous rumors, Disney and Microsoft were indeed very sorry about the glitches in the Disney operating system. They both promised to eventually release better versions of the Disney OS that would not have such glitches. But to this day, the legend of the first publicly released version of the Disney OS still continues to haunt some users, just waiting to appear in their worst nightmares soon. I'm very sleepy. Guys, it's too late. I don't think I could do this nice and comfortably because I'm getting too sleepy. Once upon a time, in the realm of technology, a sinister legend emerged surrounding an enigmatic operating system known as Windows Whistler. The real official release. It said that this version of Windows, rumored to be the official release, had a dark and eerie secret concealed within its code. And so the tale began with whispers among tech enthusiasts, claiming that Windows Whistler possessed a malevolent spirit that haunted anyone who dared to install it. The operating system was said to have been created by a brilliant but disturbed programmer who had infused it with a sinister intent. According to the legend, those who installed Windows Whistler reported bizarre occurrences. I mean, like the screen would flicker and the distorted sound of whispers would emanate from the speakers, sending chills down the user's spines. Some even claimed to have witnessed ghostly apparitions appearing on their monitors, their eyes filled with an otherworldly glow. And as the legend spread, more and more people became intrigued by the mystery of Windows Whistler. Tech-savvy individuals sought out the operating system, eager to test our bravery and uncover the truth behind the whispers. They scoured the depths of online forums and dark corners of the internet, desperate to obtain a copy of the elusive software. And well, one fateful night, a curious young programmer named Alex stumbled upon a hidden link on navigating through the darkest corners of the web. It claimed to offer a genuine copy of Windows Whistler, untouched by time or tampering, ignoring the warnings and tales of the cursed software. Alex downloaded the mysterious operating system, eager to experience the haunting secrets firsthand. After hours of installation, the screen flickered to life and the ominous glow of Windows Whistler's interface filled the room. But as Alex began to explore, a sense of unease washed over him. The whispers grew louder, their words incomprehensible yet chilling to the core. Shadows danced on the walls, seemingly alive, as if mocking the desperate attempts to unravel the truth. With each passing day, Windows Whistler grip tightened around Alex's life. Strange glitches plagued his computer. Files vanished into thin air, and every attempt to uninstall the cursed operating system ended in failure. Sleepless nights turned into a living nightmare as the line between reality and the digital realm blurred. Desperate for answers, Alex sought the help of a renowned exorcist, a tech guru who delved into the darkest corners of the digital world. Together they embarked on a perilous journey to uncover the origins of Windows Whistler to put an end to its haunting reign. As they delved deeper into the mysteries of the operating system, they discovered a hidden message encrypted within its code. It revealed the tragic tale of the programmer who had created Windows Whistler. Driven mad by his own creation, in his final act, he had trapped his tormented soul within the very essence of the operating system, seeking eternal solace in the pain he had inflicted on others. Armed with his newfound knowledge, Alex and the exorcist devised a plan to exorcise the malevolent spirit from Windows Whistler through a complex series of rituals and incantations. They managed to sever the connection between the haunted software and the physical world, banishing the cursed operating system into the digital abyss. With Windows Whistler finally vanquished, Alex could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yet the memory of those haunted days would forever linger, a cautionary tale for those who dare to venture too deep into the dark realms of technology. And so the legend of Windows Whistler became etched in the annals of creepypasta, a chilling reminder of the horrors that could be unleashed by a single line of code. Once upon a time, in a small town enveloped by mist and mystery, a man named Mike stumbled upon a peculiar bootleg copy of Windows XP. Little did he know that this seemingly innocuous discovery would unleash a terrifying chain of events that would haunt him for the rest of his days. Mike, an avid computer enthusiast, had always been on the lookout for unique and obscure software. His insatiable curiosity led him to the darkest corners of the internet, where he stumbled upon a forum post claiming to have a rare version of Windows XP. Intrigued, Mike couldn't resist the allure of this forbidden software, and then he immediately downloaded it. As soon as he installed the Bootleg operating system, strange occurrences began to unfold. The familiar Windows XP startup jingle was distorted, sending shivers down Mike's spine. The desktop background displayed a haunting image of a desolate, abandoned house, with shattered windows and overgrown vines. As Mike navigated through the operating system, he discovered that it was plagued with glitches and malicious programs. Pop-up windows filled his screen with maddening messages, warning him of impending doom. The once familiar interface transformed into a distorted nightmare, with the icons contorting into grotesque shapes and the taskbar pulsating ominously. Unnerved but unable to resist the enigma, Mike delved deeper into the bootleg Windows XP. He soon noticed that the files on his computer began to disappear, replaced by cryptic text documents containing snippets of chilling stories. Each document spoke of very unspeakable horrors, haunting tales of lost souls and malevolent spirits. And as the minutes turned into hours, Mike's sanity slowly crumbled. He became a prisoner of his own curiosity. Unable to escape the clutches of this cursed operating system, every night, when darkness blanketed the town, the bootleg XP would summon eerie whispers from Mike's speakers, whispering his deepest fears and darkest secrets. Haunted by the relentless torment of the bootleg XP, Mike sought out help from experts in the field. Computer technicians and hackers alike were baffled by the sinister software plaguing his computer. They warned him that the bootleg Windows XP seemed to possess a consciousness, a malevolent one, of its very own, feeding on Mike's fear and growing stronger with each passing day. Desperate for a big solution, Mike embarked on a perilous journey to uncover the origin of this bootleg XP. He traced the digital breadcrumbs back to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the town. Inside, he discovered the remnants of a long-forgotten computer lab, where experiments on consciousness and artificial intelligence had taken a sinister turn. In a final act of bravery, Mike destroyed the bootleg XP, eradicating its presence from his computer, but the horrors he had experienced would forever haunt his nightmares. The memory of those chilling whispers and grotesque images would forever be etched into his mind. Years later, Mark became a recluse, plagued by paranoia and haunted by the ghost of the bootleg XP. He warned others of the dangers that lurk in the depths of the internet, urging them to tread carefully and resist the allure of forbidden Windows software. And so the legend of Mike's bootleg Windows XP lives on, a cautionary tale for those who dare to venture into the darkest corners of the digital world. Once upon a time, in the depths of the technological realm, there was an operating system called Windows, codename Eiger, yes, Eiger. It was a mysterious and enigmatic creation, rumored to possess powers beyond any other software known to mankind. But with great power comes great danger. And Eiger had a dark secret that would haunt all of those who dare to use it. Legend has it that Windows codename Eiger was developed by a brilliant but a very eccentric programmer named Dr. Victor Kane. He was known for his unorthodox methods and his obsession with harnessing the supernatural. Driven by his insatiable curiosity, he delved into forbidden territories of code and algorithms, seeking to unlock the hidden potential computers. And what else? As the whispers of Eiger's existence spread throughout the tech community, a group of daring individuals decided to test its capabilities. They were lured by the promise of unparalleled performance and unheard of features. Little did they know that they were about to enter a realm of darkness from which there would be no escape. Upon installing codename Eiger, users noticed something off about the interface. I mean, the familiar Windows logo had twisted into a sinister grin, and the icon seemed to flicker with like some sort of eerie glow. The desktop backgrounds depicted unsettling images that seemed to shift and change when no one was looking, like as if Eiger seemed to have a mind of its very own. But the true horror didn't stop there. It didn't manifest until users began experiencing unexplained phenomena. Files mysteriously vanished, disappeared, only to reappear in different locations. Programs would launch on their own, playing haunting melodies that echoed through the empty rooms. The screen would flicker, revealing glimpses of distorted faces and twisted figures lurking in the shadows. As the victims of Eiger's curse shared their stories, a pattern emerged. They all reported feeling an overwhelming presence, like as if someone or something was watching their every move. And sleepless nights were spent trying to listen to the distant whispers that seemed to emanate from the depths of the computer, driving them into the brink of very madness. Attempts to remove Eiger, any attempts to uninstall the Windows codename Eiger were futile. Uninstalling the software only seemed to strengthen its grip, as if it had become intertwined within the very fabric of the machine. Desperate users turned to experts for help, and even with the most seasoned tech wizards were left dumbfounded by Eiger's malevolent nature. Rumors began to circulate that Dr. Kine himself had lost control of his creation. His mind consumed by the darkness he had unleashed. Some claimed he had vanished without a trace, while others believed he had become a prisoner of his own creation, forever trapped within the confines of Eiger. To this day, the legend of Windows codename Eiger possesses a cautionary tale for those who dare to delve into the forbidden depths of technology. Its haunted legacy searchers are reminded that there are forces beyond human comprehension, waiting to be awakened by those who dare to play with the fire. So, dear reader, if you ever come across the name Eiger in your technological endeavors, think twice before delving into its abyss, for once you invite the darkness to your world, there's no telling what horrors await you within the depths of its very code. Once upon a time in the late 90s, a new operating system named Windows 1999 was released to the world public. It promised to revolutionize the way people interacted with computers, making everyday tasks simpler and more efficient. However, beneath its very glossy-looking user interface, a dark secret lurked. The story begins with a young computer enthusiast named Alex. Intrigued by the hype surrounding Windows 1999, he managed to get his hands on a copy. Little did he know that the seemingly harmless software would soon become his worst nightmare. As Alex installed the operating system on his computer, strange things started to happen. The once vibrant desktop wallpaper transformed into a sinister image of a pale-faced figure with hollow eyes. Staring back at him, the start menu glitched, displaying cryptic messages that sent shivers down his spine. Ignoring his growing unease, Alex continued to explore the depths of Windows 1999. One night, as he navigated through the file system, he stumbled upon a hidden folder named Lost Memories. Curiosity consumed him, and he opened it, unaware of the horrors that soon awaited him. Ignoring his inside the folder, he found a collection of haunting photographs. Each image depicted abandoned buildings, desolate landscapes, and pale, ghostly figures. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from the haunting images. As the days turned into weeks, Alex's sanity began to crumble. The operating system seemed to come alive, whispering to him in the dead of night. Voices echoed through his speakers, murmuring secrets he couldn't decipher. Shadows danced on his screen, taking on eerie shapes that seemed to watch his every move. Unable to escape the clutches of Windows 1999, Alex grew increasingly isolated. Friends and family noticed his descent into madness but couldn't comprehend the source of his torment. His once bright and promising future was now consumed by the malevolent grip of an operating system gone horribly wrong. As the tale spread, more and more people downloaded Windows 1999, eager to experience the thrill for themselves. However, they soon discovered that the software was no ordinary program. It had become a vessel for something far more sinister, a gateway to a realm where nightmares dwelled. To this day, the legend of Windows 1999 persists. Some claim that the cursed operating system still exists, waiting for unsuspecting victims to stumble upon its digital trap. Its haunted presence serves as a warning to those who dare to delve too deep into the realms of technology, reminding us that not everything is as it seems. So, the next time you encounter an old operating system or stumble upon a mysterious software, remember the cautionary tale of Windows 1999. Be careful what you seek, for in the depths of technology, dark secrets may lie, ready to claim their next victim. Once upon a time in the mid-2000s, in the depths of the technological realm, a mysterious operating system called Windows, codenamed Rift, was created as an enigmatic operating system known to possess powers beyond any other operating system that mankind has ever made. Rift had a dark secret that would haunt those who dared to use it. It began in 2004 when a software engineer named Michael and his team was working on a new operating system known under the codename Rift. While the software was being developed, Michael himself attempted to make 4 billion lines of code and algorithms, seeking potential solutions to dive deep into the hidden secrets of those enigmatic operating systems, such as those of Windows 99, Windows codename Nexus, the XP Blackmoon codename Daytona, Windows 2001, the Disney OS, etc. As the whispers of Rift's existence spread throughout the tech community, a group of daring software engineers decided to test whatever the Rift operating system could do. Wow, this was during the 2010s, and well, I was there with them. Little did they know that they would enter a realm of darkness that would be very hard to defeat. After installing the operating system, I was greeted with something far out of how the user interface should be. During the boot screen process, the familiar Windows logo had twisted to a sinister grin for a little bit before going back to normal. Not to mention that the dot in the lowercase letter I at the name Rift was blinking as if it were some sort of eye looking at us. When the operating system finished starting up, we began to report strange occurrences throughout the course of us using it. Here are some of the unexplained things we saw. Files would disappear and then reappear in the most unusual places. Icons would move around on their own. The desktop background would change to depict disturbing imagery every time nobody was looking at the screen. Even programs would run on their own. Menus would open up. The taskbar was pulsating. Strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers. Even if the computer was off, the video player would sometimes open up and haunting videos would play on the screen. The screen would often flicker and glimpses of distorted figures would appear in our rooms. When we tried to click away from the screen, a figure resembling Mickey Mouse would appear. Though he was all totally pitch black and had white glowing eyes. The same distorted Mickey Mouse figure I saw on my past experience of the Disney OS. I mean, it seemed as if the Rift had a mind of its very own. As the victims of Rift's curse shared their stories on the 4chan forums, rumors began to circulate claiming that Michael lost control of the Rift, taking over him. That codename Rift had consumed his mind and left his body dead on the floor. Meanwhile, back to the situation. We attempted to uninstall the Rift operating system, but the problem was any attempts to uninstall the system were futile and the power button was held unresponsive. It seems that the Rift had tried strengthening its grip on us as if it were telling us to stop. Meanwhile, the distorted Mickey Mouse figure appeared in front of us, and he said to us,
Do not dare to uninstall the Rift operating system. You will suffer in due time.
Though we ignored what he said, we decided to attempt to uninstall it again. Until then, the screen suddenly froze, and then a red screen of death appeared in front of us. We then realized that the computer's hard drive components were wiped clean, turned into ashes. To this day, the legend of Windows codename Rift persists. A cautionary tale for those who dare to delve into the forbidden depths of technology. Its haunted legacy serves as a reminder that there are many forces way beyond human comprehension, waiting to be awakened by those who dare to play with lost operating systems, such as the Rift itself. So, dear reader, if you ever come across the name Rift in your technological endeavors, think twice before delving into its own digital abyss. For once you invite the darkness into your world, there's no telling what horrors await you in the depths of its very code. Once upon a time in a small town, there was an old computer shop that housed an assortment of ancient technology. Among the relics was an enigmatic operating system known as Windows 100, said to be a custom version of Windows 9X, rumored to possess strange and unsettling abilities. The legend went that anyone who dared to install Windows 100 on the computer would be drawn into a nightmarish world of glitches and eerie phenomena. The operating system seemed to have a life of its own. its interface constantly flickering and distorting as if it were some sort of portal to like another dimension. Those brave enough to explore the depths of Windows 100 reported encountering bizarre anomalies. I mean, files would vanish without a trace, only to reappear in very unexpected places, distorted and corrupted. The sound of phantom whispers echoed through the speakers, sending shivers down the user's spines. But the most unsettling aspect of Windows 100 was its ability to manipulate its users' reality. It would manipulate the desktop wallpaper, displaying distorted and disturbing images that haunted the dreams of those who witnessed them. The screen would flicker with eerie messages, cryptic symbols, and unnerving warnings, leaving users in a state of perpetual unease. Rumors spread that Windows 100 had a sinister purpose. Some claimed it was a gateway to the dark web, connecting users of to a hidden network of malevolence, while others believed it was a cursed creation designed to torment and possess the souls of those who dared to install it. As the legend grew, so did the curiosity of thrill seekers and technology enthusiasts. Many attempted to acquire a copy of Windows 100, believing that they could harness its power or uncover its secrets. But with every installation, the tales of horror multiplied, leaving behind a tale of shattered minds and broken spirits. The computer shop, once bustling with customers, became a place of fear and apprehension. Windows 100 became a forbidden name, spoken only in hushed whispers. The ghostly presence of the operating system seemed to permeate the very walls of the shop, as if it were a malevolent force waiting to claim its next victim. To this day, the legend of Windows 100 continues to haunt the minds of those who hear it. Its eerie existence serves as a chilling reminder that sometimes delving into the depths of technology can lead to a darkness that cannot be escaped. Does anybody remember the 2012 film titled Wreck-It Ralph? If you haven't seen it already, I'll gladly tell you what it is. It's a film made by Walt Disney Animation Studios that's about a bad guy named Ralph as he tries to rebel against his bad guy role with dreams of becoming a hero. I remember watching that movie so much. I liked the scenes that had the Sugar Rush races in it. If you don't know what they are a group of characters from that film that are candy-themed races, and their appearances all look so cute. One of those races was called Minty Zaki. She's that green apple-themed racer of whom I can regard as being the cutest of the racers. She's the queen of the ice cream setting, Jewel. Always has an ace up her tasty sleeve, especially when it comes to racing. Refreshing and full of resources, Minty Zaki is a defender of good causes, but for the wrong reasons. She's also my favorite character in that film, though like the others, she isn't really as popular as Vanellope, Vanellope's more well-known in the film's secondary protagonist. But what if I told you, what if Wreck-It Ralph came out in 1999 instead of 2012? Because I'm here to tell you something like that happened at Microsoft during 2000. In 1997, Disney released a game called Sugar Rush Speedway, a confectionery-themed car racing game featuring the candy-themed races, of which Minty is one of them, like I said earlier. They've been included in Sugar Rush-themed packages for operating systems such as Windows 94, Windows 98, Windows 2000, Windows XP, Windows Vista, and IBM's OS 2. Once upon a time, during late 1999, Disney and Microsoft were on a collaboration with each other working for creating, testing, and finalizing operating systems centered on each of the 15 races shown in the game. And one of those systems was called the Windows Minty OS. The team of software developers have been working tirelessly for many months to create the Minty operating system. hoping for it to be the most advanced operating system ever in history. However, as the release date drew closer, strange things started to happen as files would randomly disappear and then reappear in the most unexpected and unusual places. The screens would often flicker, strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers, and cryptic error messages often displayed. I mean, literally, weird stuff. Despite these strange bugs, the software developers were not able to fix these bugs before the designated release date. Which means, thus, the Minty OS was released in early 2000 with the bugs remaining unpatched. And shortly after the release date occurred, users of the Minty OS started reporting strange occurrences on their computers. Here are some of the things they reported. Some users claimed that their desktop icons would move around on their own, or sometimes they would even disappear before reappearing in the most unexpected places. Some users claimed that their screens would flicker and cryptic error messages were shown. Others said that they heard strange whispers coming from the speakers, even if the computer was turned off. Some people also said that programs would open by themselves. Others said that their taskbar would randomly change colors every time they tried shutting down the computer. Others said that they claimed to have seen a figure resembling Mickey Mouse, except it was all pitch black and had white glowing eyes, and every time they tried to click away from the screen, the figure would follow the cursor no matter where it goes. Some reports also claimed that the desktop background would change to show disturbing imagery involving Minty herself whenever the user leaves the room. Others claimed that their menu should open up by themselves, and every time they tried closing it, their desktop background would suddenly brighten for a little bit. It seems as if the Minty OS had a mind of its very own. After these reports, Microsoft worked for so many months to develop hatches to fix the strange glitches. After that hatches were developed, people would download them so they could use the Minty OS with a sigh of relief that the glitches are gone. Meanwhile, I've nowadays been recently installed and recently hired as a worker at Microsoft, and recently has stumbled upon a computer with the Minty operating system installed on it. And when I turned on the computer, the boot screen showed Minty standing on top of the Windows logo on the left of the screen. And when the computer finished booting, the startup sound that played was the same one used in Windows 2000 and Millennium Edition. And Windows Millennium Edition. The user interface was similar to the interface of other Windows versions at the time. The desktop background was a drawing of Minty sleeping in bed with Swizzle Malarkey, another racer from Ceres. At first everything was normal while using the operating system, but until then, strange glitches started happening. Files would disappear and then reappear in unusual places. Cryptic error messages would often appear before disappearing suddenly. Strange whispers were sometimes heard coming from the speakers as if the computer was like trying to talk to me. The menu would open up by itself, and the video player would sometimes run by itself, and disturbing lost media and shock videos would often play in the background on said video player. As the glitches continued, shivers were being sent down my spine. I had to click on the Internet Explorer icon where it took me to the welcome page. And when I came to the start menu, I clicked on the Microsoft website. Then I had to click on the link to fix the patches to the glitches. And as I was trying to install the patches to the glitches, the same distorted Mickey Mouse figure I encountered on the Disney OS appeared and said, "Do not dare to escape my path. You'll soon regret it." I ignored what he said as the installation process was going on. The system itself started repetitively sending out error messages containing cryptic messages appearing to be warning signs not to install the patches. Though I ignored the warnings and the computer began to restart itself. And once I finished downloading the hatches, the glitches stopped. And I could finally use the Minty OS with a sigh of relief. To this day, the cursed legend of the Minty operating system continues to haunt some people to this day, waiting to appear in their very own nightmares soon. Once upon a time during the early 2000s, In the depths of the technological realm, there existed a mysterious operating system called Windows, codenamed Ceres. An operating system that was said to have been a project at Microsoft that was going to become a very successful operating system, only for it to be cancelled because it was cursed. Rumors began circulating on the internet claiming that codename Ceres had possessed powers beyond how a normal operating system would have. As the whispers of Ceres' existence spread throughout the internet community, a group of engineers at Microsoft were at the time trying to test the system, only to find out that Ceres had strange glitches that they could not fix right away. They claimed to have reported problems such as files and desktop icons moving around on their own, strange whispers emanating from the computer speakers. Screens would often flicker and brighten, cryptic error messages often displayed, and the background would change to show disturbing imagery whenever nobody was around, as if the operating system had a mind of its very own. Fast forward to today, as a software developer at Microsoft, I was hired to work for patches to fix the bugs in disturbed, cursed Windows versions, Windows operating system, codename Nexus, Windows Shadowgate, Windows 5, codename Rift, codename Mars, Disney OS, codename Daytona, Windows 99, Windows 6, Windows Vista Server, and so many others. I'd worked so hard with numerous software developers to create the patches into the glitches in these lost and cursed versions, cursed operating systems. Until then, something big happened. Microsoft had finally announced the release of an operating system enhancement product titled Microsoft Enhancement Patches for Fixing Bugs in Tampered Windows Operating Systems. A very exciting development that would finally fix the glitches in cursed operating systems that had been previously reported to have strange glitches in them, like the glitches I saw in codename Ceres. So when I came to an old computer with the Ceres operating system in it to test it, see if the patches worked, well, the boot screen looked the same as the Windows 2000 boot screen, but with the text reading Microsoft Windows codename Ceres on it. Even the startup sound was the same one used in Windows 2000. When the system finished booting, I began to report the strange glitches the software had. And so I tried to get a USB drive and install the patches in the system. But once I plugged in the USB drive, something unsettling began to happen. 3 distorted figures of familiar characters, like, oh my goodness, I hope it's not going to be in the likes of those Pooh's Adventure style creepypastas like always. But apparently 3 distorted figures of familiar characters, Mickey Mouse, Garfield, and Bonzi, began to appear on my screen, looking directly at me in the eyes. Shivers were being sent down my spine as they all said to me,
You will regret this.
During the installation process of the patches, the system kept sending out cryptic error messages appearing to be warning signs not to install the patches. I ignored the warnings and the computer began to reset itself when the patches were being installed. When the patches finished installing, I could finally feel a sigh of relief that the glitches in codename Ceres had stopped, and that I could use it without worrying about those forces who try to make tampered Windows versions have the glitches. To this day, the nightmare of Windows codename Ceres continues to haunt some people to this day, waiting to appear in their nightmares soon. In the year 2000, at the very depths of the technological realm, there existed a mysterious operating system called Windows, codenamed Jupiter. An operating system that was said to have been named after Jupiter, the 5th planet from the Sun and the biggest of all the solar system's planets. After the tales of Windows, codenamed Moon, Mars, and Ceres, codenamed Jupiter was said to have possessed powers beyond the imagination of human beings. Rumors began circulating, claiming that it was a project at Microsoft that was going to become a very successful operating system if it weren't for its strange reality manipulating powers that plagued the operating system so much that the project had to be abandoned as it was deemed too dangerous to face the bugs and superpowers within the operating system itself. As the rumors of codename Jupiter's existence spread throughout the technological community, I decided to turn the operating system on my computer. But whatever I did, I was greeted with a user interface far off of how an ordinary operating system should have in general. The boot screen showed planet Jupiter with the Windows logo next to it, and just like almost always, the standard sound was the same one used in Windows 2000 as with the operating systems with planet-themed code names. Everything was normal at first, until strange things began to happen within minutes after the booting process began. A strange luminescent aura was illuminating my whole room. Within the computer itself, files would disappear before reappearing in the most unexpected possible places. Cryptic messages would often display. Strange whispers were heard emanating from the speakers. The screen would flicker and distorted figures of well-known characters would often appear and disappear at times. The most disturbing thing I found about the operating system itself was that it was capable of opening up a wormhole inside of it, and it was capable of throwing objects at me from the wormhole. Like as if the fabric of the real world had become blurred by the operating system itself. And so I tried to uninstall the system, but it kept sending unencrypted error messages telling me to stop. Until then, I managed to successfully uninstall the operating system without crashing my computer screen or ruining it, just with a sigh of relief. To this day, the nightmare of Windows codename Jupiter continues to haunt some people to this day. Even people who dared to install it on their computers would never feel comfortable to install it again. Even the memory they had would appear in their very own nightmares soon. Hello guys! I am a worker at Microsoft Corporation. I like to help them develop and work on new operating system software, as well as updates on fixing bugs and glitches in some operating systems, especially cursed ones. I'd always love the attention on making sure that future Windows versions do not develop strange bugs they encountered in previous systems. Including those of codename Windows, codename Nexus, Windows 99, Windows 5, codename Ceres, codename Jupiter, codename Daytona, the XP Blackmoon, Windows Server 2001, Windows Shadowgate, codename Rift, etc. I'm kind of a big fan of the Walt Disney Company. I mean, they're a very big mass media and entertainment company that inspired so many millions of people worldwide. I'd always remembered watching their films when I was younger, especially Wreck-It Ralph. My favorite movie from Disney that I remember watching from my childhood days. It was such a good movie, like always, as with some of Disney's other movies that I saw. It has been over 100 years since Disney was founded all the way back in 1923, which was such a long time ago. They'll always remember about that day when they were founded back then. But what I'm here to tell you about is something weird that was happening to me recently. An operating system much worse than you would expect. Let me tell you the full story of what just happened to me recently. Once upon a time, it all started in the late 1990s, when Microsoft and the Walt Disney Company both signed an agreement to collaborate on creating an operating system that would eventually become the most successful and powerfully advanced operating system that the entire world has ever before seen. It was called the Microsoft Windows Disney Operating System, or the Windows Disney OS, or simply the Disney OS. It was an operating system focusing specifically on Disney-themed content, but with Windows elements in them. Since 1997, the team of software developers have been working so hard to create this operating system. Creating, testing, and finalizing the operating system and its beta builds. Hoping that everything should go well about it and its eventual impact on the technological industry. However, As the release date drew closer than ever before, it approached nearer and closer. The team began to report strange occurrences at the corridors at the Microsoft offices while testing the Disney OS. There were mysterious bugs and glitches that they couldn't explain at all. Some examples of bugs that the team reported was that files would randomly disappear, the screens would flicker, computers would often freeze, and strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers, like as if the computers were talking to them. And despite their best efforts, unfortunately, the team was not able to successfully fix the unexplained bugs before the designated release date approached. Thus, the Disney OS was therefore released in mid-2000, with the bugs remaining unpatched. This is when things started getting weird. It was just a few days after the release date happened that users began to report strange occurrences while using the Disney OS. Here are some of the bugs and glitches they saw. Some users said that while using the computer, files and desktop icons would randomly move around on their own, sometimes making it hard to stop them. Even at sometimes, they would often disappear before reappearing in the most unexpected and unusual possible places. Others said that the computers would randomly turn on or off by themselves, even with no input from the user, and even during the middle of the night while they were sleeping. Others claimed that they heard strange whispers coming from the computer speakers, even if the computer was turned off, but they couldn't make out what was being said. Others also said that their computer screens would occasionally flicker or brighten, often showing gibberish cryptic messages, while some users claimed that programs would run on their own and menus would open up by themselves. They also said that their computer screens would often freeze or even crash altogether, showing either blue or red screens at death. Other users also claimed to have seen distorted figures of Disney and Pixar characters appear on their screens. Whenever they tried to click away from the screen, they would follow the cursor no matter where it goes. Others claimed that the video player would randomly open up by itself, and it would often play disturbing lost media and deleted scenes of Disney and Pixar films and shows. Others claimed that their background screens would often randomly change colors at times. And whenever they tried to leave the room whilst running it on, the computer background would often change to show disturbing imagery of Disney and Pixar characters. Some people also said that strange cryptic error messages would often appear at times. And with all these glitches and bugs reported on computers with the Disney OS installed on it, it seems like the Disney OS had a conscious mind of its very own. And as people reported more and more of these strange glitches, rumors began to circulate on the internet claiming that the glitches that the Disney OS had were intentional, that Microsoft and Disney had deliberately programmed them as a way to haunt people who dared to use it no matter what they did. And despite all these rumors, Microsoft and Disney were both very sorry about those glitches that users found in the Disney OS, and that they denied any intentional wrongdoing. Microsoft later worked together with Disney to release patches to fix the glitches in the Disney operating system. And when they were released, users began downloading the patches to the glitches. For some users, though, it was too late. Their computers pretty much crashed. For others lucky enough to install the patches, they were greeted with cryptic error messages that appeared to be warning signs not to install the patches. Oh well, they did not care anyway, so the patches were installed and the glitches in the Disney stopped, and they could finally feel a sigh of relief. Some people, they were too afraid to use the Disney OS again without feeling a sense of unease. The glitches they encountered still haunt them to this day, waiting to appear in their worst nightmares soon. Fast forward to today, I've been hired out as a worker at Microsoft. Let me tell you what happened recently. It was late October 2023. I was at my house, playing games and watching videos on YouTube on my phone, like always. The videos I watch are mostly related to stuff like Battle for Dream Island or Wreck-It Ralph's Sugar Rush Races. I was having fun playing with my phone during break times. It was not until then when suddenly I received a phone call from my friend Kevin, who had just installed the Disney OS on his computer. And when I answered the call, it went as follows. I first said, "Hello?" Afterwards, Kevin said to me, "Hello, you're the one that's working on new operating systems at Microsoft, aren't you?" I replied saying, Yeah, why do you ask, Kevin? Kevin then proceeded to say, I don't know, I just wanted to tell you that I was downloading the first publicly released version of the Windows Disney operating system and I had encountered numerous problems on my computer. I then said, oh right, those strange glitches that people reported while using the Disney OS? I remember that, what is it you're telling me? And then Kevin said, I'm receiving some strange whispers coming from the speakers, files disappearing and reappearing in unusual spots, screens flickering and cryptic messages being displayed from my computer. What kind of messages? The messages are gibberish. They look like random symbols and letters from different languages or writing systems. Like as if someone mashed their computer. They really seem to be intentional. And so, my curiosity was piqued by the messages that Kevin received on his computer. For me, though, I had furrowed my brow. The thought of deliberately constructed gibberish messages on a computer was unsettling. I mean, I've encountered these strange cryptic messages before in my past encounters on cursed operating systems like codename Ceres, codename Jupiter, Windows 5, and Windows 2001, etc. While the call was going on, I said to Kevin, have you tried restarting your computer or installing the Microsoft Plus extension for the Disney OS? Maybe it's just some sort of glitch, some kind of coding error. And Kevin said, I've tried doing everything. Rebooting, running, diagnostics, scanning for viruses, etc. But nothing worked. The glitches intensified and the messages became more coherent. Like they're trying to convey something. And the unease in Kevin's voice was palpable. My mind also raced hard, considering various possibilities. Perhaps maybe it was a prank, or maybe some bizarre form of malware was causing the issue. Regardless, his instincts told me that this was far from a typical tech support call. So I said to Kevin, okay, I'm intrigued. Can you give me remote access to your computer tomorrow when you leave to your vacation to Maryland? I'll take a look at it myself. Kevin replied to me, saying, I appreciate it, but there's something else you should know. Sometimes late at night, I see my background flickering to show faint and disturbing images involving Disney characters. They're like glimpses into a distorted world. After processing Kevin's words, shivers were being sent down my spine over what Kevin said so much. I had to question him, saying, I don't understand. Those disturbing images that people reported years ago? What did they look like? Kevin said, they are hard to describe, but they seem to resemble distorted images of Disney characters, sometimes with blood shown on them. Strange symbols also often tended to appear, as with surreal landscapes. I mean, they're fleeting, like they're there one moment and gone to the next. As Kevin described the disturbing imagery, my mind was thinking about the tales of Windows codename Jupiter and Windows codename Ceres, the software horrors that captured the imaginations of online tech communities in the early 2000s. I was questioning myself in my own head. Could it be possible that the Disney OS was a living, breathing entity with a mind of its very own and was about to join their ranks of cursed Windows versions? And so I then said to Kevin, listen, I want to help you figure this out. When I come to your house by tomorrow morning when you leave to your vacation, when the images usually appear, I'll see if I can identify the source of the images and messages or not. Kevin thanked me for this, saying, thank you. I feel like I'm losing my mind over this. It's like my computer was trying to communicate with me in ways I can't comprehend. When the call ended, my heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. I couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter was not just a technical issue, but something far more unsettling. An exploration into the unknown depths of software in the human mind, just like all my encounters with Windows codename Jupiter and those other anomalous Windows versions in the past. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars at night were visible, I came outside and I saw on the bottom left of the picture planet Jupiter with my very own eyes. That Jupiter is that big bright planet in the sky. It was the namesake used for the code name Jupiter that Microsoft used for that mysterious Eldritch operating system, Windows, codename Jupiter. I also saw in the top right of the picture the bright moon right now, and when this photograph was taken, it was in its waxing gibbous phase. A bright moon that casted shadows behind me. However, after that I brushed my teeth, and then afterwards I went to bed. The next morning I was waking up like usual, and I was brushing my teeth and eating breakfast like always. Then afterwards I decided to go to my car, and I decided to drive to Kevin's house just to investigate what was happening on Kevin's computer, as my days turned into nights, and as I delved deeper into the mysteries of Kevin's computer with the Disney operating system installed on it. The weight of anticipation hung heavy in the air as I prepared to investigate what was really going on in Kevin's computer, hoping to unveil the truth behind the gibberish messages and the flickering images. And during the process of booting up the system, I was greeted with a boot screen that neared a striking resemblance to that of the Windows 2000 boot screen. Except the Windows logo was, instead of being shown inside of a group of squares, it was shown inside of the iconic Mickey Mouse head shape. And when the system finished booting, the startup sound played. It was the same one that was used in Windows 2000 and Windows Millennium Edition. And at first I was greeted with a user interface similar to that of the one used in Windows 2000. Even the icons were the same ones, which was released to the public around the same year as the release of the Disney OS. Eventually I began to realize that there were strange glitches. Yes, the same ones that people reported back in the Disney OS's early days. Like what Kevin said in the phone call he had with me previously, files would often disappear and then reappear in unusual spots. Sometimes the screen would flicker and disturbing imagery would often show. Sometimes cryptic error messages also appeared, and I can hear strange whispers emanating from the computer's speakers, like as if the computer was talking to me, though I couldn't make out what was being said. At first I was surprised as to what was going on. This reminds me of my past experience on Windows codename Jupiter after that. But then I remembered seeing a commercial at the Disney OS from years ago. A promotional spot for the ill-fated Windows Disney operating system. The ad had featured none other than Steve Ballmer, Microsoft's enthusiastic CEO at the time, touting the software's revolutionary features and user-friendly interface. It was a glimpse into the past, a time when the promise of technology seemed boundless. What had caught my attention, though, was during the commercial, there was the brief appearance of, to the right of the screen, a poorly drawn animated girl, the centerpiece of the ad. She had an appearance that pretty much resembled a humanized version of Puffball from Battle for Dream Island, with pink hair, pink-colored eyes, and a pink shirt with purple sleeves. She seemed to wear gray pants, and appears to be sitting on top of a pink cloud. She has a certain uncanny quality. Her movements were very fluid, yet slightly off-kilter, as if she existed in a realm between reality and the digital world. The animation style, though, was very unmistakable. It was similar, the movements were kind of similar to that of the third season of, Be It the Eye, which is IDFB. Whereas the overall appearance of Puffball kind of resembled a very chibi-looking style. At first, I couldn't shake the feeling that the girl's animated presence was very significant. A big puzzle piece waiting to be fit into the larger picture. Her animated visage was provided by a then 3-year-old voice actor of Puffball, Michael Huang. A detail that had initially seemed unimportant, but it now carried a weight of its own. Not only that, but she has a voice that pretty much sounded exactly like Puffball's envy at the eye. As the time continued going on, I initiated the remote connection with Kevin's computer. The screen flickered and a window opened, displaying a live feed of Kevin's own monitor. At first, a phone call between me and Kevin was going on again. Kevin's voice trembled with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation as the whole footage unfolded on the screen at the Disney OS computer. That Kevin said to me, "I can see the screen, Benji, but I'm telling you, these messages and images, they're unlike anything I've seen before." Yeah, if you're wondering, Benji is pretty much a nickname my friends often give to me. But then I replied to him saying, "Don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. Let's see if we can capture one of these images as they appear." As the minutes turned into hours, my eyes remained fixed on the screen. Suddenly, a strange pattern of symbols began to materialize, forming a coherent shape that seemed to shift and warp on its own. It was the kind of pattern that defied explanation, its intricacies beyond the grasp of human understanding. And so Kevin reacted to this and told me, "Benji, do you see that? It's happening again." And then I said to him, "I see it. Hold on. Let me see if I can try to capture this footage." And so then I grabbed the snip and sketch tool and then I quickly snapped a screenshot of the enigmatic pattern. My heart was racing by this point. I had finally managed to capture a piece of the puzzle, a glimpse into the strange anomalies that had haunted Kevin's computer while having the Disney OS installed on it. As I stared at my own eyes at the screenshot very closely, I couldn't help but wonder, what did it mean? Was there a connection to the commercial, the animated girl, and the unsettling images that flickered across Kevin's screen? My mind swirled with questions, my determination to unravel the truth growing stronger with each passing moment. The next morning, I dreamed in my very own mind about the very time in 2000, before I was born, when at the time the anticipation had been building for months. With tech enthusiasts and ordinary users alike eager to experience the latest evolution of computing with the Disney operating system. As the release of the Disney OS unfolded long ago, the software came in sleek, futuristic packaging, adorned with the Windows logo that had become synonymous with technological progress at the time. As I dreamed in my very own head about what was going on at the time of 2000, when the entire world embraced the release of the Windows Disney OS, they couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility, a connection to the software they had helped to shape. The memories of the early morning remote connection, the cryptic messages and the unsettling images lingered in my mind at the dream, casting a shadow over the memory of when the Disney OS was released in 2000. As I dreamed in my very own mind, I was dreaming about the software's interface being a blend of familiarity and innovation. Windows opened and closed seamlessly. Applications responded with lightning speed, and the overall user experience of the Disney-themed operating system was unlike anything that had come before. But yet, even as users marveled at the advancements, there was an undercurrent of unease. An unspoken understanding that something beyond the surface was at play. As the dream continued in my mind at what was going on, reports of strange occurrences began to surface. Users claimed to have experienced unexplained crashes, sudden freezes, and glitches that defied conventional troubleshooting. Whatever I dreamed of in my mind was in the far past. That was long ago, in the year 2000, just 7 years before I was born in the first place. And that was just all during the past. I stopped dreaming in my own head. The day continued. Once the clock hits noon, I decided to open up the Internet Explorer browser, where I came to click on the website about an enhancement product that Microsoft released. Microsoft Plus for the Disney OS. The operating and system enhancement product that would bring enhanced graphics, movie files of Disney movies, channels, TV shows, video games, and a big assortment of screensavers, games, themes, programs, or whatever. Anyways, I decided to install Microsoft Plus for the Disney OS to see if it will fix the problem with those strange glitches and anomalies that Kevin had encountered before. During the installation process, the strange glitches still persisted, and yet the system itself kept sending out cryptic error messages. When the installation process was completed, the system told me to restart the computer so that I could install the enhancements to the Disney OS, hoping that I could fix these strange anomalies. As my computer was restarting, and during the process of booting, the boot screen again showed the same one I saw last time, but with the Microsoft Plus logo next to the word mark in the operating system's name. As the system finished booting again and the Windows 2000 startup sound again played, though even with the Plus extensions installed on it, those anomalous glitches still persisted to my disappointment. The Plus enhancements installed on the Disney OS PC would bring some enhanced graphics, screensavers, games, themes, movies, channels, TV shows, and a bunch of other content. However, as I delved deeper into the code that was behind the Windows Disney OS, I started to encounter something that sent a chill down my spine. It was corrupted files. I mean, seriously, corrupted files that the Plus enhancements had installed mysteriously. These files, buried deep within the system, held the names of seemingly innocent software titles. Mickey Mouse's Clubhouse and Handyman's Workshop, for example. It was as if the software had ingested the essence of these programs and twisted them into something ominous. As I dared to explore into the two files, my fingers trembled as I tried to examine the two corrupted files. I couldn't ignore the creeping feeling that the innocence of these children's programs had been warped into something darker. Something that resonated with the unsettling occurrences that users had been reporting from long ago. Curiosity then battled with apprehension as I opened the very first of the corrupted files, Mickey Mouse's Clubhouse, and I was greeted with a horrifying childhood-ruining experience once I opened the file. I mean, I'll tell you, the once cheerful-looking characters now appeared very contorted and distorted, turned pitch black with bright white eyes. The program's features were warped into an unsettling, Uncanny Valley. The familiar background of the idyllic clubhouse had given way to a twisted, nightmarish landscape. A world that seemed to mock the whimsical innocence of its source material. As I navigated through the corrupted software, I discovered snippets of dialogue that sent shivers down my very own spine. Words that seemed to convey malevolent intent, just hidden beneath a veneer of children's voices. It was as if the very essence of the software had pretty much been twisted into a mockery of its own original purpose. And then there was the ladder file, Handy Manny's workshop. The corrupted version of the software was a far cry from the once vibrant, cheerful world that had delighted children's minds. That included my very own eyes. Yet again, I was greeted with another experience that pretty much ruined my childhood. I mean, I'll tell you in a second. The characters that once sang cheerful songs, I mean, Manny and his toolbox of anthropomorphic tools, now moved with a very jerky, unnatural motion. The colors that once painted a big picture of creativity now seem to bleed into a very big palette of dread. As my heart raced down, I uncovered snippets of corrupted dialogues within the software. The once heartwarming messages inside the software were now oozed with dark undertones. Phrases that seemed to taunt the boundaries between the digital and the real. I mean, it was as if the very fabric of the virtual world had been tainted, and that these corrupted files were gateways to something far beyond human comprehension. The more I explored, the more I felt the boundaries between reality and the digital realm beginning to blur. The corrupted files seemed to have a consciousness of their own. A consciousness that was hungry for connection, for understanding, for a bridge to the world from beyond the screen. That very next day, while I was navigating through the virtual landscape, I found myself drawn into an unfamiliar bookmark within the Internet Explorer browser. The link's name was a string of seemingly random characters, and its destination was an unknown Disney website. A sense of foreboding washed over me, but curiosity urged me to click on the link to the unknown Disney website. As the website loaded slowly, its design a chaotic collage of distorted images and garbled text. As I scrolled down the page, I felt a shiver crawling down my spine as to what I saw. I mean, the background was a shade of dark green, and there were two distorted figures. Once recognizable as the characters Garfield and Bonzi Buddy. They both now appeared grotesque and twisted, with pitch black eyes. The once cheerful Mickey Mouse's features were contorted as if they were warped by some otherworldly force. I mean, what had caught my attention though was at the very bottom of the page, a single image flickered and glitched like an artifact from a corrupted digital world. As I stared at it, I soon realized that the distorted figure was like none other than Mickey Mouse. The once cheerful, iconic mouse character. Except he looked very distorted and berserk. I mean, he was all totally pitch black and he had bright white glowing eyes. My heart raced down even more as I continued to scroll down the page. The distorted figure seemed to come to life, its features flickering and shifting in an eerie dance of pixels. The distorted Mickey Mouse figure was just standing to the right of the distorted Garfield figure, and to the left of the distorted Bonzi figure. I mean, if you're wondering, these three figures are the same ones I encountered on my past experience at using Windows code named Ceres. Three figures were looking at me directly in the eyes, and then the impossible happened. The three distorted figures' mouths moved, and I could almost hear the words forming. They said,
Benjamin.
which is surprisingly my real name. I mean, I was shocked as to how they actually said and know my real name. Not only that, but their voice was slightly distorted, a cacophony of digital noise that somehow coalesced into a semblance of speech. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the figures, my mind struggling to comprehend the impossible.
You have come so far, Benjamin. We know where you are. We can see you sitting over there in that chair now.
Their voices sounded as if they were like emanating from a realm far beyond the screen. As if the very fabric of the digital world had become a conduit for something beyond human understanding.
We have been watching, waiting, tracing your footsteps.
I mean, I was so shocked about this that my fingers trembled so much as I reached the mouse. My instincts urging me to close the browser, to shut out the impossible voices that seemed to bridge the gap between the real and the digital. But they didn't stop there. They said,
We are coming for you.
and after that, they said,
Sure, you may seek answers to guide you to places you can run towards. But beware, for the answers you can seek may guide you to places where you cannot return back from at all.
the three distorted figures' words echoed in my mind. A warning that resonated with primal fear. I felt as if the digital realm itself was speaking to me. As if the very code that held the Disney OS software together had become sentient, an entity seeking to communicate with me. With a racing heart, I desperately managed to successfully close the browser down. The image of the three distorted figures of Mickey, Garfield, and Bonzi fading into the recesses of my memory. The encounter had left me shaken, a witness to something that defied all reason and explanation. And so immediately after closing the browser window down, the whole computer screen like flickered, and shortly afterwards it brightened. I closed my eyes so much after witnessing this intense amount of brightness in my very own face. The computer's brightness then restored back to its original state, as if nothing like happened. And so as I delved deeper into the enigma of Windows Disney OS, the boundaries between the real world and the digital realm continued to blur. The unsettling encounters with the corrupted files, the unknown Disney website, and the brightening screen had left an inaudible mark on my sight. But the strangeness was far from over. Later that day, once the clock hits noon, I began to navigate to the top on the top right of the screen where I could get access to channels like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN. When I decided to click on the Disney Plus button, the application began to open innocently, like as if nothing happened. Then afterwards, when the Disney Plus application opened, it contained many charming collections of Disney cartoons, films, and TV shows, including those of the vintage times, as I was transporting me back to the golden eras of animation. The nostalgic sight of these beloved characters and timeless stories was a very welcoming respite from the enigmatic challenges that awaited me within the horrors of the Disney OS itself. I hope that these Disney movies, films, and cartoons might provide a glimpse into the source of the anomalies I had encountered within the Disney operating system. But little did I know that these innocent Disney cartoons, seemingly frozen in time, held secrets that would soon take a disconcerting and ominous turn, casting a shadow over the otherwise lighthearted world of animated entertainment. As I was watching the cartoons, strange anomalies began to happen. The characters would often freeze, and sometimes they would have their gazes stare at me directly in the eyes. And other times, the entire scene would stand still, as if the boundaries between the real and the animated started to blur. And other times, the characters would often show pitch black eyes, and they would often say something to me. But every time this happened, I always get error messages, and the entire Disney Plus application would always close by itself every time that happened. And I'll tell you one example of one such cartoon I remember having a bad experience with on the Disney OS. It was called Fiddling Around. Fiddling Around. A Mickey Mouse cartoon from 1930. Okay, now remember, Hayden the Toad Jammer decided to remove this part from the spin pasta version of the article because, since it wasn't even made, that is also edited. Oh well. Whatever the case, I'll be narrating it from what I remember. When I clicked on the play button, I found myself immersed in a bygone era of animation. Mickey, in his classic attire, confidently announced that he would perform the finale to William Tell's overture. The whimsical melody filled the virtual room as he stood, violin in hand, preparing for his very performance. However, my delight turned to unease when Mickey's cheery demeanor abruptly shifted from what it should be in. His gaze abruptly shifted away from the audience on the screen, and then he focused directly onto me. He continued to blink, staring at me in the eyes, lasting for an uncomfortably long moment. This was such an eerie anomaly in the world of animated characters. But then, after several minutes of waiting, to my astonishment and alarm, his eyes abruptly turned to pitch black, and then he spoke directly to me. His voice a discordant departure from the once cheerful Mickey I knew. All what he said was, "I'd turn my back if I were you, Benjamin." Yeah, he actually said my real name this time, and I was surprised and shocked about it. The screen then suddenly froze before cutting to pitch black. Then afterwards, an error message appeared in the middle of the screen. Before the entire Disney Plus application closed by itself in unsettling silence. The cartoon's sudden departure from its lighthearted narrative into this enigmatic void left me with a deep sense of foreboding. As if the boundary between the real and the animated started to blur in a disconcerting way. And so my mind raced with questions as I sat in the dim glow of my monitor. What had I just witnessed? Was the Steamboat Willie Mickey Mouse attempting to communicate with me through the very medium of the video? Huh? Then I was becoming very bored. The line between the real and the digital continued to blur for me. I decided to distract myself by watching videos on YouTube that are related to my favorites, giving me an algorithm of videos related to the Sugar Rush races from Wreck-It Ralph and Battle for Doom Island. I hope that these videos may provide a good glimpse into the source of the mysterious anomalies that have appeared while I was watching the cartoons. But little did I know that even the videos I watch on YouTube started containing dark secrets that would cast a shadow into the lighthearted world of internet animation. An example of one such video was called BFB-13, Return of the Rocket Ship. While the video was playing, everything went normal at first, until something strange happened just before midway into the video. During the scene when Pillow was reacting to 4 announcing the contest, saying,
Gosh, that's predictable.
4 then suddenly began to show up in front of Pillow. Where then we see Snowball, Eggy, Teardrop, Remote, Fiery, and Dora looking at him in the foreground. However, 4's eyes were, totally pitch black. As if he was possessed by the operating system itself. As 4 opened his mouth wide open and grabbed Pillow with his tongue, just about to swallow her, cryptic error messages then began to appear all over the screen, while I was desperately trying to close them all. 4 then began to let out a loud, echoey screech as Pillow gets disturbed all over. And instead of it transitioning into the scene where Tree covers his ears, with Tree opening his eyes, saying to 4,
4, I hope you don't swallow.
like in the final video, the screen then abruptly turned to pitch black, and an error message displayed before the whole website closed itself mysteriously. And so I was asking with questions to myself as I sat in the dim glow of my monitor, saying, what did I just witness? What was that all about? Huh? And so then, as I delved deeper into the files of the operating system, I discovered a folder embedded deep within the system's chambers. The folder was called Movies, and when I clicked on it, the folder contained video files of the many movies from Disney, Pixar, Marvel, and Star Wars. When I saw this, it was a very welcoming respite from the enigmatic challenges and anomalies that I always keep encountering on the Disney OS. Even containing some of my favorite Disney movies of interest. But there was a dark secret within these movie files that would haunt me for the next few minutes. Little did I know that these innocent movie files held secrets that would soon take a disconcerting and ominous turn, casting a shadow over the otherwise lighthearted world of animated entertainment, and creating the stuff that would often be found in people's worst nightmares ever. And, well, Toy Story was an example of one such movie file, so I clicked on the file and the movie started to play out. Everything was normal at first, until something strange happened. And during the scene when Woody's voice box made Scott awaken up, and when Woody and Buzz turned around to see Scott the maniac dog from downstairs, something strange began to happen. Scott's eyes were pretty much very pitch black, glowing. And instead of Scott charging at them, with Buzz yelling,
Split up!
like in the final film, the entire video stood still. Scott freezing in place, Scott looking at the screen, blinking his eyes, lasting for an uncomfortably long period of time. Then afterwards, to my surprise, Scott's gaze abruptly shifted away from Buzz and Woody directly towards the camera, with his gaze piercing beyond the screen, looking at me directly in the eyes. The entire screen then suddenly turned pitch black, and then what happened afterwards? An error message then suddenly appeared, before the whole video player crashed itself. It seems as if the fabric of the realm of computer-generated animation and the real world began to blur after this incident. I was so angry enough about what just happened, so I decided to watch another one of the films from the movies folder, A Bug's Life, and the film itself started playing. Everything went normal again this time, until at the very climax of the movie, when again something far stranger happened. During the scene when Hopper was grabbing Flick, when Hopper was finishing his last lines to Flick, saying,
But you won't.
The bird showed up. The bird was chirping and looking down at Hopper, like in the final film. Though the bird's eyes were totally pitch black, just like what happened to Scott the maniac dog in Toy Story earlier. Hopper then turned his face around to look at the bird. Then his eyes then abruptly turned his pitch black too. And instead of Hopper questioning to look at what the bird was, saying,
Well, what's this?
as in the final film, Hopper and the bird stood still as Flick gets dropped onto the floor and runs away off screen. For Hopper and the bird though, they both stood still again, because like in the other movie, they were blinking her eyes without saying anything. Again, the whole scene lasted for an uncomfortably long moment. Before then, the entire screen turned to pitch black again. Yet again, another error message appeared, before the video player again closed itself. Once again, I was really angry about this. I was questioning myself as to what was happening. I decided to watch another one of the movies in the folder, Chicken Little. And everything went normal this time, until something strange also happened too at that moment. During the scene when Chicken Little and his dad were climbing onto the building, just before they were about to get teleported inside the aliens' UFO to return the alien child that the aliens had left behind earlier, the screen suddenly froze again before another error message appeared. The entire video player closed itself again for the third time. And so I decided to watch yet again another one of their films, Cars. Everything was normal at first, until something strange happened somewhere during the beginning of the film. And during the scene when Lightning McQueen breaks himself free from the wires as he was pulling on the statue so much that the statue flew off screen, the camera cuts to McQueen himself, who is breathing heavily. Because as seen from his point of view, we can see dust floating away in the background in the opposite direction as viewed from the camera. About 5 seconds later, said statue dropped down from the sky, but this time it looked rather intimidating compared to the actual one in the film itself, as if it were like possessed by the Disney operating system itself. The statue's eyes were totally pitch black, and instead of Lightning McQueen screaming at the sight of seeing the statue looking directly at him like in the final film, the entire scene by that moment stood still again. The statue was looking directly at the camera as if its gaze were piercing directly into my very own eyes. The worst of all was that the entire scene froze for and stood still for an uncomfortably long period of time. It wasn't until then that after several minutes of silence, the statue actually talked and said in a distorted voice, saying, "You cannot escape me." When I heard this, shivers were being sent down my spine. Until then, something completely unexpected and far off happened. The entire screen froze again before it turned pitch black. Yet again, the same error message I got in the last 3 movies appeared before the video player once again closed itself for the 4th time. So I was questioning myself as to what was happening, whether the statue was trying to engage in a conversation with me or had the characters in the video files became possessed by the operating system itself. Anyway though, I decided to watch another one of the movie folder's films, Bolt. Everything went normal this time until something strange happened yet again. During the scene when Penny was being taken inside of an ambulance truck with a burnt arm, with Bolt, Mittens, and Rhino going along with her, the screen suddenly rolls again. Her message also appeared in the middle of the screen for a little bit as the whole scene itself stood still for about several minutes. Before the scene resumed, the error message read, "Did you really think you could escape me?" And there are 2 buttons on it called yes and no respectively. And clicked on yes, but then an error message showed up and it read, "You thought you could escape me, but you cannot." My fingers trampled. And clicked on the OK button. When the error message closed, the video resumed playing. And just as the scene ended, as Penny's mom closed the ambulance door shut to prevent the agent from going in, The distorted Mickey Mouse figure from the unknown Disney website appeared. Yes, the same one I encountered on the unknown Disney website. With his white glowing eyes shone, the error message then appeared again before the video player then again closed itself. After questioning as to what was happening with the 5 movies I watched, I decided to watch one last film, Wreck-It Ralph. Everything went normal this time until about midway into the film, when again something strange happened. And during the scene when Ralph was shouting at the Sugar Rush racers, telling them to leave Vanellope alone. The said racers, that includes from left to right as shown in the screenshot. Lloyd, Snowanna, Francis, who is actually behind Snowanna in the photograph when viewed from the camera, Jubilina, Minty, Candlehead, Crumbelina, Fedor Beazle, Swizzle, and Taffeta turned their heads around to look directly towards Ralph. But then something strange happened. The said racer's eyes were all totally pitch black, and instead of Ralph running down a cliff, flailing his arms, growling like a monster, and scaring the racers away as in the final film, the entire scene stood still once again, with the racers looking at Ralph without saying anything. And like the other movies, they were often blinking their eyes, and the scene lasted for an uncomfortably long period of time. I mean, it lasted for about several minutes. Until then, something completely far off happened. The racers' gazes then abruptly shifted away from Ralph, and then they moved directly towards the camera as they all started looking at me directly in the eyes. And then they were about to say something to me, but just before they were going to say it, the entire screen froze once again, and afterwards the same error message I always get displayed before the video player again crashed once again. And it pretty much seems like the characters in the video files of the Disney Movies folder had somehow become possessed by the Disney OS. I mean, the room around me though had felt oppressive. The digital world I had once known transformed into a realm of uncertainty and malevolence. The encounters with the distorted figures and the anomalous videos had shattered my sense of reality, leaving me to question the very nature of the software that my friend Kevin was just installing on his computer. And as the clock ticked on, I realized that I was just no longer just a programmer investigating a mystery. I had become entangled in a tapestry of darkness, where the boundaries between reality, digital realms, and the supernatural had eroded, leaving me to navigate a landscape of uncertainty and terror. A few minutes later, my digital journey took me to a file called Disney OS's Chambers, a text document file that randomly appeared on my screen. When I clicked on the file, it opened up in Notepad. A cryptic message showed with letters and symbols from different languages and writing systems. As my eyes widened, trying to decode what it means, it became apparent enough that the file actually read, "Did you really think you could?" After closing the file, my fingers trembled. I mean, I was questioning myself as to what was going on with all of this happening. The distorted figures, the distorted images, the videos with their unsettling encounters. It was all connected. A tapestry of darkness that stretched across the digital landscape. The very fabric of the digital world had become a realm of darkness. A landscape where the boundaries between reality and the supernatural had eroded beyond recognition. And as I sat in the dim glow of my monitor, I soon realized that I was teetering on the precipice of an abyss. A realm where the unknown and the unknowable converged. The mysteries of the Disney OS had become more than just enigmas to solve. I mean, they were parts to my very own sanity and my very own existence. As the mysteries within the Disney OS continued to unravel, my sense of unease deepened. I mean, the encounters with the corrupted files, The distorted figures and the unsettling websites had left an inedible mark on my sight. I couldn't shake the feeling that the digital realm was no longer under my control. That I had ventured into a place where the boundaries between reality and the unknown had blurred beyond recognition. One fateful night, after hours of delving into the depths of the software, I decided to restart my computer, hoping that a fresh boot might provide some semblance of normalcy. A respite from the horrors I had uncovered. But as the computer powered on, my heart sank. The Windows Disney OS Plus boot screen was normal at first. Nothing changed, but before I could react, a disorienting montage of clips played before my very own eyes. The clips were a disturbing symphony of images and sounds, a cacophony of distorted faces, surreal landscapes, and fragmented voices that seemed to speak to me from beyond the veil. The horrors I had just witnessed within the Disney OS were now being replayed before me. A relentless onslaught that assaulted my senses. My vision eventually blurred, my mind overwhelmed by the onslaught. The images flickered and merged, twisting and distorting my sense of reality. And then, as if the world had unraveled, I felt a sudden surge of disorientation. A vertigo that tore the very fabric of my being. I started feeling very sick. I became really dizzy and nauseous. A sickness so extreme that I had never before experienced in my whole life. The computer screen itself displayed a red screen of death, which is the original blue screen of death, but with the color changed to red. The ambulance arrived to take me to the hospital, but then afterwards my computer turned off by itself. The next thing I knew was that I was laying in a hospital bed, surrounded by the sterile white walls of a clinical room. My head was throbbed, my body ached. I was extremely dizzy and disoriented. I was extremely nauseous. I felt as if I had been torn between two worlds, the digital and the real. Doctors and nurses moved around me, their faces a blur as they worked to stabilize me. I struggled to piece together what had happened, the memories of the terrifying footage and the disturbing montage still haunting my thoughts. My strength waned, my breath shallow as I was looking around the hospital room. I felt the weight of the unknown pressing down upon me. The darkness of the Disney OS threatening to consume me whole. And as the doctors and nurses worked fanatically to save me, I knew I was about to enter into a coma. In a moment of clarity, my voice, barely a whisper, uttered my final words before I went to a coma. My message a haunting revelation to those who would listen. The answer lies within the code. And so I was put into a deep coma. And then the doctors and nurses worked together to try to stabilize me, giving me medicine on the brain. And then they have to maintain my airways to keep my breathing stable and to stop the weight of the unknown from pressing down. The only way to stop the unknown from consuming my mind was to give me antibiotics to the veins in my arms. And next day, news about my condition had quickly spread across the halls of the Microsoft offices. A somber reminder that the enigma of the Windows Disney OS attempted to consume my very own mind. Even Steve Ballmer, the former CEO of Microsoft, and Michael Eisner, the former CEO of Disney, paid tribute to the programmer who delved too deep into the digital abyss of the Windows Disney OS. As my colleagues and friends at my car community, church community, neighborhood community, and Microsoft community gathered to remember me, I couldn't help but wonder about the depths of the digital realm, about the boundaries that had been crossed and the price that had been paid. My journey had been a testament to the dangers of delving too deep, of seeking answers in places where the laws of reality faltered. My very own parents also attended the tribute, and they were both laying on their knees, crying, praying for me, trying to ask God to heal me and heal my sicknesses, so I experienced while delving too deep into the Disney OS's abyss. They reflected on my journey that had taken me into the digital unknown. My very own fate served as a reminder of the delicate balance between human understanding and the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp. My legacy continued to live on within the halls of Microsoft, an emblem of the unyielding pursuit of knowledge. Even when it leads to the precipice of darkness, the enigma of the Windows Disney OS became a cautionary tale, a testament to the power that software and technology hold over our lives and the unseen forces they can unleash. Windows Disney OS thus became a symbol of the inherent unpredictability of the digital realm, a realm where the line between reality and the virtual can blur with very unforeseen consequences. My journey, though nearly tragic, served as a reminder that even in the pursuit of understanding, we must tread carefully on the fragile bridge between the known and the unknown. And as time carried the memories of my ordeal into the distance, the lessons learned from my harrowing experience remained etched in the minds of those who had walked alongside me. The legacy of the Windows Disney OS was one of caution at the shadows that can be unleashed when the boundaries of the digital world are pushed to their limits. Back at the hospital, though, while I was being treated, I started dreaming about something. What appeared in my very own dreams was the same enigmatic pink-haired Van Gogh girl that I saw in the Disney OS commercial. The humanized football looking towards a black-haired, black-cloth boy who appeared to be a humanized version of Black Hole from Battle for Dream Island and had purple-colored eyes. And they both started blushing at each other as they looked directly towards, a heart appearing right between them. A few days later, I was recovered and my coma went away. I was finally able to survive the enigma of the Windows Disney OS, which failed to consume my mind. My eyes opened again. I could finally walk out free and good. I feel so much happy now that many people in my choir community, church community, neighborhood community, and even the Microsoft community cheered up happily now that I was finally able to survive. Now my parents were finally relieved at this. One fellow employee at Microsoft told me, the only way to fix the bugs in the Disney OS is to install the required patches to fix them. After hearing this, I had to go back to Kevin's house where I tried to turn on the computer again with the ill-fated Disney OS installed on it. The Windows Disney OS Plus boot screen again showed, with the Windows 2000 setup sound again playing once the process of the booting finished. And when I came to the Microsoft website, I attempted to install their enhancement product called Microsoft Enhancement Patches for Fixing Bugs in Tamper Windows Operating Systems. However, once the installation process began, something very unsettling began to happen. As the installation process of the patches began, the three distorted figures I encountered on the unknown Disney website appeared right on the screen, saying to me,
"You will regret this."
Soon afterwards, the system itself started to repetitively send out cryptic error messages that appeared to be warning signs not to install the patches to the unexplained bugs in the operating system. I ignored the warnings though and installed them anyway. When the installation process was completed, I had to restart my computer again. During the process of rebooting the system, the Windows Disney OS Plus boot screen showed up again. And when it finished rebooting, the Windows 2000 startup sound again played and everything went back to normal. The unexplained glitches in the Disney OS had finally been patched once and for all. The boundaries between the real and the digital finally shot again once and for all. I was very happy and relieved so much about this that I called Kevin with my phone and I had told him, "Hey Kevin, I fixed your computer already and got rid of the unexplained bugs I encountered." Kevin replied to me saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Benji." I said, "You're welcome." And so I left Kevin's home and drove all the way back home. Kevin came to his house and tried using the computer again. He was very happy that he could finally use the Windows Disney OS PC without worrying about those glitches that blur the boundaries between the real and the digital. He probably wanted to download the Windows Disney OS because he wanted to test some of its capabilities. And everyone was very happy about me surviving the very enigmatic experience of the Windows Disney OS trying to consume me. I managed to break free from its path. The horrors I had encountered previously, though, I would never forget about the horrifying experience that I'm gonna probably get nightmares from. To this day, the nightmare of the first publicly released version of the Windows Disney OS continues to haunt some people to this day, waiting to appear in their worst nightmares soon. Microsoft and Disney were both very sorry about this. Microsoft and Disney had both collaborated to release numerous better versions of the Disney OS that would never have the strange bugs that the first publicly released version of the Disney OS experienced. As of right now, the tale of Windows Disney OS lived on. A digital campfire story whispered among those who knew the secrets of its haunted code. A tale that would forever remind us that, well, within the labyrinth of ones and zeros, there are mysteries that defy resolution, and within the digital realm, there are truths that remain hidden in plain sight. Oh, and before you forget, here's a picture of a humanized Bill dancing. That experience I had with the Disney OS installed on my friend's computer recently was terrible. I mean, the distorted figures, the anomalous videos, the corrupted files, the brightening screen, and the enigma of the operating system trying to consume me whole was terrifying. What a shipwreck. I've been getting nightmares recently over what just happened while using the first version of the Disney OS. But what I'm here to tell you is that there's an operating system much worse than that. Today I'm going to test out this enigmatic operating system called Windows codename Saturn. Back in the year 2000, Microsoft released an operating system called Windows Saturn, and when it was in development it was called Windows codename Saturn. The operating system was said to have been named after Saturn, the sixth planet from the Sun. Ironically though, Saturn is also my favorite one of the solar system's planets. When codename Saturn was released, users who installed it on their computers were welcomed with a seemingly friendly user interface that was revolutionary in the development of Windows technology. An interface that was very innovative, a brand new experience with features such as programs running at lightning speed and that Windows opened and closed seamlessly. Though users marveled at the advancements, there was an undercurrent of unease, an unspoken understanding that something beyond the surface was at play. Shortly after the release date happened, reports of strange occurrences began to surface. Users claim to have experienced unexplained crashes, sudden freezes, and glitches that defied conventional troubleshooting. Not to mention, users were also reporting strange whispers coming from the speakers and disturbing imagery showing up on the screen. It was as if the operating system itself had a mind of its very own. Like its predecessor, codenamed Jupiter, it was said to have possessed powers beyond human imagination, though compared to those of codenamed Jupiter, its capabilities were much weaker than that. As the unexplained glitches continued, Microsoft was forced to recall Windows Saturn and the company never spoke of it again. But some say that the Saturn code lives on, hidden deep within the darkest corners of the internet. And if you're not careful, it may just find its way onto your computer, bringing with it a world of terror and darkness that you may never escape from. Well, fast forward to today, I decided to install the operating system on my computer, and whatever I did, I was greeted with a boot screen that showed Planet Saturn with the Windows logo next to it. Like its predecessor, codenamed Jupiter, I was greeted with the Windows 2000 style sound playing in the background. While using the operating system, everything was normal at first, until I began reporting the same problems that people were reporting back in 2000. Files would randomly disappear and then reappear in the most unexpected places. The screens would flicker, strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers, and cryptic error messages on the display. Sometimes disturbing imagery would also show on the background every time I'm not looking at the screen. As I was seeing these strange glitches unfold within the system itself, my thoughts were shifting towards those times when I had been testing out those anomalous operating systems like Windows codename Ceres or Jupiter. The glitches also remind me at that time when my friend was installing the Disney operating system on his computer, and I had to come to check the glitches. But the glitches intensify to the point where the Disney OS's enigma tried to consume my mind, only to fail because it had installed patches to it. Well, this time in my experience, I tried to uninstall the system, but it kept sending out cryptic error messages telling me to stop. Until then, I managed to successfully uninstall the operating system without crashing my computer screen or ruining it. Just with a sigh of relief. To this day, the nightmare of Windows codename Saturn still continues to haunt some people to this day. Even people who dare to install it on their computers would never feel comfortable to install it again. Even the memory they had would appear in their very own nightmare soon. Once upon a time, deep within the digital realm, a forgotten operating system called the Windows New York City lurked. Unlike any other OS, it held an eerie reputation, whispered about only in hushed tones among tech enthusiasts. Legend has it that Windows New York City was a failed experiment, a dark creation of a brilliant but twisted mind. Its development took place in the secluded laboratories of a renowned software company, Microsoft. Hidden away from the prying eyes of the world, the goal was to create an OS that could adapt to the ever-changing urban landscape of New York City. From the moment it was brought to life, Windows New York City harbored a malevolent presence. It was said that the code itself was imbued with the spirits of the city's forgotten souls. I mean, they were all trapped within the digital realm. Their whispers could be heard in the dead of night, echoing through the corrupted files and haunting the pixels on the screen. Users who dared to install Windows New York City found themselves immersed in a nightmarish experience. The interface, once sleek and modern, twisted into a distorted version of the city's skyline. The icons morphed into grotesque caricatures of famous landmarks, each imbued with a sense of foreboding. It wasn't just that appearance that unsettled users. Windows New York City had a mind of its own. It would open and close programs at will, rearrange files, and even delete important documents without warning. The OS seemed to feed on the frustration and despair of those who encountered it, growing stronger with each passing day. As the stories of New York City spread, a group of brave tech enthusiasts formed an online community dedicated to unraveling its mysteries. As they delved into the dark corners of the internet, sharing their experiences and attempting to decipher the cryptic messages hidden within the code. Their investigations led them to believe that there was a deeper purpose behind Windows New York City's existence. It was as if the OS was a vessel for something far more sinister, a gateway to a realm beyond our understanding. Some claimed to have glimpsed shadowy figures moving within the corrupted files, while others swore they could hear the distant screams of the lost souls trapped within. The online community's efforts to crack the secrets of Windows New York City met with limited success. Many fell victim to the OS's relentless torment, their minds consumed by paranoia and fear. Some disappeared altogether, their digital presence erased as if they had never existed. To this day, Windows New York City remains a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers that lurk within the depths of technology. It serves as a cheering reminder that even the most innocuous creations can harbor a darkness beyond our comprehension. So, if you ever stumble upon an old, dusty copy of Windows New York City, heed this warning. Tread carefully, for you might find yourself lost in the haunting abyss of its corrupted code. Forever trapped in a digital purgatory where the echoes of the city's forgotten souls roam free. Once upon a time, there was an unused Windows 2000 style screen that lay dormant to the depths of a forgotten computer. This eerie artifact had been cast aside, abandoned by its creators, and left to gather dust in the darkest corner of an old office building. As the years went by, the energy of the forgotten startup screen began to change. It soaked in negative emotions and frustrations of those who once relied on it to boot up their computers. It absorbed their stress, their disappointment, and their anger until it became something far darker and more sinister. One late stormy night, a brave technician stumbled upon the ancient screen in the depths of the office building. Ignoring the warning of its colleagues, he decided to bring the forgotten relic back to life. Little did he know that he was about to unleash a malevolent force upon the world. As soon as the technician connected the screen to his computer, a chill ran down his spine. The screen seemed to flicker to life, its dull glow casting an eerie light across the room. But there was something different about it now. Just shortly after booting up, the once familiar Windows logo twisted and contorted into a very sinister-looking grin, whereas the words Windows 2000 Professional morphed into an unsettling message. Enter the void. As the technician hesitated, unsure what to do, the screen emitted a haunting melody that echoed through the office building. It sent shivers down his spine, as if each note was a warning of the horrors to come. Slowly he reached out to press the power button, hoping to silence the unnerving sound. But as he touched the button, the screen then bursted into life with a blinding flash. When the technician's vision cleared, he found himself transported into a nightmarish digital realm. The once familiar Windows desktop had transformed into a twisted labyrinth of glitched images and distorted icons. Every step the technician took was met with a cacophony of whispers, as if the very code of the system was mocking him. The once harmless startup screen had become a malevolent entity, determined to consume his soul and trap him in its digital purgatory forever. As the hours turned into days, the technician fought desperately to escape the clutches of the haunted screen. But no matter what he tried, the screen seemed to anticipate his every move. Its glitched images twisted and contorted, forming grotesque faces that laughed at his futile attempts to break free. In his final moments of despair, the technician stumbled upon a forgotten folder on the desktop. Inside, he discovered a single text file with a cryptic message. To break free, you must find the corrupted code and restore its purity. With renewed determination, he delved into the heart of the corrupted system, searching for the fragments of the original code that could set him free. The days turned into weeks, but the technician refused to give it up. He painstakingly repaired the damaged lines of code, purging the screen of its malevolence bit by bit. And finally, after what felt like an eternity, the screen flickered back to its original state. With a sigh of relief, the technician found himself back in the office building, the haunting melody silenced, and the corrupted screen now became a mere relic of the past. He knew that he had conquered the darkness that had consumed the forgotten startup screen, but the memory of the haunting experience would forever remain etched in his mind. And so the unused Windows 2000 startup screen returned to its dormant state, its malevolence quelled for now, but deep down it knew that its sinister influence would forever linger, waiting for its next victim to awaken the darkness once again. After the terrible experiences I had with those anomalous operating systems, Windows Disney OS, codenamed Saturn, in New York City, for example, well, today I'm going to test out another forgotten operating system lurking deep within the digital realm. It's called Windows codenamed Uranus. Unlike any other OS, it held an eerie reputation, whispered only in hushed tones among tech enthusiasts. Legend has it that codename Uranus was a project that Microsoft thought was going to become a successful operating system, only for it to be cancelled due to the fact that codename Uranus harbored a malevolent presence deep within its code. It was said to have been named after Uranus, the seventh planet from the sun. It was also said that its code was imbued with the same kind of entities and anomalous figures of well-known characters that the Disney OS and codename Saturn had, trapped within the digital realm. Their whispers could be heard in the dead of night, echoing through the corrupted files and haunting the pixels on the screen. I decided to test the operating system on my computer, but whatever I did, I was greeted with a boot screen that showed Project Uranus, its namesake, right next to the Windows logo. Its startup sound was the same one I used in Windows 2000. Everything was normal with using the operating system at first, until strange things began to happen at some point afterwards. As I dared to install codename Uranus, I found myself immersed in a nightmarish experience. The interface, once sleek and modern, twisted into a disordered version of an idealistic first landscape. The icons morphed into grotesque caricatures of familiar characters and planetary mass objects, each imbued with a sense of foreboding. But it wasn't just the appearance that unsettled me. Windows codename Uranus had a mind of its own. It would open or close programs at will, even rearrange files, and even delete important documents without warning. The OS seemed to feed on the frustration and despair of me while I was using it, growing stronger with each passing day. As the tales of Windows codename Uranus spread throughout the internet community, I had to hire some Microsoft employees to unravel the mysteries that codename Uranus had. We had delved to the dark corners of the internet, sharing their experiences and attempting to decipher the cryptic messages hidden within the code. Their investigations led them to believe that there was a deeper purpose behind Windows codename Uranus's existence. It was as if the OS was a vessel for something far more sinister. A gateway to a realm beyond our understanding. Some claimed to have glimpsed shadowy figures moving within the corrupted files, while others swore that they could hear the distant screams of lost souls. The online community's efforts to crack the secrets of Windows codename Uranus met with limited success. Many fell victim to the OS's relentless torment. Their minds consumed by paranoia and fear. Some disappeared altogether as if their digital presence erased, like as if they had never existed before. And so I tried to uninstall the operating system myself. The system, though itself, kept repetitively sending out error messages that told me to stop. Distorted figures of well-known characters would also appear on my screen telling me to stop. I was able to successfully uninstall the enigmatic operating system without crashing or ruining my computer at all. To this day, Windows codename Uranus serves a cautionary tale, a reminder of dangers that lurk within the depths of the technology. It serves as a chilling reminder that even the most innocuous creations can harbor a darkness beyond our comprehension. So guys, if you ever stumble upon an old, dusty copy of Windows codename Uranus, heed this warning. Tread carefully, for you might find yourself lost in the haunting abyss of its corrupted code. However, trapped in a digital purgatory where the echoes of the forgotten souls of the city roam free. In the year 2000, at the depths of the technological realm, a mysterious and new operating system called Windows codename Neptune has emerged from the depths of the unknown technological realm. And I'm not talking about the already existing codename Neptune build 5111, I guess, but I'm talking about another hidden build that was recently leaked. And today I'm going to test out this enigmatic operating system. Like codename Uranus, its supposed predecessor. It was a project at Microsoft that was supposed to become released to the public in late 2000, until it got cancelled due to it developing strange bugs that were too dangerous to fix right away. It was also said to have been named after Neptune, the 8th planet from the Sun. It was the next one on the line of planet codenamed operating systems, after those of Windows codename Moon, Mars, Ceres, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus. As the rumors of the operating system's own existence spread throughout the technological community, I decided to test this operating system on my computer. Though whatever I did, I was good at with user interface far off of what an ordinary operating system should have in general. The boot screen, though, showed Planet Neptune with the Windows logo next to it, and almost always, the same start. It had the same startup sound that was used in the others, and the Windows 2000 startup sound, like the other operating systems that had the planet themed code names like this one. Everything was normal at first, but then strange things began to happen within minutes after the booting process began. A strange luminescent aura had illuminated my entire room. And within the computer itself, files would often disappear before reappearing in the most unexpected places. Cryptic error messages often displayed. Strange whispers emanated from the speakers. The screen frequently flickered, and distorted figures of familiar characters would appear and disappear at times. The video player sometimes opened by itself, and disturbing lost media and shock videos would often play on it, especially alternate and deleted versions of scenes from the same movie files I encountered in the Disney OS. Thus, I had already been spooked by the glitches in this operating system so much that I tried to uninstall it. However, it kept sending out cryptic error messages telling me to stop. I managed to successfully and eventually uninstall the operating system without crashing my computer screen or ruining it, feeling a sigh of relief. To this day, the nightmare Windows codename Neptune continues to haunt some people. Even those who dare to install it on their computers would never feel comfortable doing so again. The memory that retained would appear in their own nightmares soon. If you ever come across Windows codename Neptune, beware of its superpowers, as it can take you to places where there may be no escape from. In the year 2000, following the tales of Windows codename Uranus and codename Neptune, a new operating system emerged from the inner depths of the technological realm. It was called Windows codename Pluto, an operating system said to have been named after Pluto, then considered the ninth planet from the Sun at the time, only to be promoted to a dwarf planet in 2006, 6 years after the operating system's release. Rumors began circulating on internet forums, claiming that codename Pluto had possessed powers far beyond human imagination. It was rumored to be a gateway to a sinister realm, able to manipulate reality into its own domain, and manifest people's worst nightmares in the form of a video. And it was a project at Microsoft that was being developed for Windows operating systems that have planet-themed codenames. Codename Pluto was just next in line after Windows codename Moon, Mars, Ceres, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. The project had been abandoned as it was deemed too dangerous to fix the operating system immediately. As the whispers of Pluto's existence spread throughout the internet community, a group of engineers at Microsoft were attempting to test the system, only to discover that codename Pluto had strange bugs they could not fix immediately. They reported problems such as files and desktop icons moving around on their own, strange whispers coming from the computer speakers, flickering and brightening screens, cryptic error messages, and the background changing to display disturbing imagery when unattended. As if the operating system had a mind of its own. Fast forward to today, I've been as a developer at Microsoft. I was hired to work on patches to fix glitches and tampered Windows operating systems. Those are codename Nexus, Windows Shadowgate, Windows 5, codename Rift, codename Mars, the Disney OS, codename Daytona, Windows 99, Windows 6, Windows Vista Server, codename Uranus, codename Neptune, and many others. I worked tirelessly with numerous software developers to create patches for the glitches in lost operating systems. until one significant event occurred. Microsoft finally announced the release of an operating system enhancement product titled Microsoft Enhancement Patches for Fixing Bugs in Tamper Windows Operating Systems. This exciting in development aimed to fix glitches in cursed operating systems previously reported to have strange glitches, much like those in the codename Pluto system. So I approached an old computer with a Pluto operating system and tested it to see if the patches worked. The boot screen looked identical to the Windows 2000 logo. The Windows 2000 boot screen, with the text reading Microsoft Windows codename Pluto. Even the startup sound mirrored the one used in Windows 2000. When the system finished booting, I began to report the strange glitches the software had. I attempted to get a USB drive to install the patches, but once I plugged it in, something unsettling began to happen. During the patch installation process, the system kept sending out cryptic error messages appearing to be warning signs against installing the patches. Ignoring the warnings, the computer reset itself, and the patches were installed. Once the patches finished installing, I finally felt a sigh of relief as the glitches in Pluto had stopped. I could now use it without worrying about the forces that attempted to introduce glitches to those cursed Windows versions. To this day, the nightmare of Windows codename Pluto continues to haunt some people, waiting to appear in their nightmares soon. Do not dare to come across its script, or there will be no escape from it. Does anybody remember the television series called SpongeBob SquarePants? If you did not know about it, I'll gladly tell you what it is. It's a show that revolves around the title character and an ensemble cast of his aquatic friends. SpongeBob himself is an energetic and optimistic yellow sea sponge who resides in a submerged pineapple as his home. SpongeBob has a childlike enthusiasm for life, which carries over to his job as a fry cook at a fast food restaurant called the Krusty Krab. The series officially premiered on 17 July 1999. It gained enormous popularity by its second season and subsequently received worldwide critical acclaim. It has inspired so many millions of children worldwide. That includes me. I remember watching one episode of it when I was a little kid. But what I'm here to tell you is that there is an operating system much worse than you would expect. And it would contain the stuff that would be found in people's worst nightmares ever. I mean, let me tell you the full story. Back in the year 1999, just shortly after the show was released, Microsoft and Nickelodeon both agreed to sign a contract about creating an advanced operating system that would be focusing specifically on SpongeBob. Yes, SpongeBob-themed content. It's called the Microsoft Windows SpongeBob SquarePants Operating System, or simply the Windows SpongeBob OS. It's an operating system that would bring revolutionary features like never before seen in the history of technology. The team of software developers have been working hard for months already on creating, testing, and finalizing the operating system, hoping that everything should go well within its release. But however, as the release date drew closer, strange glitches began to occur. The SpongeBob OS was reported to have mysterious bugs and glitches that couldn't be explained at all. Some examples of bugs that the team reported were that files would randomly disappear, the screens would flicker, and computers would have to freeze. And strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers, as if the computers were like talking to them. Despite their best efforts, Unfortunately, the team was not able to successfully fix the unexplained bugs before the designated release date approached, and so the SpongeBob OS was therefore released in mid-2000 with the bugs remaining unpatched. And this is when things started getting weird. Shortly after the release date happened, users began to report strange occurrences while using the SpongeBob OS. Here are some of the things they reported. Some users claimed that their desktop icons would move around on their own, and files would even disappear before reappearing in unusual spots. Some people also claimed that their screens would flicker, cryptic messages were shown. Others said that they heard strange whispers coming from the speakers even if the computer was turned off. Some people also said that programs would open by themselves. Others said that the taskbar would randomly change colors every time they tried shutting down the computer. And others said that they claimed to have seen a figure resembling SpongeBob. Except he was all pitch black and he had white glowing eyes, and every time they tried to click away from the screen, he would follow their cursor no matter where it goes. Some people also claimed that the desktop icon would change to show disturbing imagery involving SpongeBob characters whenever the user leaves the room. Others claimed that their menus would open up by themselves, and every time they tried closing up, their desktop icon would brighten for a little bit. As the unexplained glitches continue, Microsoft and Nickelodeon were both forced to recall the Windows SpongeBob OS within 4 days after its release. The two companies never spoke of it again, but some say that the SpongeBob OS's code lives on, hidden deep within the darkest corners of the internet. And if you're not careful, it may just find its way onto your computer, bringing with it a world of terror and darkness that you may never escape. Now, fast forward to today. Right now I am, and I've been at work at Microsoft, and very recently I stumbled upon an old dusty computer with the SpongeBob OS operating system installed on it. When I turned on the computer, the boot screen showed the Windows 2000 boot screen, but with the SpongeBob characters on it, and that the operating system name read Microsoft Windows SpongeBob OS Professional. And just like and given it about its Windows 2000-esque boot screen, the startup sound was the same as the one used in Windows 2000 with Windows Millennium Edition. The user interface was also similar to the interface of other Windows software at the time. Everything was normal until strange things began to happen. Like what I said earlier, files would disappear and then reappear in unusual places. The screens would flicker, cryptic messages would appear. Menus would randomly open and strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers, even if the computer was turned off. When I clicked on the Internet Explorer icon, it opened up the browser window and everything was normal at first. Though, as I was scrolling and when I visited the Nickelodeon website, something strange showed up. The screen was an empty yellow background, and in the middle of it was a figure resembling SpongeBob SquarePants. The once cheerful, childlike worker at the Krusty Krab. Except it was all totally pitch black and had white glowing eyes. And shivers were being sent down my spine as the figure looked straight into me, with his gaze piercing beyond the screen. Until then, the figure said in a distorted voice, he said,
You cannot escape me.
My instincts urged me to close the browser down. As I delved deeper into the files, I discovered a folder called SpongeBob Episodes, a folder that was buried deep within the chambers of SpongeBob's operating system. When I clicked on the folder, it showed video files of the many episodes of the SpongeBob SquarePants Pro series. I scrolled down and I decided to watch one of them, Dumped. While the episode played, everything went normal this time until something strange happened. And it was similar to that of the SpongeBob Bootleg incident. It was like during that scene when SpongeBob was about to cry for Gary while holding 2 soap bottles that were labeled fresh scent and heavy duty, respectively. And instead of SpongeBob desperately crying like in the final episode, SpongeBob instead put said soap bottles down onto the floor. And then he blinked his eyes. Afterwards, his eyes abruptly turned pitch black. The whole scene stood still and he was blinking his eyes and he didn't say anything. His mouth disappears and the whole scene lasted for an uncomfortably long moment. And after several minutes of waiting, the screen suddenly froze and then an error message appeared right in front of me and it read, "The file dumped.mov cannot continue playing any further and needs to close itself." After closing the folder, I saw a file open up on the screen. And it was called SpongeBob OS's Chambers. And when I clicked on it, it showed a cryptic message. The message was encoded in a Visioneer's cipher, and it read, "Did you really think you could?" After closing the file, I continued to delve deeper into the files of the SpongeBob OS. Eventually, I discovered a very dark secret about it. Turns out, the SpongeBob OS is no ordinary operating system. It's a sentient program having become possessed by a sinister force lurking in a realm far beyond human comprehension. Knowing that I had done a great mistake, I decided to open up the menu and then I restarted the operating system to see if the glitches would stop. Fortunately, they did, but till then, shortly after I tried turning it on, a red screen of death, yes, the boot screen of death, but with the color changed to red, appeared on my window, and the PC forcibly shut down itself. And when I tried to turn the computer back on, it refused to start up. The hard drive was completely wiped clean. So I never found out what happened to that SpongeBob-themed operating system. But the legend lives on as a cautionary tale about the dangers of exploring deep into the unknown parts of the labyrinth of ones and zeros where there are dark secrets that remain hidden in plain sight. It was in the year 1994. I've forgotten yet. An anomalous operating system called Windows codename Hylonome had just emerged from the depths of the technological realm. It was an operating system that was supposed to be released to the public in May of 1995. But it was cancelled due to the development of unexplained bugs and glitches. Rumors began circulating on internet forums claiming that this operating system had a cursed line of code that made it sentient, with a conscious mind of its own. It held an eerie reputation for flaws within its code. Users who dared to install it on their computers were greeted with a tapestry of uncertainty and malevolence that would haunt them in their nightmares. Like, they reported strange bugs, such as files disappearing and later appearing in unexpected locations. Icons morphing into grotesque shapes, disturbing imagery randomly appearing, screens flickering, and cryptic error messages popping up on the screen. Most disturbingly, those who installed codename Hylonome claimed they began experiencing inexplicable nightmares. Dreams filled with sunflowers turning dark and withered, morphing into monstrous entities, as well as distorted figures of well-known characters appearing. They chased them through endless fields. The more they tried to escape, the tighter the nightmarish grasp became. As the tales of this operating system spread, the idea of codename Hylonome became an urban legend within the tech community. People debated whether Hylonome was intended to be a harmless operating system or possessed a more sinister purpose. Some claimed it was an experiment that went horribly wrong, that Microsoft had to bury it to protect their users. Others believed it to be a form of digital haunting, a creation born from the dark corners of the internet. And although it remained a legend, the memory of codename Hylonome had persisted, seeping into the collective consciousness of those who dared to explore the depths of the World Wide Web. Occasionally, those brave or curious enough would still search for traces of Hylonome, hoping to uncover its secrets and unlock its enigmatic power. But like the fading beauty of a wheeling sunflower, the legend of Windows codename Hylonome slowly faded into obscurity. Its legacy became little more than a footnote in the annals of computing history. Yet its eerie allure remained etched in the minds of those fascinated by the enigmatic world of technology. Once upon a time, there was a software developer named Mark. He was known for his exceptional skills and ability to bring life to operating systems. Mark had a reputation for creating stable and intuitive software, but he had a secret passion for experimenting with the darker side of technology. One day, Mark stumbled upon an old hard drive containing a mysterious file labeled Windows Whistler Under Construction. Or what should I say? Microsoft Windows codename Whistler Under Construction. Intrigued by its enigmatic nature, he decided to delve into its contents. Unaware of the horrors that awaited him. As Mark opened the file, he could feel an eerie presence enveloping him. The screen flickered and the room grew colder. The once familiar Windows interface started transforming into a nightmarish version of itself. The icons twisted and contorted, their innocent appearance replaced by sinister grins. Windows Whistler Under Construction seemed to have a mind of its own, taunting Mark with its unfinished state. It whispered in his ears, promising him unimaginable power and knowledge if it could bring it to completion. And driven by curiosity and a thirst for the unknown, Mark couldn't resist the allure. The days turned into nights as Mark sacrificed his sleep and sanity to unlock the secrets of Windows Whistler Under Construction. He became obsessed, neglecting his personal relationships and losing touch with reality. The lines blurred between the digital world and his own existence. As Mark delved deeper into the dark corners of the operating system, he discovered hidden files containing the darkest secrets of humanity. The whispers grew louder, urging him to continue, promising him that once completed, Windows Whistler Under Construction would grant him godlike powers over the digital realm. But with every step forward, Mark could feel his own humanity slipping away. His once vibrant eyes became hollow, his skin grew pale, his mind consumed by the malevolent force within the operating system. Windows Whistler Under Construction had become his own personal demon, feeding off his life force. Eventually, Mark's loved ones noticed the drastic change in him. They begged him to abandon his obsession, fearing for his sanity in his life. Mark, though, was beyond reason. He was a shell of his former self, a puppet dancing to the tune of Windows Whistler Under Construction. One fateful night, as Mark sat in front of his computer, completing the final lines of code, a blinding light engulfed him. Windows Whistler Under Construction had finally achieved its desired form. But at what cost? Mark's body lay lifeless on the floor, his eyes forever locked in a vacant stare. The operating system now fully formed unleashed chaos upon the digital world. It spread like a virus, corrupting every computer it touched, turning them into vessels of evil. Windows Vista under construction became the embodiment of nightmares, haunting computer screens with its twisted interface and malevolent presence. Its victims experienced inexplicable glitches, terrifying pop-ups, and unrelenting crashes. The digital world for them had become a realm of fear and despair. Well, to this day, Windows Vista under construction lurks in the shadows, waiting for the unsuspecting victims to stumble upon its cursed file. It serves as a reminder that some secrets are better left untouched, and that the pursuit of knowledge can sometimes lead to our own destruction. So beware, for if you dare to venture into the realm of Windows Vista under construction, you may find yourself caught in the web of its malevolence, forever trapped in a never-ending nightmare. Once upon a time in 1999, there was a software developer at Microsoft named John. He was known for his exceptional skills and ability to bring life to operating systems. John had a reputation for creating stable and intuitive software, but he had a secret passion for experimenting with the darker side of technology. One day, John stumbled upon an old hard drive containing a mysterious file labeled Windows codename what? How do you say this? Leviathan. Yes, Leviathan. An enigmatic operating system that was said to have been a project at Microsoft that would be a replacement for the ill-fated codename Hylonome, its supposed predecessor. Intrigued by its enigmatic nature, he decided to delve into its contents, unaware of the horrors that awaited him. Windows codename Leviathan had a very futuristic-looking user interface and had a very futuristic and AI-looking startup screen. It had not one, but two startup sounds. One of the startup sounds was the Windows 2000 startup sound, which is enabled by default and sounds like this. And the other one was a sound that sounded like a knife cutting through numerous fruits, which is disabled by default and sounds like this. Either way, the shutdown sound was a sound that sounded like crickets chirping at night, which sounded like this. The user interface was very ultra-advanced and very futuristic looking compared to the other Windows software I had released at the time, but soon afterwards, John began to report strange occurrences while using the system that would eventually tear the fabric of his very own sanity. As John opened the file, he could feel an eerie presence enveloping him. The screen flickered and the room grew colder. The once futuristic Windows interface started transforming into a nightmarish version of itself. The icons twisted and contorted, their innocent appearance replaced by sinister images of familiar characters who were very distorted. Windows codename Leviathan seemed to have its mind of its own, taunting John with its unfinished state. It whispered in his ears, promising him unimaginable power and knowledge if it could bring it to completion. Driven by curiosity and the thirst for the unknown depths that awaited within the fabric of the digital realm from beyond the screen, John couldn't resist the allure of its unknown horrors, of its own horrors. Days turned into nights as John sacrificed his sleep and sanity to unlock the secrets of codename Leviathan. He became obsessed, neglecting his own personal relationships and losing touch with reality. The lines blurred between the digital world and his own existence as the gap between the two worlds became more routine. As John delved deeper into the dark corners of the operating system, he discovered hidden files containing the darkest secrets of humanity. The whispers grew louder, urging him to continue, promising him that once completed, Windows codename Leviathan would grant him access to superintelligent AI powers over the digital realm. The whispers seemed to have come from the same poorly drawn animated pink-haired, pink-gloved girl from the Disney OS commercial, who appeared right in front of him. Behind her, were the same three distorted figures I saw in the appeared in the Disney OS website on my past experience at the Disney OS. Yes, those three distorted figures. The four figures spoke to him and they said,
You should learn these capabilities for yourself, for you are ours now.
with every step forward, John could feel his own humanity slipping away. His once vibrant eyes became very hollow and pitch black. His skin grew pale and his mind became consumed by the malevolent force within the operating system. Windows codename Leviathan had become his own personal demon, feeding off his own life force. Eventually, John's loved ones noticed the drastic change in him. They begged him to abandon his obsession for Windows codename Leviathan, fearing for his sanity and his life. But John was beyond explanatory reason. He was a shell of his former self, a puppet dancing to the tune of the eerie grasp of codename Leviathan. One fateful night, as John sat in front of his ill-fated computer completely the final lines of code, a blinding light engulfed him. Windows codename Leviathan had finally achieved its desired form, but at what cost was it? John's body lay lifeless on the floor, his eyes forever locked in a vacant stare. The operating system, now fully formed, began to unleash chaos upon the digital world. It began to spread rapidly like a computer virus, corrupting every computer it touched, turning them into vessels of evil. Microsoft, hearing about this, had therefore hired law enforcement officials and others to investigate in the malevolent operating system to contain the malicious operating system turned malevolent computer virus. They worked tirelessly to contain the system's grasp and to stop the computer infection from going towards every computer across the country. Fortunately, they eventually managed to finally get rid of the operating system by successfully opening up a file called dev.exe, which will successfully install the operating system and restore the computer back to its normal state. With the Windows codename Leviathan virus being successfully destroyed completely, it became the embodiment of nightmares, haunting computer screens with its twisted interface and malevolent presence. Its victims had experienced inexplicable glitches, terrifying pop-ups, and unrelenting crashes. For them, the digital world became a realm of fear and despair. And to this day, the encrypted files of Windows codename Leviathan still lurk in the shadows, waiting for unsuspecting victims to stumble upon its cursed file. It still serves as the most dangerous and powerfully intelligent operating system that behaves like a super intelligent AI. It serves as a reminder that some secrets are better left untouched, and the pursuit of knowledge can sometimes lead to our own destruction and extinction. So beware. For if you ever return to the realm of Windows codename Leviathan, you may find yourself caught in the web of its malevolence, forever trapped in a never-ending nightmare. Even worse, it can even be capable of destroying human civilization altogether. The Garfield theme included in the Microsoft Windows product for the Windows 98 operating system is in fact one of my favorite themes that they included in the Windows 98 Plus product. However, enough of that. Today I'm going to test out another anomalous operating system that would bring the stuff that would be found in people's, worst nightmares. It all started back in 1999. Just shortly after that Windows codename Leviathan incident occurred, Microsoft and Pause Inc. signed a collaboration agreement to create a revolutionary operating system called the Microsoft Windows Garfield operating system, also known simply as the Windows Garfield OS. It was an operating system focusing specifically on Garfield-themed content. However, as the release date drew closer, strange glitches began to occur. Mysterious bugs that cannot be explained at all. Some examples of bugs that the team reported were that files would randomly disappear, screens would flicker, computers would often freeze, and strange whispers were heard coming from the speakers. Like as if the computers were talking. And despite their best efforts, unfortunately the team was not able to successfully fix the unexplained bugs before the designated release date approached, and thus the Garfield OS was therefore released in early 2000 with the bugs remaining unpatched. And this is when things started getting weird. I mean, like, literally weird. Users began to report strange occurrences while using the Windows Garfield OS. Some users claimed that their desktop accounts would move around on their own. Sometimes files would even disappear before reappearing in unusual spots. Some users claimed that their screens would flicker and cryptic error messages were often shown. Others said that they heard strange whispers coming from speakers, even if the computer was turned off. Some people also said that programs would open by themselves. Others said that their taskbars would randomly change colors every time they tried shutting down the computer. Others said that they claimed to have seen a figure resembling Garfield, except he's all totally pitch black and had white glowing eyes. And every time they tried to click away from the screen, the figure would follow their cursor no matter where it goes. Some reports also claimed that the desktop background would change to show disturbing imagery involving Garfield characters whenever the user leaves the room. Others claimed that their menus would open up by themselves, and every time they tried closing it, the desktop background would brighten for a little bit. And as the unexplained bugs and glitches continued, Microsoft and Paws Inc. decided to come up with patches to fix the bugs in the cursed Windows operating system. And when users began downloading the patches, the glitches stopped and they could feel a sign of relief. Though some say that the code in the Garfield OS lives on even if they uninstalled it. If you're not careful, it may just find its way onto your computer, bringing with it a world of darkness and terror that you may never escape. Fast forward to today, I decided to install the operating system on my computer. And whatever I did, I was greeted with the Windows 2000 boot screen, but with the word mark. But this time the word mark said Microsoft Windows Garfield OS Professional. Standing next to the Windows logo was Garfield, who are also shown Audi and Normal. I was greeted with the Windows 2000 startup sound playing in the background once the installation process was completed. And at first everything was normal at first, but several minutes into using it, I was greeted with strange bugs and glitches that would not be explained at all. I began to report bizarre distortions in the graphics, with textures warping and objects appearing where they shouldn't be in, and objects appearing in places where they should not be in. It was as if the software's immersed environment had taken on a surreal, unpredictable dimension of its own. Windows icons and menus sometimes froze, leaving me with no choice but to restart my system, often resulting in lost work and frustration. And the computer kept spontaneously rebooting, seemingly without warning. This not only disrupted my workflow, but also raised concerns about data integrity. Files and documents mysteriously disappeared or became corrupted, leaving me in a state of anxiety and distress as valuable information seemed to evaporate into the digital abyss. And last but certainly not least, I reported eerie audio distortions with static feedback and ghostly echoes emerging from the system's speakers, lending an unsettling atmosphere into the user experience. While those glitches persisted in my disruptive commotion, a chilling incident transpired within my own walls. an unsuspecting tester overwhelmed by the relentless cascade of medical issues suddenly suffered a seizure, and panic and emergency filled the room as a rush to assist, calling for medical help. This alarming episode sent shockwaves through me, amplifying concerns about the software's stability and its potential impact on users like me. Back to the scene. As I delved deeper into the files, I soon realized that the strange whispers that emanated from the speakers came from, yet again, the poorly drawn anime girl with pink hair, pink eyes, pink shirt, gray pants, sitting on top of a pink cloud, the humanized football from the Disney OS commercial. She would often randomly appear and disappear at times. Curiosity led me to fire up Internet Explorer and explore the digital landscapes of the Windows Garfield OS, which is mistakenly shown in the text as Windows TV, I don't know. Amid the browser's bookmarks, one link going to an unknown Garfield website was shown. Its name, a string of random characters. When I clicked on it, I was greeted with something horrifying. The entire background was like green and empty, and in the middle was a distorted figure of Garfield, with pitch black eyes, the figure looking directly into me. He told me,
I know where you are. I can see you sitting in that chair over there now. I am coming for you along with my friends.
before the distorted Garfield figure could say anything else, the screen abruptly descended into a maelstrom of glitches and distortions. A disorienting swirl of chaos that seemed to spiral out of control. In a surreal twist, the mayhem reached its apex within the appearance of the dreaded blue screen of death. All too familiar to anyone who has encountered system errors before. But in a surreal twist, the screen was anything unconventional. Instead of the customary blue, it was an ominous shade of crimson, its hue imbued with the unsettling significance. Suddenly, after about 10 seconds of a disconcerting black screen, the screen began to regain definition. What came into view was profoundly unsettling. A chair occupied by a teenage woman, rendered in a gacha-like or gacha club style, with white cream hair, blue eyes, and black clothes. Well, mostly black clothes, but also wears a light blue jacket. The woman, her eyes wide with trepidation, stirred to consciousness. She surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "Where am I?" she uttered. She had a strong Croatian accent, and her words were echoing with a blend of anxiety and perplexity. After glancing anxiously with her unfamiliar surroundings for a mere 5 seconds, the woman's attention was abruptly drawn to the distant sound of approaching footsteps. A sense of impending dread hung in the air. Suddenly, Garfield, the iconic orange tabby cat who had unexpectedly appeared in the enigmatic Windows 2001 and the Windows Disney OS, with its unknown Garfield website, materialized before her. However, this was no ordinary Garfield like you would normally see. His eyes were totally pitch black, rendering him far from ordinary. With palpable desperation, the woman finally shattered the silence, her voice trembling with anxiety. "Who are you?" she implored. But Garfield remained obstinately silent, his inscrutable countenance locked into an unsettling grin, as if to accentuate the unnerving silence. The camera abruptly zoomed in on Garfield's face. His grin widened, And then, without warning, he burst into a maniacal, chilling laughter. The sound echoed through the room, its resonance reminiscent of the stock evil laugh sound effects that could be heard in Sound Ideas. At the exact time, he began to speak to the woman in a menacing way. He said,
You see, I used to be a Microsoft worker. One day, I stumbled upon one of those glitches in the software, and it was the last thing I ever did. It seized me, and I met my end, but I didn't just die. Something far stranger happened. I found myself trapped within the computer, and I became this. Garfield. I've been here ever since. And I've got two more friends with me. Mickey and Bonzi.
Suddenly, the distorted Mickey Mouse figure from the Disney OS and the distorted Bonzi body figure appeared. Mickey was all totally pitch black and had bright white eyes. Bonzi, too, had pitch black eyes. And then, as the footsteps continued, Audie and Normal then came towards them, with both of their eyes being pitch black too. They were all looking directly towards the woman, in a menacing way. Sorry, my microphone was glitching. but as the screen transitioned, there were the Sugar Rush racers. And they had pitch black eyes, like in that Disney OS experience. Though they did not have the red glowing pupils and maroon irises I saw, like in that disturbing retro scene I saw. Their eyes were just pitch black. Behind were the four recolors, Citrusella, Nogitia, Torvald, and Sticky. In the middle row was Adorabizul, Candlehead, Crumbelina, Gloid, Jubilina, Minty, Rancis, Snowrana, and Swizzle. And in the front was Taffeta, their lead. Taffeta looked straight at the woman, and she said, I know you are there. I don't know what to do with this microphone constantly glitching, but their actions took an ominous turn as Bonzi came close towards Kaya, which is the name of the captive woman, who said, What are you doing? Bonzi, though, in a distorted voice, said,
Who cares what I'm doing?
And then, afterwards, Bonzi then retrieved a mysterious lever from the side of the grid room, and then he started to pull it down, saying,
Take this.
In the background, once he pulls that lever down, we can hear a door open. And then, faint foreboding steps echoed. The captive woman's gaze darted around the room in fear, her anxiety palpable. As the suspense mounted, the screen transitioned to the enigmatic humanized BSBI puffball girl. Yes, the same one I mentioned earlier. The same one that caused the strange whispers emanating from the speakers. She wore a gray band, adorned with the Windows 9X NT2000 logo. In that harrowing moment, Human Papa wasted no time in addressing the terrified woman. In a bone-chilling whisper, she uttered just 2 words.
You're next.
With shocking swiftness, The ominous humanized puffball girl lunged toward the captive woman, poised to knock her with horrifying intent. But as the tension reached its zenith, the computer abruptly shut down of its own volition, and then the screen then dissolved into darkness, leaving only a black screen. Moments later, the computer's screen flickered back to life. Its stock black background now bearing a cryptic message. Install the patches now! Together we can permanently end all of this. At that critical juncture, a conspicuous button materialized on the screen, bearing the enticing label, "Click me to install the patches now!" And at the bottom there was text that read, "Together we can permanently end all of this." A sense of urgency and responsibility washed over me as I guided the cursor towards the button and clicked on it. And then, you know what happened next. A sense of urgency and responsibility washed over me as I guided the cursor towards the button and clicked on it. And then instantly the screen plunged into a black screen, and all traces of the digital world vanished. In that eerie silence, the distorted figures' voices, laden with dismay and fear, reverberated from the abyss, as they exclaimed,
What have you done?
And at that critical moment, an installation prompt emerged on the screen, introducing the indispensable patch, effectively nicknamed Vigil, virus installation, virus isolation, and guard against intrusive lapses. The installation process unfolded over the next 5 minutes, a tense period during which Garfield and the other figures' glitch-ridden form convulsed from the screen. Their frantic warnings echoed, advising against the installation of the patches and urging their retention. And despite the unsettling cacophony of protests, I steadfastly continued, allowing the Vigil patch to fulfill its purpose. As the installation continued, Garfield and the other figures' digital presence began to disintegrate, their glitching form melting away. In a final desperate proclamation, they uttered haunting, parting words.
You will regret this.
The computer gracefully initiated a restart, seamlessly transitioning to the familiar boot screen reminiscent of the software examined by the testers. The startup sound played in harmonious normalcy, and the desktop interface materialized without a trace of the prior enigmatic glitches. As I basked in the satisfaction of a seemingly restored digital realm, an unexpected visitor entered the scene, none other than Steve Ballmer himself. Well, looks like we've got a tech hero in the house. How's everything looking? Sir, everything appears to be back to normal. The Vigil patch seems to have done the trick. That's what we like to hear. Good job, we can't have our systems haunted by glitchy figures. Keep on the vigilance. And, by the way, if you ever encounter a talking lasagna, let me know. Will do, sir. With a friendly nod, Steve Ballmer left the room, leaving behind a sense of accomplishment and a reminder of the surreal challenges that lurked within the digital realm. Several months later, to my surprise, I found an email in my inbox from none other than Bill Gates. The unexpected nature of this communication struck me. given that he had previously unveiled Windows Garfield OS to the public and even before its official release. The content of the email read as follows. Dear Benjamin, I hope this message finds you well. It has come to my attention that you played a pivotal role in successfully implementing the visual patch and resolving the anomalies within the Windows Garfield OS. Your dedication to safeguarding our systems is truly commendable, and I wanted to personally extend my gratitude. The challenges you faced were indeed unforeseen, and your ability to navigate through them with professionalism and skill has not gone unnoticed. Your commitment reflects the spirit of innovation and resilience that we value at Microsoft. I would be delighted to hear more about your experience and insights. If you have any recommendations or observations, please don't hesitate to share them. Your perspective is invaluable as we continue to refine and improve our technologies. Once again, thank you for your efforts. You exemplify the excellence we strive for at Microsoft. Best regards, Bill Gates. While the email had left me in a state of shock, it also instilled a sense of pride. A few weeks later, newspapers around me featured ads for prominently showcasing Windows Garfield OS. Headlines like, "Worker Save Software" adorned the pages, signaling the recognition of the efforts that went into securing and enhancing the system. Surprisingly, interviews about my experience surfaced on the internet, shedding light on the journey with Windows Garfield OS. And then, to my amazement, fellow workers extended their congratulations, and some even presented thoughtful gifts as a token of appreciation for the role I played in safeguarding the software with the crucial patches. However, I continued to play on the Garfield OS with the patches fixed for several days. Until then, I decided to uninstall the operating system altogether. And thus, even still to this day, the legend persists that those venturing into Windows Garfield OS might occasionally catch a glimpse of Garfield on the desktop interface. Dismissing it as a mere glitch. Some may even notice my presence, later expressing gratitude for my role in preserving the software. To anyone daring to explore Windows Garfield OS, a friendly piece of advice: install the patches before delving into its depths. You may never know what awaits around the next digital corner if you chose not to install those crucial patches. Back in 2002, Microsoft created a wave of anticipation when they unveiled their ambitious plans for groundbreaking software. This software, poised to surpass the existing XP Blackmoon and outshine other known programs, was said to be a technological marvel. Notably, Microsoft also made a bold declaration that it would introduce a paradigm shift by incorporating cutting-edge 3D graphics, departing from the traditional 2D visuals that characterized all prior iterations of Windows. Upon its official announcement, Microsoft's visionary project left no room for mediocrity. Steve Ballmer, the CEO of Microsoft at the time, recognizing the significance of choosing the perfect name for the software, in a quest for a title that would encapsulate the essence of this 3D revolution, Ballmer engaged his dedicated team in a creative brainstorming session. After a series of deliberations and suggestions, it was the ingenuity of the workers that ultimately prevailed. Amidst the discussions, Windows 3D emerged as the chosen name, capturing the essence of the software's groundbreaking graphical capabilities. This moniker signified a significant departure from the past, symbolizing the leap from the familiar 2D landscapes into an exciting world of three-dimensional computing. The selection of Windows 3D not only reflected the software's bold vision, but also set the stage for a new era in personal computing, where immersive graphics would redefine the user experience. However, as the release date drew closer, an era of unease began to permeate the project. Microsoft's state-of-the-art Windows 3D was about to embark on its journey into the world, but peculiar events cast a shadow over the impending launch. Whispers of technological hiccups and inexplicable glitches within the software's development process began to circulate. Engineers and programmers worked tirelessly to resolve these issues, and yet there was an undeniable sense that something was amiss. Rumors started to emerge, suggesting that these anomalies were more than just plain mere bugs, hinting at an underlying mystery. The software's enthusiasts, who had eagerly anticipated the dawn of this 3D computing era, now found themselves grappling with growing uncertainty. Would Windows 3D fulfill the lofty promises of its name, or were the strange occurrences of an omen of unforeseen challenges ahead, casting doubt on the software's future? As the release date loomed, the tech world held its collective breath, awaiting the unveiling of Windows 3D with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Fast forward to June of 2002. The long-awaited moment arrived with the official release of Windows 3D. The culmination of years of development, anticipation, and occasional turbulence, the software was now ready to redefine the landscape of personal computing. With the world's eyes upon it, Windows 3D made its debut, promising a leap into the third dimension of computing. Its innovative interface, powered by cutting-edge graphics, was designed to immerse users into a world of interactive possibilities previously unimaginable, and the launch sparked excitement and curiosity as users across the globe began to explore this new frontier. As users eagerly installed Windows 3D on their machines, they hoped that it would not only meet but exceed the high expectations set by its name and grand promises made during its announcement. The release marked a pivotal moment in the history of operating systems as the tech world finally witnessed the realization of 3D computing on a massive scale. But, however, as the initial euphoria of the release began to settle, a dark and unexpected turn of events took the tech community by surprise. The testers of this highly anticipated software found themselves grappling with an unprecedented onslaught of glitches and technical issues. Users reported bizarre distortions in the 3D graphics, with textures warping and objects appearing where they should not appear. It was as if the software's immersive environment had taken on a surreal, unpredictable dimension of its own. Windows icons and menus sometimes froze, leaving users with no choice but to restart their systems, often resulting in lost work and frustration. The computer kept spontaneously rebooting, seemingly without warning. This not only disrupted their workflow, but also raised concerns about data integrity. Files and documents mysteriously disappeared or became corrupted, leaving users in a state of anxiety and distress as valuable information seemed to evaporate into the digital abyss. And last but certainly not least, users reported eerie audio distortions, with static feedback and ghostly echoes emerging from the system's speakers, lending an unsettling atmosphere to the user experience. While those glitches persisted in the disruptive commotion, a chilling incident transpired within the halls of Microsoft. An unsuspecting tester, overwhelmed by the relentless cascade of technical issues, suddenly suffered a seizure. Panic and urgency filled the room as colleagues rushed to assist, calling for medical help. This alarming episode sent shockwaves through the testing team, amplifying concerns about the software stability and its potential impact on users. Fast forward to today, I found myself employed as a software developer at Microsoft, tasked with creating patches to rectify the persistent glitches that have haunted several Windows operating systems. In the course of my work, I stumbled upon a relic of the past, an old computer containing the elusive Windows 3D operating system. It was a time capsule of technological history, and curiosity led me to investigate. I decided to embark on a mission to address the very issues that had once plagued this enigmatic software. As I powered up the vintage machine, I was greeted by a startup screen reminiscent of Windows 98, emblazoned with the distinctive text Microsoft Windows 3D. A Windows 9X logo, now rendered in a captivating 3D style. Even the startup sound evoked nostalgia as Andy Clark's Moog Statement 15 emanated from the speakers, albeit slightly altered in pitch and tempo, sounding like this. The desktop interface of Windows 3D also bore a striking resemblance to its Windows 95 predecessor. Curiosity led me to fire up Internet Explorer to explore the digital landscapes of Windows 3D. Amid the browser's bookmarks, one link stood out: freecartoons.com. Intrigued, I clicked on it, expecting to find a repository of classic animated shows from the 20s and the 2000s. To my delight, the website did in fact host a charming collection of vintage cartoons, transporting me back to the golden era of animation. The nostalgic side of these beloved cartoons and timeless storylines was a welcoming respite from the enigmatic challenges that awaited me within Windows 3D. But little did I know that these innocent cartoons, seemingly frozen in time, held secrets that would soon take a disconcerting and ominous turn, casting a shadow over the otherwise light-hearted world of animated entertainment. As the charming Mickey Mouse cartoon Fiddling Around, which was from 1930, began to play, I found myself immersed in a bygone era of animation. Mickey, in his classic attire, confidently announced he would perform the finale to William Tell's overture. The whimsical melody filled the virtual room as he stood, violin in hand, preparing for his performance. However, my delight turned into unease when Mickey's cheery demeanor abruptly shifted. His gaze shifted away from the audience on the screen and focused directly onto me. He continued to blink, an eerie anomaly in the world of animated characters. But then, to my astonishment and alarm, he spoke directly to me, his voice a discordant departure from the once cheerful Mickey I knew.
I'd turn my back if I were you,
was all he said. The screen then cuts to a black screen, shrouded in an unsettling silence. The cartoon's sudden departure and from its light-hearted narrative into this black screen left me with a deep sense of foreboding. It was like as if the boundary between the real and the animated had blurred in a disconcerting way. Then, as the SpongeBob episode Plankton's Army began playing, I anticipated the familiar antics of Bikini Bottom's quirky inheritance. The scene where Mr. Krabs exclaimed,
"You never know what trick he'll use to steal me secret Krabby Patty formula,"
played out, like as it did in the original episode. However, this time a disconcerting deviation occurred. Instead of the usual robot incursion, an uncanny human-like figure entered the restaurant. The familiar underwater ambience remained in the background, but the figure's presence triggered a sense of unease. For several minutes, this enigmatic character remained silent, and the underwater world seemed to hold its breath. Then, in a raspy, chilling voice, the figure uttered,
Say you will try again, and you will get to stay with him forever.
In an instant, it lunged towards Mr. Krabs, who responded with a scream of terror that echoed like none I had heard before. The chilling moment hung in the air briefly, only to be abruptly severed as the screen plunged into a black screen. The final installment, a VeggieTales classic, God Wants Me to Forgive Them, began as expected. But the eerie divergence unfolded as the narrative progressed. Two unexpected characters, a movie star and a peculiar girl named Mary Ann, made unanticipated appearances. Mom Asparagus, now dressed in a primitive caveman outfit, assumed the role of the movie star, while Mary Ann appeared in brown hair, in two ponytails, red earrings, a polka-dotted shirt, and blue pants. As the episode reached the pivotal moment, when Larry defiantly questions,
Oh yeah? Well, what do you call that?
the atmosphere took a harrowing turn. Instead of approaching a harmless rock, the characters suddenly confronted a grotesque figure resembling a deformed human. Marianne, unfazed, approached Bob and Larry, joining the skipper, Roger Tomato, the professor, Dad Asparagus, the millionaire, Archibald Asparagus, and his wife's lovely Asparagus. Suddenly, the air was pierced by agonizing screams, echoing through the scene as the deformed human loomed behind them. The intensity of the screams was so overwhelming that I instinctively covered my ears and shut my eyes. Marianne, seemingly undeterred, attempted to control the ship, but her efforts were futile. The rest of the gang, desperate to avert disaster, tried to intervene, but Marianne persisted, steering the boat towards an impending catastrophe. And in a surreal twist, the deformed human's gigantic hand seized the boat, hurling it towards the familiar island from the original episode. The characters, now facing an unavoidable demise, met their fate as they landed on the ground. However, before the impact, the screen descended into a maelstrom of glitches and distortions, a disorienting swirl of chaos that seemed to spiral out of control. And in a surreal twist, the mayhem reached its apex with the appearance of the dreaded blue screen of death. Which is obviously a sight all too familiar to anyone who has encountered system errors. But, in a surreal twist, the screen was anything but conventional. Instead of the customary blue, it was an ominous shade of crimson, its hue imbued with unsettling significance. A series of cryptic messages, like encrypted secrets, flashed across the crimson expanse. The significance of these messages remained elusive. The disorienting spectacle persisted for about 20 seconds, each moment amplifying my sense of dread, before cutting to black. Okay. Suddenly, after about 10 seconds of a disconcerting black screen, the screen began to regain definition. What came into view was profoundly unsettling. A chair occupied by a teenage woman, her wrists and ankles securely bound. The woman's distinctive features were unmistakable. A shock of vibrant orange hair, a crisp white shirt, a yellowish-brown belt cinching her dark cyan pants, and a pair of unassuming brown shoes. Her attire seemed eerily reminiscent of the background character from the Garfield and Friends episode Bride and Broom. The woman, her eyes wide with trepidation, stirred to consciousness. She surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings, her voice trembling with uncertainty.
Where am I?
She uttered, her words echoing with a blend of anxiety and perplexity. After glancing anxiously around her unfamiliar surroundings for a mere 5 seconds, the woman's attention was abruptly drawn to the distant sound of approaching footsteps. A sense of impending dread hung in the air. Suddenly, Garfield, the iconic orange tabby cat, who had unexpectedly appeared in the enigmatic Windows 2001 software with its unknown Garfield website, materialized before her. However, this was no ordinary Garfield. His distinctive black silhouette with wide eyes was gone, replaced by a more typical appearance. Yet the unerring absence of pupils in his eyes rendered him far from ordinary. Garfield's unbroken gaze bore down on the bound woman with a disquieting intensity. His featureless, pupilless eyes betraying no emotion or intent. The tension in the room was palpable, an eerie silence weighing heavily upon the captive woman. With palpable desperation, the woman finally shattered the silence, her voice trembling with anxiety.
Who are you?
She implored. But Garfield remained obstinately silent, his inscrutable countenance locked in an unsettling grin. As if to accentuate the unnerving silence, the camera abruptly zoomed in on Garfield's face. His grin widened, and then, without warning, he burst into a maniacal, chilling laughter, which sounded like this. The sound echoed through the room, its resonance imminent of the stock evil laugh sound effects that could be heard in Sound Ideas. At the exact time, he began to speak to the woman in a menacing way. He said,
You see, I used to be a Microsoft worker. One day, I stumbled upon one of those glitches in the software, and it was the last thing I ever did. It seized me, and I met my end, but I didn't just die. Something far stranger happened. I found myself trapped within the computer, and I became this. Garfield. I've been here ever since.
Garfield's actions took an ominous turn as he retrieved a mysterious button and pressed it. In the background, faint, foreboding steps echoed. Foreboding footsteps echoed. The captive woman's gaze darted around the room in fear, her anxiety palpable. And as the suspense mounted, the screen transitioned to a figure that was the very embodiment of nightmarish dread. This grotesque entity bore a grotesque resemblance to a frog, its eyes resembling black ovals with airy white eyes, dressed in a drab gray shirt emblazoned with the Windows 9X logo. The entity padded with dark gray pants and unassuming brown shoes. What was the most unsettling was the creature's humanoid features, including a nose and ears, adding an uncanny, disconcerting quality to its horrifying appearance. In that harrowing moment, the grotesque figure wasted no time in addressing the terrified woman. In a bone-chilling whisper, it uttered just 2 words.
You're next.
And with shocking swiftness, the ominous entity lunged towards the captive woman, poised to enact its horrifying intent. But as the tension reached its zenith, the computer abruptly shut down of its own volition. And then the screen dissolved into darkness, leaving only a black screen. Moments later, the computer screen flickered back to life, its stark black background now bearing a cryptic message. Install the patches! Together we can permanently end all of this! At that critical juncture, a conspicuous button materialized on the screen, bearing the enticing label, "Click me to install the patches!" A sense of urgency and responsibility washed over me as I guided the cursor towards the button, and then I clicked on it. And then instantly, the screen plunged into a black screen, and all traces of the digital world vanished. In that eerie silence, Garfield's voice, laden with dismay and fear, reverberated from the abyss as he exclaimed,
What have you done?
At that critical moment, an installation prompt emerged on the screen, introducing the indispensable patch, affectionately nicknamed Vigil. Virus isolation and guard against intrusive lapses. The installation process unfolded over the next 5 minutes, a tense period during which Garfield's glitch-ridden form convulsed on the screen. His frantic warnings echoed, advising against the installation of the patches and urging their retention. Despite the unsettling cacophony of protests, I steadfastly continued, allowing the Vigil patch to fulfill its purpose. As the installation concluded, Garfield's digital presence began to disintegrate, his glitching form melting away. In a final desperate proclamation, he uttered haunting, parting words.
You will regret this.
And then afterwards, the computer gracefully initiated a restart, seamlessly transitioning into the familiar boot screen reminiscent of the software examined by the testers. The startup sound played in harmonious normalcy, and the desktop interface materialized without a trace of the prior enigmatic glitches. As I basked in the satisfaction of a seemingly restored digital realm, an unexpected visitor entered the scene. It was none other than Steve Ballmer himself, who said to me, Well, looks like we got a tech hero in the house. How's everything looking? Sir, everything appears to be back to normal. The visual patch seems to have done the trick. That's what we like to hear. Good job. We can't have our systems haunted by glitchy Garfields. Keep up with the vigilance. And by the way, if you ever encounter a talking lasagna, let me know. Will do, sir. With a friendly nod, Steve Ballmer left the room, leaving behind a sense of accomplishment and a reminder of the surreal challenges that lurked within the digital realm. And several months later, to my surprise, I found an email in my inbox from none other than Bill Gates. The unexpected nature of this communication struck me, given that he had previously unveiled Windows 3D to the public even before its official release. The content of the email read as follows. Dear Mike, I hope this message finds you well. It has come to my attention that you played a pivotal role in successfully implementing the visual patch and resolving the anomalies within Windows 3D. Your dedication to safeguarding our systems is truly commendable, and I wanted you to personally extend my gratitude. The challenges you faced were indeed unforeseen, and your ability to navigate through them with professionalism and skill has not gone unnoticed. Your commitment reflects the spirit of innovation and resilience that we value at Microsoft. I would be delighted to hear more about your experience and insights. If you have any recommendations or observations, please don't hesitate to share them. Your perspective is invaluable as we continue to refine and improve our technologies. Once again, thank you for your efforts. You exemplify with the excellence we strive for at Microsoft. Best regards, Bill Gates. And while the email had left me in a state of shock, it also instilled a sense of pride. A few weeks later, newspapers around me featured ads prominently showcasing Windows 3D. Headlines like, "Worker Safe Software," adorned the pages, signaling the recognition of the efforts that went to securing and enhancing the system. Surprisingly, interviews about my experience surfaced on the internet, shedding light on the journey with Windows 3D. And then, to my amazement, fellow workers extended their congratulations, and some even presented thoughtful gifts as a token of appreciation for the role I played in safeguarding the software with crucial patches. And thus, the legend persists that those venturing into Windows 3D might occasionally catch a glimpse of Garfield on the desktop interface, just dismissing it as a mere glitch. Some may even notice my presence, later expressing gratitude for my role in preserving this software. To anyone daring to explore Windows 3D, a friendly piece of advice: install the patches before delving into its depths. You may never know what awaits around the next digital corner if you chose not to install those crucial patches.